Chapter 801 Jiraiya's gift. Iron Sword probably didn't think of which pot Kakashi would open or hold, and he would tell Feng Wuxiexu what to do with this. This atmosphere is so embarrassing. Kakashi smiled and said, Xiexu, that guy is your fan. But now it seems a bit shy. I don't dare to say if I want to sign. Xiexu came to understand when he heard the words, covering her mouth and smiling. You are also a friend of brother Kakashi, and that is my friend too. There is no problem with signing or something. Taijian was overjoyed when he heard this, and said, really? Of course it is true. Great. Iron Sword's current reaction is like a star chaser in real life. With Xiexu's approval, Taijian's chat box was immediately opened. After all, he was not originally a shy person, and his reaction just now was just that. A fan was at a loss when he saw the idol. For a while, Kakashi looked like an electric light bulb instead. Kakashi didn't care either. There were still many people he wanted to greet. There were a lot of people pouring into Konoha, and some of them couldn't stay in the hotel. So Yamato received the order to build a lot of temporary houses outside Konoha with Mudon to provide accommodation. Of course, Anbu is also busy. After all, when there are too many people, something will inevitably happen. Although the ninja world is peaceful, it does not mean that there are no terrorists. In the event of a mental disorder, Anbu will also take action. No one wanted anything to happen when Kakashi got married. Not only because Kakashi is Naruto, but also because Kakashi has an irreplaceable position in the hearts of everyone's Anbu. He is in the eyes of Anbu members. Yael Hualing is helping to beat the uncle and Calamus. Since she stayed in Konoha, she has often come to Yael to work. And her board and lodging is also in charge of the uncle. Today, the business of Yael is very good. Even if the three people work together, it is a little too busy. But Hualing is a little absent-minded, often picking up the wrong things. The uncle beat aside when he saw this, and said, Hualing, what do you think? Hualing was taken aback, and said, it's nothing. Is Kakashi going to get married? Isn't it in your heart? Uncle Handbeat asked directly. Hualing lowered her head, wondering what she was thinking. In fact, Hualing had already thought of this day. Only when she encountered this day, Hualing was still a little melancholy. The person you like finally enters the palace of marriage with others. It is impossible for anyone to remain indifferent. But the reality is like this. It's not that people are wrong. Sometimes, it's just time. It may be obvious that you came first, but in the end it succeeded others. It's also possible that you are late, and the other party already knows what it means. The love between time and people is just too difficult. Sister Hualing, it's nothing. Although Kakashi is good, Konoha still has a lot of good ninjas. Shinku persuaded him. Hualing smiled and said, I know, thank you, Shinku. I know what I should do. Seeing what Hualing said, there is no more talk about hand-playing Yekenpu. Hualing is an adult with the ability to handle affairs on her own. There is never only one person who cannot love. The more outstanding people are, the more often they will have such friends. He didn't intend to provoke his heartstrings, but he was helpless to provoke lovesickness. Hualing looked up and saw that the face carved on the Hokage rock might be the regret of her life, but that memory will also make her feel warm forever. In many things, love is not about possession, it can also be a blessing. The kind of love that sincerely hopes that each other will have a good life may be the most precious. It's just easy to say, but difficult to do. After all, people are selfish animals. Hualing looked at the Hokage rock, the corners of her mouth slightly cocked. Kakashi, happy wedding. At that moment, it was a kind of relief. Jiraiya and Tsunade also returned to Konoha as agreed. Kakashi, what about Tsurumi? Why isn't it here? Tsunade asked strangely. Today is the day of marriage, but Tsurumi has not been seen in the whole village, which is really strange. Kakashi smiled and said, Ming is still hidden in the mist. When the time comes, I will take her over. So, I want to go and see her, and give her the gift. By the way, you can take me over, Tsunade said. Jiraiya on the side heard the words and said, send me the two. I also have something to give Tsurumi. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya suspiciously and asked, you also prepared a gift. Why don't I know? Hey, I've been secretly preparing for a long time, it's definitely a good thing, Jiraiya said, smiling mysteriously. Tsunade was a little confused, but he felt that it was definitely not a good thing. Kakashi didn't care, and said directly, okay, immediately put his hands on the shoulders of the two of them, and with a squeak, he appeared at the station of the Tsumi clan. Tsumi Justice is preparing a sedan chair at the door. Kakashi, why did you come so soon? Tsumi was surprised. There are still a few hours to get married. Tsunade-sama Jiraiya said that he wanted to come over to see him, so I brought them here. Father-in-law, both of them will ask you. I still have things to deal with. Tell me. 3. I will come to pick her up in a few hours. It is good. After Tsumi's father responded, Kakashi disappeared again. Duke Tsumi, what are you preparing for the sedan chair? Jiraiya also laughed. It's not Kakashi's idea to let Xiaming sit in this sedan chair, and then he will send him to Konoha. Tsumi said helplessly. It turns out that this is the case. Kakashi has so many spooky ideas. By the way, where is Tsumi? We came here to give gifts. Jiraiya also said. Xiaming is in the front room. Go over. With a squeak, the door opened, and both Jiraiya and Tsunade were taken aback. In the room, the woman is dressed in red, wearing a phoenix crown with a curtain, a little red lips, and a half blush, which is beautiful. It's so beautiful. Jiraiya couldn't help but exclaimed. Immediately, there was a pain in the tender flesh of the waist. Ouch! Jiraiya also let out a scream, and then showed a slanderous look. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, why are you here? Tsumi said shyly. She also just changed into this dress. Even if it is herself, she has a stunning feeling. Is this the wedding dress designed by Kakashi? It's really not easy. Tsunade smiled. I like it too. Tsumi smiled. We are here to give you a gift. I think you will like this gift. Tsunade smiled. Yes, I'm here to give gifts too. This is for you. Jiraiya also said, took out a book from his arms and handed it to Tsumi. Tsumi was curious and couldn't help turning over. There are pictures in the book, and the two villains are playing various poses. After only a moment, Tsumi blushed. What is this? Chapter 802 Wedding Day. Seeing Tsumi blushing like that, Tsunade was a little curious about what it was. Curiosity made Tsunade go over to watch. However, Jiraiya's desire to survive stopped Tsunade and said, Tsunade, this is my gift to others. You can't steal it. What is this? It's so mysterious. Tsunade became more curious. It's nothing. It's just the results of my years of research. Tsumi, if you have mastered these skills, you can make sure that there will be no problems with cleaning up that guy Kakashi. Jiraiya also said, patted his chest with a proud look. Tsumi put away the book, suppressed the shyness in her heart, and said in a low voice, thank you, Mr. Jiraiya. Ha ha ha, you are welcome. You will like it even more when you realize the secrets. Looking at the wretched face of Jiraiya, Tsumi was a little helpless. Sure enough, as Kakashi said, this guy is a perverted old man. However, the things in this book may be really useful or not necessarily. Thinking of this, Tsumi's face turned redder. Tsunade didn't know, so he didn't bother to ask again. Jiraiya is over, and there is my gift. Here you are. This is what I gave you, very useful. Tsunade said, took out a scroll and handed it to Tsumi. Tsumi was also curious to open it. I saw a lot of words densely written in it, which seemed to be explaining a kind of magical ninjutsu. This is Yin Seal? Tsumi was surprised. Yes, but only part of it. The main effect is to keep the face unchanged. I believe that with your talents, it does not take too long to learn. Tsunade said. Tsumi was overjoyed when she heard this, and there was no gift that made Tsumi more delighted. For a woman, being immortal is really a luxury. I don't know how many women have put countless things on their faces in order to keep their youth. It can be seen how much women care about this face. Thank you, Tsunade-sama, Tsumi said sincerely. Seeing that Tsunade, who was already in her 50s, could still maintain the face and figure of a girl, Trumim was full of confidence in this yin seal. No one wants to become an old and ugly fat woman. That kind of perception is simply a nightmare. Welcome, happy newlywed. Tsunade smiled. For Kakashi, Tsunade has always been his junior. Nowadays, the younger generation that I value most gets married. As an elder, it is natural to give something that is eye-catching, and nothing is more appropriate than this. Konoha. Kakashi saw that everything was ready, and he was relieved. The next step is to greet his bride. Kakashi waved his right hand and 3 figures appeared in front of him. Xuanjian, Dong, and Iwasi, please go to Uin and welcome Ming back. Yes, Hokage-sama. After speaking, the 3 of them simultaneously activated the Flying Thunder God technique and left where they were. The Thunder God team left behind by Watergate was used like this by Kakashi. I don't know what Watergate was feeling. Then, it's the final preparation. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, Kashin, Shigogo. Ms. Kakashi brother, we are here. The 5 people responded in unison. Ready to start? Yes. The 5 were very excited and started their own work. So my family residence. The 3 of Genma appeared at Trumi Ming's door, knelt down on one knee, and said, congratulations, Madam Naruto. In the room, Tsunade heard this with a smile and said, it seems that the person to pick up is here. Trumi Ming heard this, feeling a little nervous. The red hijab was placed on the phoenix crown, hanging down slightly, covering the beautiful face. Tsunade gently held Trumi and said, don't be nervous, come with me. Trumi nodded slightly. The door opened. Tsunade walked out slowly with Trumi and entered into the sedan chair. Immediately, the 3 people in the Xuanjian formed a circle, and at the same time they formed seals, and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Fusion's Great Squad, the mission is complete. With a scream, the sedan chair appeared somewhere in Konoha. Kakashi smiled slightly and said softly, Ming, you are here. In the sedan chair, Trumi Ming heard Kakashi's voice, and he seemed even more nervous. Kakashi stepped forward slightly, opened the door curtain of the sedan chair, and gently held Trumi Ming's right hand, and said, come with me. Trumi tightly grasped Kakashi's hand and walked out slowly. When the 2 stood in front of the sedan chair, Kakashi gently lifted his hijab, revealing the face below. There was a burst of exclamation in my heart, and it was so beautiful. Kakashi smiled, and took Trumi Ming's right hand and said, come here. At this time, the place where the 2 of them stood was a small road covered with cherry blossoms and white snow. The feet leave traces shallowly. Drag the red skirt, leaving a landscape. The sky full of cherry blossoms flying around, seems to be celebrating this event. The square was already full of people at this time. The moment Kakashi came in with Trumi, the whole city was suddenly silent. The beauty is thrilling, and the beauty is suffocating. The faint smile on his face is even more exciting. This is Hagai Kakashi's wife, Trumi. Maybe it should be called Hamuming in the future. The cherry blossoms made their way, and the 2 walked slowly, surrounded by blessed people. A hustle and bustle can't be stopped after all. It's just that the noise of happiness seems to be very pleasing to the ear. It's so beautiful. I will do the same for my wedding in the future, Naruto said excitedly. Me too, Sasuke echoed. Then it was decided so happily. Okay. As the 2 said, Sakura and Hinata beside them blushed. Is it really going to be like this? It seems pretty good too, Sakura secretly said in her heart. It's great to have such memories with Naruto-kun, Hinata said shyly. In the distance, both the soil and the flower bell watched this scene quietly, full of blessings in their hearts. The wedding is always mixed with some noise. But if there is no such noise, this wedding may seem a little deserted. The wedding process went down over and over again, a little tired, but more joy in my heart. Under the witness of everyone, the 2 names of Kakashi and Trumi were closely linked. Their stories will be told by the world, and their love will be remembered by the world. The night is approaching, and the crescent is hanging high. The hustle and bustle of the day finally came to an end. In the house of Hajiki, Trumi sat quietly in front of the bed, waiting for her beloved to return. After a long wait, the door finally opened. Triyumi Ming looked up and saw the familiar face. The tension in my heart seemed to subside completely at this time. Ming, I'm back. Triyumi smiled. This night, after all, was a restless night. Especially Triyumi Ming had studied Jiraiya's gift carefully before. On the moon, the spring breeze has a few degrees. Chapter 803 Love Story. One night spring breeze, full of peach blossoms. Kakashi didn't know where Triyumi Ming learned so many weird things. I have never seen her use these in my previous relationship. As for the effect, Kakashi said he should be okay. The morning sun shines in the courtyard of Kaima's house. Through the window, it shines on the bodies of the two of them. Kakashi frowned slightly and slowly opened his eyes. It was still the familiar ceiling, but there was one more person beside him. A beautiful woman. A smile slowly spread at the corner of his mouth. Kakashi gently kissed Yuren's forehead in his arms. Triyumi seemed to feel it, and moved lazily, and then hugged Kakashi even tighter. Kakashi smiled slightly and whispered softly in his ear, "Big slacker, got up." Triyumi said gruffly, "No, I haven't slept enough. I was exhausted last night." The soft voice was half asleep and half awake, and it sounded very cute. Kakashi moved in his heart, stretched out his right hand and scraped lightly on the tip of his nose. "I hate it." Triyumi Ming did not open her eyes and groaned. Seeing that the person in her arms was so cute, Kakashi couldn't bear to wake him up. The right hand slowly closed the seal, and then with a bang, a shadow clone appeared beside him. The shadow clone left wittily and went to the kitchen to get busy. The daily plan is in the morning, and breakfast is still very important. The shadow clone played an important role at this time. Kakashi suddenly felt that if these ninjutsu were used well, instead of being used in battle, they might be able to change the way of life of human beings. Think about how much convenience those weird ninjutsu can add to life. For example, Yamato is very good at building houses. If all of these are used, the economic benefits that ninjas can create far exceed those of ordinary people. It's a pity that this world uses ninjas as combat power, which is really a waste. Kakashi gently stroked Triyumi Ming's hair, the faint fragrance of the hair surrounded by the tip of his nose. Slightly harder with his left hand, he hugged him tighter. This feeling is really good. It was a beautiful day. The warm winter sun shining on the village. Everyone looked beaming. Itachi came out of Uchiha's house and walked slowly towards the An base. Along the way, the villagers who saw Itachi would greet respectfully. The identity of Itachi has been respected by the villagers following the reveal of Kakashi. Even the Uchiha clan people admire Itachi very much. Originally, Itachi was an outstanding existence among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan, but was spurned by the clan because of the betrayal. Now that the identity is clear, the original spurn is naturally non-existent, and more of a kind of admiration. It is really admirable that one person can do this step. The undercover profession has always been high risk and low return. If it is not for a firm belief, it is impossible to succeed at all. But Itachi did it, and did a great job. This alone is enough to make people respect him. This situation made Itachi a little uncomfortable at first, because he has lived in the dark for too long, and now suddenly he has become so bright. It is indeed a bit unacceptable. Fortunately, after a few days, Itachi also slowly accepted the matter. "Itachi, it's so early." Shishui did not know where he ran out, and put his right hand on Itachi's shoulder. "Zishui, shouldn't you go to route? Why do you have time to wander in the street?" Itachi whispered. "Well, people occasionally have to give themselves a chance to relax. Today's routes have long been cleaned up and obediently docile. I just let the department handle many matters. If you always come by yourself, you will be exhausted. As a leader, you must know how to use the talents under you rationally," Zishui said. Hearing the words, Itachi smiled and said, "Obviously, I want to be lazy, so I have to find so many excuses." Hey, I was able to see through it. But there is really nothing wrong with the routes recently. Ninja world has just been peaceful, and there is no one who doesn't have such long eyes, making trouble at this juncture. Zishui smiled. Indeed, Anb is also very busy lately, Itachi said. Yes, but seeing everything prosperous and developing, our original wish has been realized. Itachi nodded slightly. At the beginning, the two people's wish was that the Uchiha clan and Konoha could coexist peacefully, and Konoha could continue to grow stronger without worrying about the invasion of other villages. And now, these things have been achieved. For Itachi and Shishui, it is indeed a great comfort. Itachi, what are your plans next? Shishui asked. Are you planning? Now that I have returned to Konoha, I naturally do my job well. I have made my own contribution to Konoha's development. No, I'm not talking about this. Shishui shook his head. What is that? Of course it's a lifelong event. You think Kakashi is already married? Are you going to be fast too? I think that after you come back, the relationship with Queen is getting closer and closer, Shishui said with a wink. Itachi was a little embarrassed when he heard this, and said, it's okay. But she and I are still young. There are some things you don't need to rush. Itachi is only 21 years old now, an age that has not graduated from college, so he is really not in a hurry. Shishui smiled and said, well, that's great, otherwise, I'm the only one left. That's too lonely. Itachi glanced at Shishui somewhat weirdly, and said, Shishui, even if I don't get married, you are the only single dog. If the water stop is struck by lightning, it appears grayish-white. Queen has already agreed to be my girlfriend. Still water is like 1,000 arrows piercing the heart. At this time, Queen came slowly from the front. Seeing Itachi, Queen exclaimed with joy, Itachi. Itachi heard the sound and looked at it. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. Spring. For a while, Shishui felt like a huge light bulb. The light bulb is a very magical existence, because he will shine and heat, not because of himself, but because of the two people next to him. How bright the light bulb is if the couple is so affectionate. The water stop should be 10 million watts. Itachi, it suddenly occurred to me that there is still something I haven't done. I'll leave first and talk again when I have time. Shishui left wittily, because if he stayed by himself, he would only be hurt. The world is very unfriendly to single dogs. As soon as Queen came over, he saw Shishui leave, and asked strangely, Itachi, what's wrong with Shishui? Nothing, just made a wise choice. Itachi smiled. What choice? Queen asked in confusion. It's nothing. Let's go to Anbu together. Yeah? Queen responded softly. The two figures walked away slowly, exuding the fragrance of love. Chapter 804 Cleanup after marriage. After marriage, Kakashi had a very comfortable life. After substantial work during the day, Tsumi Ming is with her at night. Of course, Tsumi did not become a full housewife, but became a diplomatic ambassador, responsible for receiving guests from various countries. Tsumi was originally a water shadow, so this kind of thing is naturally familiar. Of course, this work is not tiring, on the contrary it is very easy. For ordinary small characters, Tsumi Ming doesn't need to be interviewed at all. At least it had to be a daimyo's messenger or other shadow messengers, before Tsumi Ming was required to meet him. Therefore, this is a very high job, but actually very idle work. Kakashi does not want Tsumi to become that kind of housewife. Women should have their own business. This is what Kakashi has always insisted on. Of course, if Tsumi is unwilling, Kakashi will never force it. But Tsumi is also an enterprising person, otherwise he would not become a water shadow. I originally thought that Kakashi would want to become a good wife and mother who cares at home. After all, this is basically the case in this world. But when he knew that Kakashi respected his wishes and hoped that he could have his own business, Tsumi was surprised. She originally planned to give up her career for love, but now that she can take care of both, Tsumi is naturally very happy. Although this job is easy, it also requires strong abilities. Tsumi Ming readily agreed. The love that the two grow up together can last long. This day is a rest day. Kakashi and Tsumi are at home. Both of them wore certain paper hats on their heads. aprons and various tools in their hands. Ming looked at Kakashi's dress with a playful smile. This look is also very cute. Ming smiled. If Konoha's villagers saw Kakashi like this, they would probably be stunned. Kakashi said helplessly, Ming, even if you want to clean, you don't have to be like this, right? This way it won't stain the clothes, and it's cute. Okay, don't talk about it, let's do it quickly. Ming said, pushing Kakashi into a room. Just start in this room. Ming rolled up her sleeves and planned to do a big job. Kakashi smiled upon seeing this, and said, okay. Ming tied her hair into a ponytail, revealing 2 strands of bangs between her forehead, which looked very moving. Kaima's house is very large, with 7 rooms. Kakashi usually lives in only 1 room. So even if it is cleaning, it will only clean your own room and living room kitchen. Occasionally, I would even plan on the room Mao lived in before his death. Now that Terumi is here, there is a need for something new at home. There is a room Ming has planned to transform it into a cloakroom. After all, how many clothes a woman has, you should never try to figure it out thoroughly. Owning a huge cloakroom should also be the dream of many women. As for Kakashi, a big house owner, there is absolutely no problem. As for money, for Kakashi, it is just a few figures. Don't make too much money from performing sleevel tasks over the years. Therefore, cleaning is a must. Now they are cleaning one of the rooms. There is no cleaning all year round, so there is not a lot of dust here. With a light touch, a lot of dust appeared. When the window opens, there is warm sunlight. What is this? When Ming was cleaning the corner, he suddenly found a slightly rusty key, which seemed to be some years old. Kakashi heard the sound and walked over. Terumi gave the key to Kakashi, and said, where is the key? Kakashi took it, looked at it carefully, and said, I don't know, it shouldn't be mine. But this shape looks familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere. Kakashi appeared contemplative, and then searched for information in his head. Ming looked at Kakashi idiotically, and said in his heart, my man is so handsome, and his thinking is even more handsome. Correct. Kakashi suddenly thought of something and whispered softly. Terumi was awakened and curiously asked, what's the matter? I know where this key is. Kakashi smiled. Where? You come with me? Kakashi said, holding Ming's right hand, and ran into another room. Where is this? Terumi was puzzled. This is my father's room. Kakashi said, walking into a cabinet, seeming to be rummaging for something. Terumi looked around in surprise. Kakashi's father is the famous White Fang in the legend. Ming naturally also knows it. Konoha's white teeth seemed to have the sharp knife energy remaining in this room. There are photos of Mao and Kakashi as a child. Upon seeing this, Ming took the photo and couldn't help but smile. Kakashi, how did you put on such an expression when you were a kid? Kakashi stood up at this time, and said awkwardly, when I was a kid, there was a little character problem. Look, I found something. Ming looked at Kakashi holding a small box in his hands, and said strangely, this is what you are looking for? Yes, you see there is a keyhole on it. Kakashi pointed to a place on the box and said, hey, the shape of this keyhole looks like that of the key just now. Ming was surprised. It should be the key to this small box. This box is my father's relic. Although I am curious about what is inside, I didn't open it because I didn't have the key. Kakashi said while inserting the key. It seemed a bit astringent because of the rust, but when I tried harder, I heard a click and the lock was unlocked. Kakashi's eyes lit up and opened the box gently, only to see a stack of photos inside. This is. Kakashi was a little surprised, took out the photos in the box, and turned them over one by one. The first few photos were photos of young Mao with a beautiful woman. In the photo, both of them have a sweet smile. Kakashi, are these your parents? Ming curiously asked. Kakashi nodded slightly and smiled. Yes. Only the mother can make father laugh so happy. They look so happy. Ming looked envied. Yes. They must be very happy, either here or in another world, Kakashi said with a smile. but suddenly the movement in his hand stopped. That is another picture. There are two people in the photo. Judging from the photo alone, they are definitely friends. One of them is naturally Shumao, while the other one surprised Kakashi. That person is -1. Chapter 805 White Fang and Snake. Hey, isn't this Oshimaru? Tsurumi Ming, who was on the side, wondered. Kakashi nodded, also somewhat puzzled. In the photo, both of them are just teenagers. Daishiwan was not as gloomy as it was afterwards, as if smiling shyly. But Shuamao smiled very heartily, and he didn't have such a strong and fierce spirit. Kakashi turned the photo over, with a line written on the back. The text filled with a sense of sharpness made Kakashi recognize the owner of the font at a glance. It was his father, Tsukumo Hagai. The words are like the person, and these words are like the sword technique of white teeth. My friends, be like siblings. Kakashi was taken aback, feeling a little surprised. There are probably not many people who can be called friends by Shuamao. All Kakashi knew was Uchiha Mike's. Hearing what Zilei said, it seems that his relationship with Shuamao is also very good. But Dashimaru has never heard of such a relationship. There seems to be some old things in it. Kakashi was a little curious. Thinking back to my previous encounters with Dashwan, I seem to have heard Dashwan admiring his father. The kind of appreciation that comes to mind now, it seems that it is not only the appreciation of Shuamao's strength, but there is also a feeling of nostalgia in his tone. It's just that Kakashi was in a hostile relationship at the time, and Kakashi didn't seriously distinguish the subtle differences. Kakashi knew his father, and he was able to put the photo with Oshimaru in this box, although the relationship between the two was far closer than the average companion. Because Kakashi also found a photo of his father and his father with the soil in it, that is, Yufeng. There are only these 4 people in the picture in this box. It can be seen that the relationship between father and Dashwan is absolutely extraordinary. But Kakashi carefully searched the memory in his mind, and found that his father rarely heard of Dashwan. Is the relationship between the two really so good? Kakashi, what do you think? Tsurumi curiously asked. Ming, wondering what the relationship between my father and Oshimaru is, so that my father can leave these things. I am afraid that his relationship with Oshimaru is even closer than I and Shishui, Kakashi said. Kakashi, if you want to know, you can check the file. There should be a detailed record. Tsurumi Ming suggested. Kakashi's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and said, yes, as long as you check the files of his father and Oshimaru, you should be able to find out. Kakashi said, he wanted to leave, but after thinking about it, it seemed that there was still some sanitation at home, which was a bit embarrassing for a while. Upon seeing this, Tsurumi smiled and said, go. Leave it to me here. While speaking, he took off the paper cap on Kakashi's head and the apron on his body. Then trouble my wife, Kakashi said with a smile, and then lightly kissed Tsurumi Ming's forehead, and with thunder disappeared in place. Tsurumi Ming smiled sweetly, and continued to get busy. Kakashi appeared in the archives room. After becoming Hokage, there is no information in this archive that he can't access. Therefore, he walked in naturally and found out the information about Shuama and Dashwan. Among them, there are data records of 2 people. Kakashi read the past quickly, referring to the overlaps, and unexpectedly discovered that the intersection between the two when they were young was really quite a lot. I didn't expect my father to have such a story with Dashimaru, which is really surprising, Kakashi muttered to himself, and seemed to have some understanding of the fate between Dashimaru and White Fang. If you want to get a thorough understanding, I'm afraid I can only ask someone to ask. After Kakashi finished speaking, he disappeared. The person he was looking for was naturally Lai Lai. Konoha 18 years, the 3rd exercise field. Shumao was holding a short knife in his right hand and was slashing it continuously, sweat soaking his clothes. Not enough. The angle of this knife is not enough. It should be tilted 1 more degree. Shuama whispered in his heart, but the movement in his hand was not half stagnant. Damn it, it's still not enough. As Shuama said, His hands pressed harder. The short knife seemed to be affected by something, and suddenly became extremely flexible. Click. The short knife slashed across the trunk lightly, and a big tree was cut into 2 sections by Xiumao. Xiumao looked overjoyed and said with a smile, "It's a success." "Are you practicing?" A timid voice sounded not far away, and Xiumao was a little surprised. Turning his head and looking, it was a Zhengtai wearing a white kimono, who looked only 5 or 6 years old. The face is fair and delicate, coupled with the long black hair. "I'm afraid some people believe that it is a woman." Xiumao glanced at Daishiwan, responded softly, and then turned and left. When he was practicing, he didn't like to be seen. Seeing that Xiumao had left like this, Mayu did not stop him, just staring at the traces left by the knife blankly. The cutting surface is extremely smooth, and the momentum of the knife has actually taken shape. Of course, these big snake pills don't understand. He just knew that the man in front of him was so amazing. "Is he a ninja?" "Very powerful. Obviously a few years older than me." Oshimaru whispered softly. Under the sun, the young Oshimaru and Xiumao met. On that day, Oshimaru was still a handsome and shy child, and Shamo was already a decent swordsmanship ninja. The first encounter in life does not seem to be very friendly. "Hey, Dashimaru, what do you do?" Jai didn't know where it came from, and patted Dashwan on the shoulder hard. "Look." Dashimaru didn't mind Jiraiya's rude means, and pointed to the big tree that was cut off by Shamo. Jai was also taken aback when he saw this, and exclaimed, "What a powerful sword technique. Do you know how to use swords?" Oshimaru questioned. "Ha ha ha, isn't it a knife that cuts the tree? It doesn't look like an axe either." Jai also laughed. "Stupid," Oshimaru whispered, then turned and left. Maybe after staying with this guy with no IQ for a long time, he will become stupid too. However, the person just now seems very interesting. Oshimaru thought of this, showing a faint smile. Maybe it will be very interesting. On the second day, Xiumao still practiced the sword technique here, and Dashimaru didn't know when it started and appeared on the side. Xiumao seemed to feel it, and threw it away. "Call out." The short knife slashed in midair and nailed it to the tree beside the Oshimaru. Hum. The short knife trembles constantly and makes a slight noise. Oshimaru just smiled, without the slightest fear. "What you up to?" Xiumao said coldly. Although he is young, he already has the instinct to fight and amazing judgment. "Hello, my name is Daishiwan." Daishiwan said softly, with a gentle smile on her face. That kind of smile makes people unhappy. Xiumao was also taken aback, and he couldn't help but said, "My name is Hagai Xiumao." In the sun, the two looked at each other. Acquaintance seems to start from here. Chapter 806 White Fang and Snake 2. Are you practicing? Oshimaru raised his own question again. This question that Xiumao just answered indifferently yesterday. Xiumao nodded slightly, walked to the side of Dashimaru, and drew out the short knife stuck in the tree. "When I was practicing, I didn't like others to see it, so don't hide and peek in the future," Xiumao whispered. Oshimaru smiled and said, "Okay." Xiumao looked at Dashwan. This overly delicate young man seemed to be a little different from ordinary people. "Why are you here?" Xiumao didn't know why he asked, but he just asked. Even when asked, even he himself was surprised. "Because waiting for you," Oshimaru said without thinking, with a smile on his face. Xiumao was taken aback, and said, "Wait for me? Why?" "Because you are great," Oshimaru said, pointing to the big tree that was chopped down by Xiumao yesterday. "Just because of this? Also because you are funny." "Interesting." Oshimaru nodded, and said, "You look much smarter than the fellow Jailia." "Jailia?" "It's another unfamiliar name." Xiumao thought for a while. It seemed that he was being spotted by a strange guy. The short knife was inserted into the scabbard behind. Shamo turned around and wanted to leave. Oshimaru suddenly said, "Shamo, why are you practicing?" Hearing this, Xiumao paused. Why practice? Xiumao didn't know this question himself, because he has been asked like this by his father. The Hagai family was not prosperous at first, but in the generation of Xiumao's father, there were only a few people. And Shuamao is the only boy in the Hagaki family today. He was placed high hopes. Fortunately, the young Shuamao showed great potential. The flagwood sword technique seems to be tailor-made for him, but after reading it once, he mastered it, although only its form. But for a child who is only 7 or 8 years old, it is already extremely rare. Shuamao's father believed that Shuamao was the hope for the re-emergence of the Kima clan. Therefore, in this lesson of practice, Shuamao has never stopped. That kind of training volume is not something that any child can easily imagine. But Shuamao clenched his teeth and persevered. Although the skill of the sword is not great, but the willpower is far beyond ordinary people. Shuamao was only performing these training tasks mechanically. Asking him why, he didn't know how to answer after a while. And he was originally a person who was not good at expressing "do not know." Finally, Shuamao spit out 3 words gently. This is his truth. Of course, this kind of answer is impossible to satisfy Dashimaru. If you don't know, why do you have to work so hard? Dashimaru asked puzzledly. Because I don't want to live up to my father's expectations. Father? Dashimaru was stunned, and her right hand under the wide sleeve was slightly squeezed tightly. This title is a bit heartache for him today. His parents have just passed away, just like all ninjas who died to protect the village. They are the same, and they are 2 of the most ordinary. Before they were alive, they didn't seem to have any expectations of themselves. If so, it seems that I hope I can live a normal life. Just a ninja, how plain. A few days ago, Oshimaru had been spotted by Sarutobi Hichi because of his outstanding talent. After graduating from the ninja school, he would become his disciple. He is a man destined to become a ninja. The change of Daishiwan's expression did not escape Shuamao's eyes. Although Shuamao is not big, but that look has been seen too much in these years. That's the expression of losing a loved one. Bitter and helpless. At the same time full of confusion. For some reason, Shuamao suddenly felt sympathy for this delicate young man. Even if he is a child who has lost his mother. Sorry, Shuamao said softly. Daishiwan came back to his senses, and said in doubt, sorry? Why? Looking at you, you should have lost a loved one. On hearing this, Daishimaru did not show a sad look, but said, you really are much smarter than the fool. As if surprised by the emotional change of Dashwan, Shuamao didn't know what to say for a while. Are you a ninja? Daishimaru pointed to the forehead on the top of Shuamao's head and said. He knew that it was something that was granted only when he became a ninja. Symbolizes the glory of the ninja. Yes. Why do you want to be a ninja? Oshimaru asked. Shuamao was stunned again. This teenager who seemed to be younger than himself always seemed to ask questions that he didn't know how to answer. Shuamao knew that this person, like himself, was a precocious person. Because of these issues, they are simply not issues that children of this age should consider. Because of other people's expectations. Shuamao thought for a while and said so. Is it? Daishiwan lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Am so envious. This kind of reason. Oshimaru smiled, very gentle. In the sun, that smile makes people feel softer. But Shuamao felt a little distressed. Does he no longer even have such expectations? The term orphan is really distressing. Being a ninja, can life and death be changed? Oshimaru said suddenly. Shuamao shook his head without thinking, and said, how is it possible? I have never heard of this kind of ninjutsu. Is it? Daishimaru was a little disappointed, but then smiled confidently again. I haven't heard of it. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Maybe I can create such ninjutsu in the future. Maybe I can still meet my parents, but it's not necessarily. What do you think, Shuamao? Daishimaru looked at Shuamao expectantly. Shuamao knew that he wanted an affirmative answer. Oshimaru hopes that someone will join him in thinking that this is not an impossible thing. After knowing what he was thinking, the big idiot Jiraiya would only think that he was going crazy. Shuamao nodded subconsciously, wondering if he really thought it was okay, or if he simply didn't want to disappoint the delicate young man in front of him. Sure enough, after Shuamao nodded, Daishimaru showed a very happy smile. Thank you, Shuamao. Daishiwan said with a smile. but tears filled his eyes. Under the sun, there seemed to be something strange flowing in those eyes. Tears ran across the pale face, across the corners of the mouth, and dripped on the green grass. Xiaomao was taken aback. He cried. Why? Nobody knows. Xiaomao took out the white cloth for wiping the knife in the ninja bag, and handed it to Dashi-1. Here you are, don't cry. A man must not cry. A gust of wind blew by, and the tears of Oshmaru seemed to have been dried. Really? Then I won't cry anymore. Instead, there was a faint smile. Chapter 807 White Fang and Snake 3 Konoha 35 years. During World War II, dim battlefield camp, the three people, Oshimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, who showed off their sharp edges in the ninja world, gathered here. Tsunade hurried over, his clothes soaked and panting heavily, as if he wanted to enter a certain room, but was stopped by Jiraiya. Dashi-1's complexion was calm, with a sneer on the corners of her mouth. It was torrential rain outside. Tsunade, it's better not to go in and look at the corpse. Jiraiya also whispered. Dashi-Maru sneered and said, what's the matter? Anyway, I can't recognize him as his younger brother. Oshwan, just say a few words less. Things are already like this. Jiraiya also shouted in a low voice. The corpse has long been completely different. What I see now is just a reorganized appearance. There is no doctor on the battlefield. Even if it is injured, it is difficult to treat. Moreover, it is still the same kind of injury. Even if you are on the scene, it cannot be treated. Oshimaru looked at Tsunade coldly, her voice a little cold. Tsunade took a step back, but was unable to speak. Dashi-Maru stretched his right hand into his arms, took out a green pendant, and said in a low voice, it's just that this is too cruel for a child, especially a guy who has just received a birthday gift and is full of blood. Oshimaru handed the pendant to Tsunade, and then left. It was still raining heavily outside, but Dashi-Maru didn't care at all. He lifted his head slightly. The rain drenched his face. There seemed to be drops of water falling from the corners of the eyes. I just don't know if it was tears or rain. Nosuke, he is not only Tsunade's younger brother, but also Oshimaru's first disciple. For this talented disciple, Dashi-Maru is very fond of it. But now, such a person should die like this, which is really a bit aggrieved. Okimaru. In the rain, there was a shout from a person, and Dashi-Maru tilted his head to look. In the rain, is another familiar figure. Xiaomao. What happened to the rope tree? Xiaomao worried. Oh, die. If you get caught in such a trap, even I won't be able to live, let alone he is only 12 years old. Dashi-Maru sneered. He was accustomed to disguise, and he did not show the slightest sadness at this time. The rain wetted his face, and there was no trace of it. Xiaomao's heart was shocked. And sure enough, it was the result. On the battlefield, even if it was them, they couldn't always protect a person's thoroughness. Xiaomao sighed just looking at the pretentious appearance of Dashi-Maru. Oshimaru, just show your sadness. Don't look like this. After more than 10 years of getting along with each other, Xiaomao naturally knows Dashi-1 very well. This look, you really have to pretend as much as you can. The rain drenched Dashi-Maru's long hair. He lowered his head, and the rain kept falling. Xiaomao. What is the life of a ninja? Is such a sacrifice really necessary? Is life really so fragile? Dashi-Maru kept asking questions, not knowing whether he was asking Xiaomao or himself. Oshimaru, in the shinobi world, we can't help ourselves. Is it involuntary? It's really sad. Dashi-Maru mocked. Oshimaru, are you okay? Xiaomao said worriedly. Oshimaru shook his head and whispered, Sakumo, that ninjutsu that can revive the dead, I will definitely create it. Definitely. There was firmness in that tone. Xiaomao was taken aback, recalling the scene when the two met when he was a child. At that time, I thought that Dashi-1 was just a childlike word, but now I should have retreated. But now it seems that this is not the case. Oshimaru, it's full of risks, and the sacrifice is too great. Xiaomao persuaded. Oshimaru smiled and said, don't worry, Shushi, There are many materials for the experiment in this era of war. I have collected many corpses of enemy ninjas, and there will be no problem involving the soul. Even if there are experimental materials, it is not a small harm to oneself. Mao. Some things can't be done without sacrifice. I think you should know more about this truth than me. Dashimaru finished speaking, and left without looking back. The rain is still falling. Seeing Dashwin leave, Shuamao knew that he had changed. It has become different from before. Okaimaru, Shuamao murmured softly, an unidentified emotion in his heart. This friend seems to have embarked on a different path. World War II is not over yet. Konoha has not yet won. But everything seems to have changed. Dashimaru became more indifferent and stayed in his own laboratory as soon as possible. Shuamao hadn't seen him for a long time. In the days when the war was temporarily stable, Shuamao went to Oshimaru as before, but he could not be seen. Shuamao knew that Dashwin was hiding from himself, because he is the only person who knows what he really thinks. That is a road full of human distortions. Looking at Dashimaru's home from a distance, Shuamao finally sighed. Turning and leaving, perhaps. Between the two can never go back to the past. Inside, Oshimaru silently watched Shuamao leave, the light in his eyes dimmed and uncertain. Shuamao, wait. I will definitely succeed. I have already obtained the second generation of adults reincarnation technique. As long as I understand more about this, I can definitely create a real longevity technique. Dashimaru didn't want to see Shuamao, nor dared to see it. He was afraid that his friend would come to persuade himself. He was afraid to see his disappointed eyes. Shuamao, I'm sorry. Konoha 37 years. Shuamao disappeared for a year and finally returned. The Ayako he went to rescue did not come back, but the baby boy with the same silver-white hair was carried back. His name is Kakashi, his and her son. Is Ayako dead? Oshimaru muttered to himself. He was a little worried. Oshimaru knew how much that steel-like man liked Ayako. But now, this woman is dead. On that day, Dashwin went to find Shuamao. Dashwin was a little surprised the moment he saw Shuamao. The man who used to be as sharp as a knife now looks like an ordinary person. He reduced his sharp edge. He was taking care of the baby, with smiles and tears on his face. In a daze, Daishiwan remembered what Shuamao had said to him. A man must not cry. I had never seen Shuamao crying. Dashwin, and was stunned. Shuamao, do you believe that people can be resurrected after death? Oshimaru asked quietly. Oshimaru, Ayako is still alive, living in my heart. She will never die. When Shuamao said this, he quietly looked at Daishiwan, and the smile on his face became even brighter. It's just that Dashimaru doesn't understand what that smile means. Chapter 808 White Fang and Snake. And after that, the two hadn't seen each other for a long time. Daishiwan is still busy with his own experiments. It's just that he also has his own bottom line. All he uses is the corpse of the enemy. His experiments have made great progress, and success seems to be waving to him not far away. Konoha for 40 years. The war continues. Uekai Hayukes died in battle. Shuamao returned to Konoha with Yufeng's body. Another important person in Shuamao's life was lost. Daishimaru looked at the information in the laboratory and sighed leisurely. Shuamao, does even Yufeng live in your heart now? Daishiwan left the laboratory. In the sunset, he saw Shuamao's figure silent at the memorial monument. Haven't left for a long time. There is a lot of content in his eyes, and the Oshimaru on the side is actually a bit invisible for a while. It was a pity, and there seemed to be a choice. But what shocked Dashwin was that there was a kind of relief. Relief? Why does he feel relieved? What decision did he make? Dashwin doesn't know, but he was suddenly scared. It seems that the person in front of me will disappear in general. Will it disappear? This man is like a cold knife. Shuamao. Oshimaru stood behind Shuamao, and whispered softly, just like when he secretly watched Shuamao practice the knife. Shuamao didn't look back, just whispered, Oshimaru, the road of humans always has to go by yourself. But don't regret it. Yufeng made his own choice. I also have what I want to go. Way. So, where is your way? Your choice. Dashwon was taken aback. My way? Shuamao turned around, took a look at Dashwon, and said, Dashwon, you thing has made me understand the truth. What? Sometimes, choice is more important than anything. Select choice is a measure. People often choose the direction that is good for them. That's normal people's approach. But some people will choose the direction that is not good for them but is good for them. That's a fool's approach. It's really a fool's approach. As if it was self-employed. But I want to do this fool's way again, Shuamao said and laughed again, then turned and left. In the sun, Shuamao's shadow seemed to be stretched very long. Shimaru stayed in place quietly, not knowing why. What did Shuamao figured out? What does he want to do? Dashwon didn't even know. Shiwon did not expect that this time, it would be the last time the two would meet again. Years have passed, and World War II has long since ended. And Shuomo's son Kakashi also began to emerge. Graduated at the age of 5. And forbearance at the age of 6. The name of Hagai Kakashi's genius spread throughout Konoha. Hammer Kakashi, Shumao, you have a good son. When Shimaru learned of these news, he was just happy for his friends, and then he went into the experiment again. His experiment is about to succeed. Konoha's 45-year in June. Tsukumo Hajiki, a super ninja known as Konoha's White Teeth, committed suicide at home because of unbearable rumors. At the time of death, only a 7-year-old son was with him. In the laboratory, Dashimaru received the news, and looked horrified. How is it possible? How could Shuamao die? Shiwon was shocked and left the laboratory in an instant. But what came was only Shuamao's funeral. The funeral is very simple. Except for Kakashi and the third generation, there is no one. I also wandered away, and didn't know anything about it. Shimaru stood far away from the cemetery without saying a word. Still dead? Shiwon looked at Shumao who was lying quietly, without a trace of vitality. That is a corpse, a dead body without any possibility of resurrection. He did not die by the enemy's knife, but by his proud white-toothed short knife. How ironic. Shuomao. Shimaru cried softly, his fists clenched tightly. The choice you have said is involuntary. Is this the choice you have said? Shiwon roared in his heart, full of puzzlement. How could such a strong man die like this? He didn't believe it. At the beginning of that day, Dashwon left the laboratory. The research that was about to succeed has been put aside for the time being. He is investigating the cause of Shuomo's death. Investigate the source of the rumors. All the clues point to one person, Danzo. And also, in the laboratory, under the dim light, Shiwon looked at the candlelight quietly. The erratic candlelight. Shuomao, you are right. People have to make their own choices. Shiwon whispered softly, and then gently pinched the candlelight away. The room was plunged into darkness. In this place, Dashimaru doesn't want to stay anymore. But before leaving, some things may be available first. Konoha is 46 years. Root Danzo got the news that Dashwon was tinkering with human experiments. In the same year, Danzo joined the Dashwon experiment on the condition of providing experimental materials. Research object, intercolumn cells. During this period, Danzo instigated Oshimaru to use the same village ninja as the experimental subject. Shiwon smiled and accepted it happily. Konoha has 40 years. The research on intercolumn cells came to an end, and the only successful experiment, A, was completed. In Konoha's 50th year, Osamu failed to run for Hokage and Mizuno became the 4th generation of Hokage. When Shimaru heard the news, she just smiled. Naruto? It's really boring. If it were not for the purpose of stabilizing Danzo, Dashimaru would not even go to the election. 15 years of Konoha, the Nine-Tailed Rebellion. Dashimaru quietly watched the Nine Tails raging in the village, and the young Naruto Feng Shuiman gave his life. Using the ultimate sealing technique of the Whirlpool clan, the ghouls were sealed. It's really unwise to use such a trick to seal. Why did Watergate do this? Oshimaru was puzzled. but keenly felt something. Ninja World is afraid that there will be a big chaos. Entrust the future to your son. Mizuman, is this your choice? Oshimaru whispered. Konoha 52 years. The cooperation between Dashimaru and Danzo broke down. Danzo was furious, and revealed to the third generation of Hokage about Oshimaru's experiment with Konoha Ninja. The three generations of Hokage were furious and drove Oshimaru out of Konoha. At that time, Oshimaru met Kakashi for the first time. That's Shuamao's son. Silver white hair, it seems that you are Kakashi, but I didn't expect that Shuamao's son is so old. Hee. It's really interesting. I don't know your father's skills. How much have you learned? The son of an old man. Goodbye is a sword facing each other. Seeing the flagwood and sword technique, in nostalgia, Oshimaru was accidentally injured slightly in Kakashi's hand. Suomao, your son, has grown up. Daishiwan clutched his injured arm and showed an imperceptible smile. At that moment, it seemed to be back to the morning when the sun was shining. Chapter 809. Past years. Suomao and Daishiwan. Facing Kakashi's question, Jai Lai also slowly told what he knew. Shuamao was older and became famous earlier. Dashimaru and Shumo had already known each other when they were young. Later, I have performed tasks together many times. Before Dashwin was growing up, Shuamao had rescued him many times. The relationship between the two was very good, but then it seemed to be broken. This is Kakashi's answer from Jiraiya. Although it is not detailed, it is enough for Kakashi. With his father's character, he can write down that sentence, and he will know the loyalty. It is a pity that Kakashi never had a deep conversation with Oshimaru. Most of the two people met in a hurry, facing each other at every turn. The entanglement is not clear in one or two sentences. Perhaps this is also a continuation. By the way, what do you ask these for? Jai Lai asked curiously. Kakashi smiled and took out the picture. Jai Lai also looked at the photo, and couldn't help falling into a whirlpool called memories. At this moment, there seems to be no other way besides feeling. Kakashi left, knowing the past of Shuamao is just a way of commemoration for him. Life is still peaceful. Both the ninja world and Konoha are developing peacefully. Various technologies are also gradually being developed. It is not that there is no technology in this world, but the development is slow due to the chaos of war. Moreover, the technology tree has always been crooked. Under Kakashi's vigorous promotion, new technologies began to spread slowly. 2 years passed quickly. Naruto cut off his hair, turned it into a flat head, and became a tough man. Sasuke gathered up his bangs, covered his left thigh, and joined the army of Killing Mat. Hinata and Sakura also became more and more attractive. After all, they are almost developed. Flagwood House. During a rare holiday, Kakashi sat in front of his courtyard, quietly flipping through books. The breeze shook the silver-white hair. Tsurumi Ming held the tea tray and walked quietly to Kakashi's side. The difference is that Tsurumi has a purple diamond mark between her forehead. His face looked younger than it was 2 years ago. What are you looking at? Tsurumi curiously asked. Nothing, just a travel note, Kakashi said with a smile, then closed the book, set it aside, and picked up the tea from Tsurumi. Travel notes. Tsurumi was a little curious when she heard the words, and looked at the cover of the book. Journey to the Ninja World? Tsurumi Ming said softly. Well, this book records a lot of interesting things about the Ninja World, as well as some peculiar places. I also traveled in the Ninja World back then, but I haven't been to many places in a short time. Now I am also Hokage number. I can't walk around at will, so I can only read the book and have a dry addiction. Kakashi laughed. If you want to, after retiring in the future, we can go and see together. Tsurumi covered her mouth and smiled. There will be a chance. Naruto has gradually matured, has reduced his previous stupidity, and with more training, he can be competent for the position of Hokage. Kakashi whispered. Naruto? Tsurumi whispered. What's happening? Seeing that Tsurumi seemed to have something to say, Kakashi asked directly. Kakashi, to be honest, I don't think Naruto is suitable for Hokage's position. Although Naruto is a wiser, but a lot of things are still a little bit motivated. This is not something that can be changed by tempering. He has this in his backbone. Enthusiastic, Kakashi put down his teacup, stood up, and whispered, "I understand these naturally." Although Naruto is sometimes arrogant, he is not a person who does not listen to others. As Hokage, sometimes he is humbly accepting advice. It is a more important character. In terms of wisdom, there will be no big problems with the help of Shikamaru. In decision-making, there will be help from Sasuke, and there will be no mistakes. What's the role of Naruto? Is it just because that is his dream? Tayumi was puzzled. Kakashi smiled and shook his head, and said, "Of course not. Because Naruto has a magical influence. As long as you get along with him, you can easily be infected by him. Think of him as someone you can trust." Did you feel this too? It has indeed. Tayumi Ming also had to admit this, that the yellow-haired boy did have such a magical power. This is enough. This is a personality charm, something that many people of great wisdom don't necessarily have. But the most important thing is Hokage. It is very important to have such a personality charm, and it will be loved by the villagers. It turns out that it's like this. From the perspective of the villagers, Tayumi seemed to have an enlightenment. Yes, if you want to sit comfortably in this position of Hokage, and sit for a long time, the love of the villagers is very important. Konoha is different from Uin. Uin was in the blood mist at the beginning. What is needed is absolute force to remove obstacles. The wise Shui Ying formulates the next development plan. But Konoha is in peace, and all developments are improving. What it needs is not a pioneer, but a master of success. Today, Kakashi has planned Konoha's various development directions. In the next 50 years, or even 100 years, he can continue to follow this policy. Therefore, the next Hokage only needs to follow this direction. Out of worship and respect for Kakashi, Naruto will unswervingly walk in this direction. This is also an important reason why Kakashi chose Naruto. You think it's very comprehensive? Tayumi said with a smile. No way. It's not easy to get to this point. If you want to create an ideal world, all these must be considered. Kakashi smiled. Thank you, husband. Tayumi looked at Kakashi tenderly. Kakashi suddenly sighed and said, "It's just that for Naruto, becoming Naruto is actually a bit cruel." Cruel? Tayumi was puzzled. Well, among my 5 disciples, Naruto's life experience is actually the most bumpy. But he is also the most naive. In the process of becoming Hokage, he will inevitably shatter his true worldview that day. In other words, he must mature. Kakashi said, looking at the cherry blossom trees not far away, and muttered, "And the price of maturity is often very high." Kakashi could almost predict that after becoming Naruto, Naruto would rarely show that silly smile again. If possible, Kakashi hopes that Naruto will never become that way. Just living in this world, who can be naive forever? Kakashi. Tayumi looked at Kakashi's appearance, feeling a little distressed. He gently held his right hand with his right hand, as if he wanted to share his warmth with this beloved man. Chapter 810. There is it! Exclamation mark. I'm fine, just a little emotional. Kakashi took a picture of Miming's catkin and signaled that he was okay. These are inevitable in the process of human growth. Kakashi can't do anything about it. He could not protect Naruto for a lifetime. It's just a kind of relief and sadness to watch Naruto mature. Kakashi suddenly felt that his own child had grown up. Maybe this is what it feels like to be a parent? Kakashi suddenly had such an absurd idea. At this moment, Tayumi Ming felt dizzy, and the body that had stood up swayed. Kakashi was shocked and quickly held on. Ming, what's the matter with you? Kakashi said nervously. Tayumi shook her head and said, "It's nothing. It's just a little dizzy suddenly." Dizziness? Kakashi was a little confused. How could he get dizzy? "I will help you in and have a rest." Okay. Kakashi helped Tayumi back to the bed, took off her shoes intimately, and covered her with a quilt. "Did relatives come? I'll get you some brown sugar water?" Kakashi asked with concern. Tayumi smiled and shook his head, and said, "No, I'm fine, no problem." Kakashi suddenly remembered something, and whispered, "Ming, Hasn't relatives been here for 2 months? Tsuyumi was taken aback when she heard the words, as if she hadn't noticed this at all. Could it be? Kakashi thought of a certain possibility, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. A blush also appeared on Tsuyumi Ming's face. Mitsumi, wait, I'll call Master Tsunade. As Kakashi said, he separated a shadow clone to take care of Tsuyumi at home, but the main body was of thunder and went to find Tsunade. Tsuyumi Ming watched Kakashi leave and couldn't help touching her belly. The originally flat lower abdomen seemed to be slightly raised. I don't know if it is an illusion or true. Does it really have it? Tsuyumi whispered. Soon, Kakashi hurriedly pulled Tsunade. Kakashi? What are you doing? Do you want to talk about something before letting me come over? Tsunade said helplessly. The right arm was reddened by Kakashi's grip. Sorry, I want you to see how Ming is. Kakashi let go of Tsunade's right hand, scratching his head and said, What's wrong with Ming? Tsunade asked in surprise. Ming is in the room. She is a little dizzy, and Kakashi was halfway through, but he was a little embarrassed to say it. Tsunade said with some doubts, Dizziness? This is not a major problem. I'll go and see it. Then troubled Tsunade-sama, Kakashi said respectfully. Tsunade opened the door and walked directly to Tsuyumi. At this time Tsuyumi seemed to say tiredly, Mitsuru? Tsunade cried softly, and Tsuyumi Mitsubishi slowly opened his eyes. Sister Tsunade? Tsuyumi asked to sit up, but Tsunade stopped her. Don't get up and lie down. Seeing Kakashi's nervousness, if you make any mistakes, I'm afraid he will go crazy. Tsunade laughed. Tsuyumi smiled and said, Kakashi is just like this. I said it's okay, and he's still so worried. Well, I know you two are in love. Lie down, I'll see your situation. Tsunade said, okay. Tsunade stretched out his right hand, and a burst of green light appeared and placed it on Tsuyumi Mei's head. After a while, Tsunade frowned. This feeling seems a bit wrong. Tsunade seemed to have thought of something, and then thought of Kakashi's way of speaking but stopped, and smiled. Moved his right hand down and placed it on Tsuyumi Ming's lower abdomen. Sure enough, there was a trace of new life there. Tsuyumi looked at Tsunade expectantly, and Tsunade nodded with a smile. Tsuyumi immediately smiled delightedly. Kakashi on the side asked, how about Tsunade-sama? Tsunade stood up, smiled and said, Congratulations, Kakashi, you will be a father soon. Really? Kakashi exulted. Why? Don't believe my medical skills. Tsunade raised his eyebrows. No, it's just too sudden, I can't believe it. Kakashi was as happy as a child, not at all like Hokage's 6th generation. I have never seen Kakashi like this before, and Tsunade finds it quite interesting. Okay, take good care of Ming. Be careful for the next few months. Tsunade said. I will, Kakashi said firmly. I will let Sakura come and take care of Ming. You will definitely have a healthy baby. After Tsunade finished speaking, he turned and left. Now they need to leave some time alone. The feeling of being a father and a mother for the first time, the two can rejoice for a long time. Looking at Ming on the bed, Kakashi's eyes were full of love. Ming, thank you for your hard work, Kakashi whispered. Tsuyumi shook her head and said with joy, No, I'm really happy, Kakashi, we finally have a baby. In the room, the two were immersed in the joy of a new life. The 7th exercise field. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura are now Konoha's mainstays. They have very little time for free activities. But they all have an agreement that no matter how busy they are, they will meet at the 7th exercise site one day every month. This is their agreement, the 7th class agreement. Today is also a good weather, why don't we go hiking? Naruto said excitedly. A good holiday. I don't want to climb the mountain. Sasuke refused. Really? I think it's good, Naruto said dissatisfied. Sakura heard the words and said, Sasuke-kun, why don't we leave Naruto for a date? Sakura, this is too much. Where? Naruto, you can also go to Hinata. I know Hinata is on vacation today. Sakura smiled. Hinata? Naruto was taken aback, as if he hadn't seen Hinata for a long time. Hinata is preparing gifts for you recently. Sakura smiled. Gift? Really? Hey, it's better to Hinata. Naruto smiled. Okay, don't talk about it, let's go to Mrs. Kakashi's house. Mrs. Kakashi is also on vacation today, and our 7th class should have a good time. Sasuke said. Okay. I haven't had a good chat with teacher Kakashi for a long time, Naruto said excitedly. The three reached an agreement and set off for Kaima's house. The other side. Hyuga Nizu is carrying out a mission with 2 family members. Suddenly, a young man descended from the sky and landed in front of Hyuga Sanzu. The 3 of them were shocked and quickly put on a defensive posture. Who is here? Hee. I finally met the Hyuga clan on Earth. Hello, my name is Datongmu. Chapter 811 Near Moon Datongmu. Hyuga Haizatsu whispered softly, with a look of horror in his eyes. Kakashi once mentioned the Otsuki clan after the 4th World War, but how can there be people from the Otsuki clan in this world? Oh, it seems you have heard of my name. Shun smiled. Who are you? Rizu frowned. It seems to be only half knowledge. Has the Hyuga family forgotten their mission? Shun said lightly. What are you trying to say? Hyuga Haizatsu whispered, but he seemed to understand a little bit in his heart. According to the ancient legend of the Hyuga clan, the origin of the Hyuga clan comes from a powerful ethnic group. It's just that this group disappeared later, leaving only the Hyuga clan as a branch. This powerful ethnic group is the Datongmu family. The Japanese football suddenly remembered that Kakashi had also said that Otsuki Teruya had white eyes. It seems that this should be the case. But where did this person pop up? Since you have forgotten, let me tell you the fate of the Hyuga clan. Shun looked at the Hyuga hippopotamus and talked about the origins of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan originated from Otsuki Yukan, the younger brother of the Ludao immortal. At the beginning, the 6 immortals decomposed the 10 tails into 9 big-tailed beasts, and at the same time sealed the outer glims into the moon, creating a new world of ninja. In order to protect the Glim statue, his younger brother Hamura brought his descendants to live on the moon, leaving only the Hyuga clan to live on the earth, in order to let the Hyuga clan see the development of the ninja world. At the same time, I hope that the descendants of my own line can also join the construction of the ninja world. So, the so-called Hyuga clan is a branch of our clan, Shun said softly. So that's the case, then what's the matter when you came from the moon this time? Hearing this, Hyuga Nisaka did not relax, but became more solemn. Judging from the attitude of Shangren, this is not the attitude a guest should have at all. This person is just like him, going to come and find fault. It's very simple. The world created by the 6 Tao immortals is simply wrong. Not only did they create wars for thousands of years, they also stole the outer Glim statues in the first 2 years and directly resurrected 10 tails. Such a world no longer exists. It's necessary, so I will obey Hamura's ancestors' orders and destroy the earth. Destroy the earth? Nissan never expected that this handsome young man would actually say such a strong language. Destroy the earth? How come someone wants to come here at every turn? But this is Hokage, not Dragon Ball. Patriarch Nishimura, as the heir to the blood of Hamura's ancestors, I think you should also understand the significance of this decision. Now, I need your help. Nizu looked at Shun in silence. Since this person has made such a decision, why should he come to him? It's right that I can't help you with things like destroying the earth. Patriarch Nisaka, I need you to do 2 things. One is to contribute to the white eyes of Hinata Kayuo. Her high purity white eyes merge with me, which will allow me to evolve into reincarnated eyes. The other is to agree with me and Hinata Hyuga. Marriage, she and I will become the new creators. What? The Japanese football team was taken aback again, and he didn't expect that this man's goal was actually his 2 daughters, beasts. Regardless of these 2 requirements, the Japanese football team will not agree. So, the Japanese foot patriarch, I don't know if you can agree to these 2 requirements, Shun said. A delusion. I will never agree to your request, Nizu said excitedly. Shun seemed rather disappointed when he heard this, and said in a low voice, really? It seems that the patriarch of the Japanese foot is as stubborn as those of the clan. I won't let you succeed, Haizatsu said angrily. Shun looked at the Sunzu coldly, and whispered, this is the destiny, It is the destiny entrusted by the Hyuga clan. I will ask you one last time for the Hyuga Sunzu. You will answer me when you think about it. Determine the future of your clan. The answer to destiny. The Japanese foot was free from expressions, a jump, and he shouted in a low voice, "This is my answer." Gossip empty palm. "Oh, really naive," Shun sneered, and then a large number of puppets poured in from all directions. Konoha, Flagwooden House. The three Naruto looked at Yumi in shock. "What, pretty sister, are you pregnant?" Naruto asked in surprise. Kakashi rubbed Naruto's short hair and said with a smile, "Yes, Tsunade-sama just came to confirm it." "It's been 2 months," Sakura said with joy when he heard the words. "It's great." "Teacher Kakashi, you are going to be a father." Kakashi scratched his head, a look of joy on his face. To be a father, Kakashi's heart is naturally full of joy. "Yozai, I have decided." "Teacher Kakashi, I will be your child's teacher. Let me teach him in the future. I will definitely make him an excellent ninja," Naruto said enthusiastically. "Naruto, I think that you teach Kakashi's children will only be a misunderstanding. Or let me come. Kakashi's children must also be thunderous attributes, just in line with me," Sasuke said. "Sasuke, you want to grab me again?" Naruto said angrily. "HMPH. I just don't want you to mislead the children, especially the children of Teacher Kakashi." "How is it possible? I am also very good now." "You didn't beat me last time in the Valley of Ending. What's so great about it?" "You didn't win. Your practice method of using shadow clones is not suitable for ordinary people at all." "Then I also have other ways to practice. Anyway, it's some stupid tricks. You don't need to learn it." "Asshole Sasuke." Ukraine tail. The two quarreled inexplicably. Kakashi was a little helpless when he saw this. One punch hit his head, and the two fell silent. "Okay, don't make any noise. Your mother needs a good rest now. You are really too noisy like this," Kakashi whispered. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Kakashi." Mingzuo apologized in unison. "I'll talk about this later." "You two. Now you are also alone. How easy to quarrel no matter how you meet together." Kakashi shook his head and said. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other when they heard the words, then snorted at the same time. Don't turn their heads. This may be due to mutual restraint. The two get excited when they meet. At this moment, Shisui appeared beside Kakashi. "Huh? Shisui, is something wrong?" Kakashi wondered. "Kakashi, Raikage urgently convenes the Five Shadows Conference in the Iron Country," Shisui solemnly said. "Five Shadows Conference? What happened?" Kakashi frowned. "I don't know, but I heard that the moon is getting closer to the earth, and it may even hit the earth directly." "What?" All five people were shocked when they heard this. Chapter 812 Meeting the Country of Iron. After 2 years, the five shadows assembled again. In the dark room, lights were lit on the 5 seats, sitting in 5 shadows respectively. Except that the water shadow turned into water without moon white, the rest remained unchanged. Standing by Bai's side, he won't cut King again. After all, Bai is young and has no experience, so he still needs to stop and King to support the scene on such occasions. Raking, your Union Sky technology has developed the fastest in recent years. What is going on calling us over this time? Oyemu asked. Kakashi and others all looked at the 4th generation of Raikage AI. The 4th generation of Raking whispered, "I believe everyone has discovered recently that meteorites have fallen from time to time, causing a lot of problems." "It's true. Is it related to the moon hitting the earth you said?" Gaara whispered. "Yes. The moon is constantly approaching the earth, and when the distance between the two is close enough, the moon will begin to collapse due to the gravity of the earth. And now it is certain that the nearest meteorites are fragments of the moon's surface." "What happens if it continues?" Onoki whispered. "If you don't stop it, the moon will be completely disintegrated and the entire moon will fall on the earth. At that time, I'm afraid that humans will perish." Liang whispered. The 4 of them were all shocked when they heard this. "Is this rhythm going to destroy the world? Man-made or natural?" Gaara said. "This is still unknown," Liang said. Kakashi heard the words, but said, "I'm afraid it is man-made." "Okay." The four shadows all looked at Kakashi upon hearing this. This is the first sentence Kakashi said in this meeting. "Hokage, how are you sure?" Onoki asked. "If it is a natural phenomenon, the speed will not be so fast. Celestial bodies have their own laws of movement. This speed is really unusual," Kakashi whispered. Kakashi even wondered whether this phenomenon was caused by the lack of the source of the sacred tree. But this one came a little too soon. Didn't the hand beater say at least 20 years? So, is it another problem? Moon? Thinking of this, Kakashi suddenly understood something. If it is man-made, we have to investigate it carefully. At this rate, I am afraid that within half a month, the moon will all collapse and fall to the earth, Ying said. "I think I might have a clue," Kakashi said. "Really, Hokage?" Ying said. "The moon is not a simple planet. As far as I know, the younger brother of the Ludao immortal, the descendant of Otsuki Umura, lives on the moon. I'm afraid this matter has something to do with them." "Are you the Datongma clan again?" Gaara whispered. "This family really doesn't stop. If this is the case, what do they want to do? Destroy the world?" Onoki asked, puzzled. People in this family are really abnormal," Ying shouted in a low voice. It didn't take long for a big tubewood Huii to be knotted. And now there is another big tubewood clan coming out of the moon. "I think Konoha can solve this matter, and leave the rest to me," Kakashi said. "Hokage-sama, this is not a child's play. The safety of the entire ninja world is in it. Can it be done by Konoha alone?" Onomiki asked. Kakashi smiled and said, "Don't worry, even if the moon really falls in the end, I will crush it all before it falls." Everyone was stunned when they heard the words. Obviously it was a kind face, but he said such domineering words. "That's the moon. The diameter is 3,476.28 kilometers. Knowledge points. Does it mean that it can be crushed by crushing it?" HMPH. Naruto is really confident. However, Union also made a chronospace chakra cannon recently, with a range enough to smash the moon. But it will take a few days to complete, Ying said. "In this case, as the worst plan, before that, I will send someone to deal with this matter," Kakashi said. "Then we are waiting for the good news from Hokage," Onoki said. "Okay." With Kakashi's promise, the Five Shadows Conference came to an end. After 2 years, the ninja world is facing a huge crisis again. But this time, Kakashi was not in a hurry. Because of the generality of the matter, he already understood. "Shishui, go and see if senior Japanese football is missing," Kakashi said. After hearing this, Shishui nodded and disappeared in place. Kakashi thoughtfully whispered, "Rebirth I Konoha Park. Naruto and Hinata are dating." "Naruto-kun, this is a gift from me." Hinata took out the red scarf shyly and handed it to Naruto. Upon seeing this, Naruto was pleasantly surprised and said, "So beautiful." "Naruto-kun likes it," Hinata said shyly. "Hinata, did you knit it yourself?" "Well, for the first time weaving, I was a little unskilled. I tried several times before I succeeded." Naruto had already wrapped the red scarf around her body at this time. "It's so warm, Hinata. Your craftsmanship is very good." No, I still need to make progress," Hinata said shyly. Not far away, Shun suddenly appeared, watching this scene quietly. "It seems that it's not time to come," Shun said softly. Naruto instantly noticed the trail of Shun and stood in front of Hinata. "Who are you?" "You are not from the village," Naruto demanded. Shun ignored Naruto, but looked at Hinata aside and said, "Hinata, hello. My name is Shun. I came here to pick you up specially." "Welcome me?" Hinata was puzzled. "Yes, I will marry you as my bride." Naruto heard this and said angrily, "Hey, where did you come from?" "You actually said such a strange thing in person, NTR." Naruto said he couldn't bear it. Hinata was also taken aback. Where did this guy who had never seen it come out of? "Say such strange things as soon as we meet." "Hinata, come with me," Shun said again. "Asshole." When Naruto saw that this guy didn't listen to him at all, he was a little angry. With a stride, Naruto rushed over and punched. But Shun's figure disappeared like a phantom, and then appeared in another place. "Your fist can't hurt me," Shun said lightly, but his eyes stayed on Hinata's body. "Isn't it the body?" An abrupt voice sounded behind Shun, and a masked Itachi appeared quietly. "This is not a place where you can run wild," Itachi said coldly. "Writing round eyes, the despicable tribes left by the 6 immortals," Shun whispered. "Amaterasu." Itachi was not polite when he heard the words, and the black flame directly burned Shun's body. Shun didn't seem to feel any pain. He looked at Hinata and said, "Hinata, you will come to me." After speaking, the whole person was turned into ashes. Chapter 813 Go Out. The body was burned to the point of exhaustion, leaving only some ashes. "Puppet's body?" Itachi muttered to himself, reducing the pupil power in his eyes. "Brother Ferret, what's the matter?" Naruto asked puzzledly. "I don't know the specifics, but this person is probably not easy," Itachi whispered. "Konoha nowadays is no longer comparable, and the power of defense is very powerful. But even so, this person still came in. Even if Kakashi and Shishui are not present in the village, the remaining power cannot be underestimated." Hinata looked at the ashes of the puppet, feeling a little uneasy. "What does that sentence mean? Why would I go to him again?" At this time, suddenly a large number of puppets sprang from Konoha. Itachi was startled and whispered, "What's the matter? How did these people get in?" "No, we must quickly solve these puppets, otherwise, it will cause harm to the villagers," Naruto said, holding hands together. The technique of multiple shadow clones. Shoo! Countless shadow clones swarmed out, facing the puppets with weird costumes. Itachi did not move. He felt a little strange. What is the purpose of these puppets appearing here? Destroy Konoha? No, if this is the case, you should send out large-scale ninjutsu directly as soon as you come out, instead of rushing around like this. Moreover, who is controlling so many puppets? What is going on? Is it related to the holding of the 5 Shadows Conference? Itachi secretly asked in his heart. Naruto shot, and soon these puppets were destroyed one by one. The remaining remains were sent to the Konoha autopsy department for investigation. But this thing is still full of weirdness. Naruto office. Kakashi heard about this as soon as he returned from the Iron Country. "Did anyone invade?" Kakashi whispered. "Yes, and I don't know what the purpose is, it just caused a large-scale riot," Itachi said. "Ms. Kakashi, and that person strangely invited Hinata," Naruto said excitedly. Kakashi glanced at Hinata, and Hinata nodded. "Hinata, did you go home after the accident?" Kakashi asked suddenly. "Huh? Go home?" "No." Kakashi frowned and thought. "Has the Japanese football team gone out to perform the mission and haven't come back yet?" "Yes, my father has been away for a week. There is only one person left in the family." "Hokage-sama, is there any problem?" Hinata said with some worry. "I'm afraid the enemy's goal is fireworks." "What? How come?" Hinata said in surprise. "The purpose of deliberately creating riots is to confuse the audience, and the purpose is to kidnap the fireworks. Judging from the current situation, the other party has probably succeeded." "Fireworks?" Hinata was startled, and ran out quickly, rushing towards the house. "Hinata!" Naruto was taken aback, and quickly followed out. Only Itachi and Kakashi were left in the room. "Senior Kakashi, what is going on?" Itachi doubted. Just as Kakashi wanted to say something, Shishui appeared in the office. "Shishui, how's the investigation going?" Kakashi asked. "It has been confirmed that Hyuga Nissa's disappeared during the mission, and there was a large-scale battle on the only way to the mission, and the preliminary identification showed signs of using Huishin," Shishui said. Sure enough, Kakashi was silent after speaking. In this way, it was definitely the people from Datongmush who had come to do something. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. "Please come in." I hurried in and said, "Master Hokage, I just saw a mysterious man abducted the fireworks." Following all the way, he was lost in a snowy field. Sure enough, Hyuga was taken away. Itachi was a little surprised. How Kakashi got this information? "I see, Shishui, you go call Sasuke, Naruto and Kamayu over. I have a task for them, Kakashi said. Yes. After Shishui finished speaking, he disappeared. Say, you go to prepare, and then come over. You will join in this mission. Yes, Master Naruto. After Sei finished speaking, he withdrew. Itachi, you are responsible for handling the work of Anb. How the enemy invaded this time needs to be investigated. This is a defensive loophole. You should also deal with the follow-up work that caused the riots. It is good. Itachi withdrew after speaking. Now that Kakashi had thought about it, Itachi didn't ask more. Kakashi folded his hands on the table, lost in thought. The vague memory began to slowly regain its consciousness. This time, let Naruto and the others do it. It shouldn't be a big problem. Remember that this should be a large-scale dog abuse scene, and the risk factor is not high, Kakashi muttered to himself, and the worry in his heart was also reduced a lot. Little things are just an experience package. At this time, the office door opened again. Kakashi was taken aback, looked over, and saw that it was a beautiful young woman. Kakashi quickly got up, stepped forward to support the woman, and said, Ming, why are you here at this time? You are already pregnant, so you can't move around. Tryumim smiled and said, how can it be so exaggerated? It's only 2 months, and it's no different from usual. Is it possible that you want me to lie in bed for another 8 months? Anyway, it's better to be careful. Kakashi whispered. Okay, I get it. I ask you, if you have a child in the future, will you love me more or love your child? Of course I love both, Kakashi said naturally. No, there must be someone more loving. Ming said coquettishly. Is this another proposition? Kakashi said that being a man is so difficult, why always answer such propositions? Of course I love you more. Huh? Don't you like our children? Do you love the child more? Okay. Don't you love me if you have a child? Well, this is a proposition. Seeing Kakashi's bewildered look, Tryumim covered her mouth and smiled. Okay, I won't make you any more. Has something happened recently? Why does it seem that something is wrong in the village? Kakashi was relieved when he heard the words, and said, it's nothing. It's just that there is a young man with a second illness in the Datongma clan who wants to destroy the world. Don't worry too much. I will let Naruto and the others deal with it later. There will be no problem. Destroy the world? Tryumim was slightly surprised, and then said, is it okay? There won't be any problems, don't worry. Your task now is to take care of the fetus. You will worry about other things later. Kakashi smiled. Well, I see, you have to be careful too. Tryumi did not ask much. She knew that Kakashi would arrange everything. Chapter 814 Shun and Hinata above the moon. Shun took off Hwahyuo's white eyes without hesitation, and put them in his own eye sockets. The vision became clear in an instant. This feeling is worthy of extremely pure white eyes. In just a few days, I should be able to evolve reincarnation eyes. Shun muttered to himself. His right hand gently stroked the white eyes that had just entered his body, a little excited in his heart. With the reincarnation eye, he can gain powerful power, destroy the world, and rebuild a new world. Hinata, I will let you and me become the creator of the world. Shun said softly. Something like a display screen appeared in front of him. On the screen, Hinata, Maza and Naruto flew together on a black eagle. Shun frowned slightly and said in a low voice, is this guy who looks like a fool the one Hinata likes? Seeing the happy faces of the two, Shun's heart was filled with dissatisfaction. For Hinata, Shun has designated him as his wife from a very young age. That was when I was very young. Konoha 56 years. On the moon, the 6-year-old Shun sat quietly somewhere. Shun has no eyes since he was born. There is only a hole in his eyes. For a child, this is undoubtedly cruel. Shun's father Kiddy saw Shun's appearance like this, and his heart was also sad. How can parents not feel sad to see their children look like this? Shun, what are you doing here? Chidi calmed down and said with a smile, Father, I want to see what the earth is like. Earth? Chidi heard the words and looked at the earth high in the sky. It is a blue star. Father, you once said that there are blood of our clan on the earth. Are they the same as us? Xiao Shun asked. Yes. They also have white eyes like us, but they are now called the Hyuga clan. Chidi touched Shun's hair and said, Hyuga clan? Shun murmured, but the hollow eyes looked a little distressing. Chidi sighed and said, Shun, I will teach you a good ninjutsu. After learning this ninjutsu, you can see a lot of things even without eyes. Really? Shun said excitedly. Of course it is true. After you learn this ninjutsu, shall I take you to the earth to see it? Chidi smiled. Yeah, thank you father. Shun said excitedly. Shun's talent is very high. This ninjutsu Kadi took several years to develop, but Shun only took a few days to learn it. Chidi was amazed at this. At the same time, it is a pity for Shun, such a talent. If you have eyes, I am afraid that the future will be unlimited. Shun learned the vision ninjutsu, and Chidi also brought him to the earth as promised. Is this the earth? It is completely different from the moon as expected. Shun said excitedly. Only then did he have a little innocence that fits his age. Ha ha, give up, be careful. Chidi said with a smile. Yes, father. Chidi uses a unique method of forbearance, and people on earth can't see them at all. Therefore, Kiddy didn't worry about any problems. Suddenly, Shun stopped and said, Father, where is the Hyuga clan you mentioned before? I want to see it. Hyuga clan? Chidi whispered to himself, then put his right hand on Shun's hair. The Hyuga clan is in a village called Konoha. Let's go there and have a look. It is the most powerful village on earth. Yeah? Shun replied excitedly. Konoha, a peaceful village. 5 years after the death of the fourth generation of Hokage, the third generation of Hokage took over his position and continued to exercise its powers. A snow scene. Assholes. You assholes. I will defeat you. Naruto, who was beaten with a bruised nose and swollen face, declared her promise to those who bullied Xiao Hinata. Those children were also tired, and left one after another. 5-year-old Hinata stood timidly beside Naruto, feeling a little guilty. If it wasn't for himself, the yellow-haired boy in front of him would not be beaten, right? Moreover, he saved himself. That. Are you okay? Hinata said shyly. Naruto flushed as he looked at Hinata. Originally wanted to save people, but was beaten like this, which is a bit embarrassing to say. I'm okay. If it weren't for their crowds, I would have won. Naruto got up from the ground, showing that signature smirk. Well, you are injured. Well, it's okay. Okay, the bad guy who beat you has already ran away, then I'm leaving too. Goodbye. Naruto said he left. Wait a minute. What's your name? Hinata said shyly. Naruto heard this, but said with some excitement, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. I am a man who will definitely become Naruto. Naruto-kun? Thank you. Hee. Naruto smirked twice, then ran away. This scene was seen by Shun, who had just come to Konoha. That girl. Shun murmured. What's the matter? Shun? Chidi asked. Father, is that girl from the Hyuga clan? Kadi glanced at Hinata and said, well, it should be correct. Those eyes seem to be white with high purity. It should be a child of the Hyuga sect's family. Shun heard the words and said, Father, I want to meet her. Can I solve the ninjutsu on me? See her? Why? Chidi curiously asked. Because I think she is cute. Lovely? Chidi was taken aback, then smiled. Okay, let's go. Chidi easily solved the ninjutsu, showing the figure of Shun. It is normal for children to yearn for beautiful things. Shun walked towards Hinata slowly. Hinata was taken aback, and said timidly, hello, who are you? When I was a child, Hinata was shy when I saw anyone. 2 blushes flew up on the cheeks, looking very cute. Shun did not answer, but silently looked at Hinata. At this time, Hinata also found the holes in Shun's eyes. Hinata covered her mouth in fear, and was afraid to speak. Are you afraid? Shun said softly. After a brief period of fear, Hinata's heart rose with sympathy. Has this boy of his own age lost his eyes? It's really pitiful. No, I didn't. It's just you. Are you okay? Hinata said worriedly. Shun smiled. This girl is really gentle. I'm fine. It's nice to meet you. In the future, when I grow up, can I marry you as my wife? What? Hinata was stunned, blushing like a tomato. In the snow, like a dream shadow. Chapter 815. Be a teacher. Marriage, for ordinary 5-year-olds, may not understand what it means. But in the world of Hokage, there are a lot of precocious children. Although he was only 5 years old, Hinata still understood the meaning. Of course, only literally. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Hinata blushed, and his hands seemed to have nowhere to rest. Shun smiled and said, there will be such a day, I have such a hunch. Hinata lowered his head, puzzled. A gust of wind passed, and Shun disappeared. Hinata was taken aback and rubbed his eyes, but he never saw the boy who lost his eyes again. Is it an illusion? Hinata asked strangely. At this time, a middle-aged man walked not far away. Miss Hinata, I finally found you. I'm so worried about me. The middle-aged man ran to Hinata's side and squatted to check Hinata's body. When he confirmed that he was not injured, he breathed a sigh of relief. Hinata lowered his head and said, I'm sorry. Miss Hinata, you can't be so headstrong in the future, everyone will worry about you. The middle-aged man said, yes, I understand. Okay, let's go back. Patriarch still has something to look for you. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he took Hinata's hand and left. Hinata looked back, but only saw a piece of white snow. Is it really an illusion? Little Hinata was caught in doubt, but the child's character, a few days later, he completely forgot about this matter. No one knew that where they left, there were two people, one large and one small, standing there. Shun, do you like that little girl? Chidi smiled. Shun nodded and said, she is special and different from others. I can feel her gentleness. She was blind since she was a child, and Shun has a more keen intuition than others. When Hinata looked at him, except for the initial panic, the rest was sympathy and distress. This is a kind girl. Because of the blindness, Shun often gets blinded by others. Therefore, Shun is moved by this gentleness and kindness. She was originally just curious, but after a brief contact, Shun was actually a little tempted. A child's love can last for a moment, but it can also last a lifetime. For someone who is as precocious as Shun, this short relationship may be the obsession of a lifetime. Chidi was a little surprised when he saw Shun's appearance for the first time. It's just that in Kidi's view, children are just children. Perhaps this is just a whim of Shun. No one knows how firm little Shun is in his heart. Okay, Shun, shall we come and see her again in the future? Chidi smiled. Okay, father. It's almost time, let's go back. Shun nodded, without objection. For the Hamura clan, their mission is to protect the golem of the outer domain, so they can't stay on the earth too much. This short trip to the earth has brought Shun to a change, but it is definitely not a small one. There is already a shadow in his heart. The memories ended in his mind, and Shun felt a slight pain in his eyes. Evolutionary pain? Shun muttered to himself, looking at the screen-like thing, fell into silence. On the other side, Naruto and others, led by Sei, came to the snowy field. I was lost here last time, Sei said. Shikamaru looked around and said, the 6 of us are divided into 3 groups. Sei and I will go north, Naruto and Hinata will go west, Sasuke and Sakura will go south. Anything we find, send the signal flare to gather. The other 5 nodded one after another and dispersed. After some investigation, the 6 people discovered a lake and entered a mysterious place. The investigation has just begun. Konoha, Hokage office. It had already entered the night, and Kakashi stood alone by the window. Just after Naruto's work was finished, Kakashi had time to rest. In the sky, the moon is very round, and it looks a lot bigger than usual. The left eye became scarlet, and then it became the pattern of the reincarnation eye of God. Staring at the moon constantly shrinking, it seems that the distance is getting closer. There will be at most 3 days before the moon will collapse, Kakashi muttered to himself, and then withdrew his pupil power. There was a wave of spatial fluctuations, and the soil appeared beside Kakashi. Kakashi, things are not simple this time. Is it appropriate for you to just let Naruto and the others go? Daita said with some worry. Kakashi smiled and said, don't worry, they can handle it. With the current strength of Naruto and Sasuke, they join forces, except for me. There is no one in this world that can resist. Moreover, with Shikamaru's wisdom, enough to help them complete this task. That being said, I'm afraid that it will be troublesome if the moon falls if it is too late, Daito murmured. Don't worry, I know it. Kakashi smiled. That's good. Seeing Kakashi's self-confidence, he naturally stopped talking. By the way, bring soil, Kakashi said suddenly. Okay. Ming is pregnant. I know, what's the matter? I really want to add a sentence. I didn't do it. Kakashi turned to look at the soil and said, how about you becoming his teacher in the future? I take the soil for a moment, obviously did not expect Kakashi to make such a request. Yeah, how? Wouldn't you not help me with this? Kakashi smiled. But Kakashi, wouldn't it be better if you teach yourself? Said Taito lowered his head. Naturally, I will also teach, but shouldn't someone also play the role of a teacher? Do you want to be in dark part for the rest of your life? In a few years, you might as well try to be a teacher. Teacher? Daito raised his head and met Kakashi's eyes. There was a smile in his eyes, as well as inspiration. People, you always have to experience life more. When 3 generations of adults asked me to be an instructor, I also refused. But after becoming an instructor, I realized a lot of things that I didn't realize before. You want to give it a try? Maybe you will be able to understand Mr. Watergate's thoughts by then. Kakashi laughed. Chuota was silent for a long time, then nodded. Since you said that, I'll try it. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed, Kakashi said with a smile. Bring soil, don't think about death. There are still many things you can do in life. How could Kakashi not know that there is always death in his heart with the soil? What he lacks is more fetters. In this world, teacher-student affection has surpassed most emotions. Chapter 816 Wait Me Back. Hokage's teacher-student relationship is naturally gone. It's all deep love. Look at the love of the 3 generations of Hokage for Dashimaru. Look at Prajanam's love for the soil. Let's look at Oshomaru's love for Sasuke. It's really impossible to look at Chiru's love for Nagato. What a moving love. Therefore, as long as you have an apprentice with the soil, you will definitely develop such a touching love, and you will definitely not want to die at that time. Kakashi couldn't help but praised his wit. But this matter has to wait until the birth of his own child. In other words, it was only 2 months whether it was a man or a woman, and even Tsunade couldn't tell. But it doesn't matter, boys and girls are good. Kakashi talked about the future with Tato, while on the other side, Hinata also met Shun. While Naruto and the others were away, Shun sneaked up to Hinata's side. It's you? Hinata was taken aback and panicked. Hinata, I wanted to meet you, but I didn't expect you to come here, Shun said with a smile. Your eyes. Hina was a little surprised. The last time I saw Shun in Konoha, she had no eyes, but now she had a pair of dark blue eyes. For some reason, Hinata looked in his eyes, feeling a bit familiar. Shun touched his eyes and smiled. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's gradually becoming stronger. Hinata reacted at this time. Those eyes were clearly sparkling. That's Hwahyuo's eyes. What did you do to her? Hinata said in surprise. Did you see it? Shun smiled, and then told Hinata about his plan. Simply put, it means that according to his understanding of Hamura's last wish, Shun wants to destroy the earth. What is needed is the power of the reincarnation eye. Fireworks are the good eyes of Shun. Why? It's too much. Hinata, be my bride, let us become the creator of the world together. Shun stretched out his hands and said, Hinata's heart was struggling. Hinata is naturally unwilling to become the bride of Shun. But considering the fireworks, there is still the power of the unknown reincarnation eye. Hinata again worried that Naruto and the others would be in danger. Hinata, Shun whispered, as if waiting for an answer. Hinata, why haven't you come here yet? Naruto couldn't see Hinata, and immediately ran back to look for it. It's you. The moment Naruto discovered Hinata, he saw Shun. Shocked in his heart, he quickly stood in front of Hinata. So you are here. What are you looking for Hinata for? Naruto warned. This guy seems to have some serious thoughts about Hinata. This is something Naruto absolutely doesn't allow. Please, This is my girlfriend. Shun looked cold when she saw Naruto. Seeing Naruto, Hinata was instantly relieved. It seems that as long as you are behind Naruto, you can feel a sense of security. Seeing that Hinata looked at Naruto's eyes full of love, Shun's heart was a little angry. Why does this silly guy occupy Hinata's love? It has nothing to do with you. Stop talking nonsense. Hand over the fireworks, Naruto said angrily. Shun looked at Hinata and said, Hinata, come to my palace if you want to make fireworks. I will wait for you there. Damn it, Naruto screamed. The spiral pill in his hand has been condensed into shape. Boom. The spiral pill was instantly imprinted on Shun's lower abdomen. Shun stepped back and his body collapsed again. Still a puppet. Damn it, why are you still a puppet? Naruto said angrily. Naruto-kun, the palace he was talking about seems to be that, Hinata said, pointing to the artificial sun in the sky. At this time, Sasuke and others also rushed over. After a total of 6 people, they planned to go to Shun's palace. Konoha, Flagwood House. Kakashi is basking in the courtyard. Such a leisurely day. It's really comfortable to think about leaving everything to Naruto and the others. There is no need to worry about these things. The apprentice has been taught, so it should be used like this. Tsurumi Ming walked out of the room and said with a smile, you are really leisurely. It's obviously not long before the end of the world. The end of the world? It's still early. Kakashi smiled indifferently. Just because a man of the house wanted to destroy the earth was a little too fragile. You look very open, Tsurumi said with a smile. After being busy for so long, the leisurely days are naturally going to be enjoyed. Well, the students who pity you are very busy, Tsurumi Ming said. They are all grown up. It's time to do some things that should be done. People, there are always times when they grow up. Once they grow up, many things must learn to bear, whether they are willing or unwilling. These reasons are pretty high sounding, and they have a bit of truth. That's natural, so I am also a teacher before. Kakashi smiled. What? I plan to retire and become a teacher in the future? Forget it. I can't stand the little ghosts in the ninja school. Let Iluka, a man with the soul of a teacher, be disciplined. Then what do you want to do after retirement? Tsurumi Ming said curiously. Out of the knowledge of Kakashi, Tsurumi knew that Kakashi would definitely not be able to grow old as Naruto. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been cultivating Naruto's qualities as a Hokage. Well, it may be an arduous journey, Kakashi said suddenly with emotion. A hard journey? Tsurumi did not expect this answer. Ming, if one day I disappear for a year or two, would you wait for me? Kakashi whispered. Tsurumi Ming was taken aback. This tone is not just joking, but he really has such a plan. Where to go? Kakashi shook his head and said, I don't know, but I promise, I will come back. There was a solemn look on Kakashi's face. Tsurumi Ming hadn't seen such an expression for a long time. Kakashi didn't dare to look after Ming, because he really made her wait for too long. Now that she has only been married for 2 years, and she has just gotten pregnant, she suddenly said something like this, which seemed a bit too much for her. I will wait for you. Kakashi was taken aback, but he did not expect to hear such gentle words. Deep. Kakashi, I know, you still have things on your mind. It's been the same for these 2 years. I can see it. But I don't want to say it. I know you will tell me one day. I will wait for you. The day you came back to tell me. It's just that, this day, don't take too long, otherwise, maybe the child won't recognize you when you come back. Tsurumi said with a smile. Kakashi took Tsurumi Ming into his arms and whispered softly, thank you, Ming. Chapter 817. Cut a meteorite for fun. Moon. In the palace, Shun quietly looked at the mirror image in front of him. Have you entered the palace? Shun muttered to himself, then turned and left. Now that everyone is here, it's time to solve it. Somewhere in the palace, 6 people gathered. According to the 6th generation of adults, there should be a huge reincarnation eye in this palace to manipulate the moon to hit the earth. We only need to destroy that thing to prevent the moon from falling into the earth. Shikamaru low soundtrack. Then what shall we do next? Kozakaru asked. Shikamaru looked at Hinata and said, Hinata, I beg you for the position of the reincarnation eye. Hinata nodded and opened his eyes to search around. Naruto, rescuing the fireworks is also one of our tasks. Use the fairy mode to sense the position of the fireworks. Upon hearing this, Naruto turned on the fairy mode, and orange eyeshadow appeared. After a while, Naruto pointed to the high platform somewhere and said, "The chakra is in that high platform." At this time, Naruto also found something strange. I have seen the entire palace, except that the direction is shielded from fluctuations, and the rest is not found. Hinata said, "Is there only that place? That should be where the giant reincarnation eye is." In this way, we will be divided into two groups, Sasuke, Sakura, and Sai. You go to the tower to rescue the fireworks. Naruto, Hinata and I will destroy the giant reincarnation eye. Shikamaru said, "Good." Everyone responded one after another. Hinata said to Sakura, "Sakura, please take care of the fireworks." "Don't worry, Hinata, we will definitely save the fireworks." Sakura smiled. Okay. The 6 soldiers are divided into 2 groups, and the action begins. Time has become urgent. Konoha, it was already late at night. Kakashi stood on a high platform, surrounded by numerous guards. "Master Naruto, the moon is getting closer and closer to the earth. In 2 hours, I'm afraid it will completely collapse." "I know," Kakashi said lightly, then looked at the timer in his palm. "Well, things are always resolved at the last minute anyway. Don't worry too much," Kakashi whispered. "Kakashi, why are you here?" Kakashi looked at Tsurume, who came up with some surprise. "I'm a little worried," Tsurume said in a low voice. "Don't worry, it will be resolved soon." Kakashi smiled. At this moment, the observer on the side said, "Master Naruto, there are a lot of moon fragments falling now." "Okay." Kakashi heard the words and looked at the sky. Sure enough, a huge meteorite fell from the sky, and it seemed that this thing only needed one to destroy Konoha. "The volume is really not small," Kakashi said in surprise. "Master Naruto, what should I do next?" Mute said anxiously. "Well, little thing, tell the people below, after the meteorite is broken, send all the members of the 5th and 9th squads of the Ant Police Department and the 8th team of the Konoha Police Department to collect the meteorite fragments." "Collect meteorite fragments?" Mute was stunned. "Yes, I heard that the meteorite contains materials that are very suitable for casting long knives. When it is time to send it to the country of craftsmen, it may be possible to create a lot of good things." Kakashi smiled. What? Silent was shocked. Why is Kakashi thinking about this kind of thing at this time? Maybe I can get a Konoha 10 blade? It sounds pretty good. Tsurume heard this with a smile and said, "What? Are you going to imitate Uin's 7 ninja swordsmen?" "Well, it's much worse." Kakashi smiled. The strength of the Shiblade and the ninja swordsman was compared to that of the 7 people, and it seemed that they were not even a bit strong. But this idea can be put into practice. Of course. The premise is that there are really such 10 knives. Okay. Tsurume is a little puzzled. What does Kakashi mean by saying that it is too bad? At this moment, the detective shouted, "Master Naruto, the meteorite is here." Kakashi's eyes condensed, staring closely at the huge meteorite. Although it sounds easy, Kakashi still has to take it seriously in the face of this huge meteorite. "Kakashi, be careful." Tsurume worried. Kakashi turned to look at Tsurume, smiled slightly, and said, "It will be over soon." After Kakashi finished speaking, with a little toe, the whole person rose into the air and flew towards the huge meteorite. The white imperial robe grinned and drew a graceful arc in midair. "Master Naruto!" everyone exclaimed. "In Konoha village." "Gosh, what is that?" "Meteorite." "It's a huge meteorite." "God, how could something like this fall in the village?" "The difficulty of destroying the world." "It's dead." "Look, that's Master Naruto." Master Naruto rushed over. "Does Master Naruto want to smash that meteorite directly?" the villager asked in surprise. Is this really possible?" Everyone looked at the figure that contrasted sharply with the giant meteorite, and their eyes were full of respect. After this man took over Konoha, the quality of life of the villagers increased significantly. Therefore, their love for Kakashi is getting deeper and deeper. I hope Master Naruto will succeed. Hokage-sama, don't have anything to do. The villagers prayed silently for Kakashi. At this time, Konoha's centripetal force is evident. The distance kept shrinking, and there was a burst of thunder from Kakashi's left hand. The blue arc kept beating, and the sound of Chidori chirping burst. Chidori. Stars are broken. Kakashi let out a low drink, and the Chidori in his left hand gathered into a sharp blade and hit the huge meteorite. Thousands of birds were like a sword, stabbing into the meteorite. But this is not the end. Thousands of birds pierced into the meteorite, scattered and intruded into every corner of the meteorite in an instant. In an instant, the huge meteorite shattered into countless pieces. Each piece is uniform in size. This is probably the obsessive-compulsive disorder of Virgo. Kakashi's left eye contracted slightly, and the force on his left hand instantly increased. Boom! With a loud noise, the huge meteorite fell apart in an instant. Immediately these rubbles were scattered outside the village of Konoha. Kakashi stood in the air, his imperial robe dancing with the wind. That figure is like a god. Master Naruto! Master Naruto! The villagers cheered, and the figure gave them an infinite sense of security. Silent watched this scene dumbfounded. Okay. So awesome. There was a faint smile on Terumi Ming's face, which didn't seem surprising. After a brief period of silence, the people from the public Anbu and Konoha Police Department mobilized. They are naturally going to collect these so-called meteorite fragments. Kakashi looked at the huge moon in the sky, and whispered, "Time is almost up, Naruto, Sasuke, the speed is going to increase." Chapter 818. Shattered in the empty palace. A huge golden sphere was suspended in the air. Naruto, Hinata and Shikamaru finally reached their destination. Is that this? It's really spectacular. Shikamaru sighed. As long as this is destroyed, will the moon stop? Naruto whispered. It should be correct. Okay, let me smash it with one blow. Naruto clasped his fists, and the chakras in his hands gathered. At this moment, everyone's puppets flooded from all directions. What? The three of them were shocked and immediately assumed a defensive form. Shun walked out slowly and whispered, "Hinata, you are here." Hinata looked at Shun, a little nervous. Shikamaru whispered, "Naruto, you destroyed the giant reincarnation eye first. Time is too late." "It is good," Naruto responded, and planned to smash the giant reincarnation eye. Of course, Shun will not let Naruto easily succeed. A battle broke out in an instant. The earth, the clouds are hidden. Master Raikage, the chakra cannon has been filled. Will you shoot to break the moon? The fourth generation of Raking frowned. Look at the situation again. How long will it be before the moon falls? Knowing Master Raikage, it only takes less than half an hour. Half an hour? Help me contact the other four shadows. Ying said. Yes. The communication equipment is turned on, and the images of the remaining four shadows appear on the display screen. Raikang, is there any problem? Onoki asked. Raikage didn't answer Ying's question, but looked at Kakashi and said, "Naruto, the moon is about to fall. I don't know how you handled this matter." Raikang, rest assured, I have sent Naruto, Sasuke and others to the moon through the passage left by the enemy. Now the two sides are fighting, and there will be results soon, Kakashi said. Are they on the moon? Ying said with some surprise. Yes, after the matter is resolved, the text of the task completion will be displayed. Then what if it's too late? Onoki asked. Kakashi smiled and said, if it's too late, then use Raikage-sama's chakra cannon to smash the moon. I think it shouldn't be too late, right? Ying thought for a while, and then said, okay. I will wait until the end. If it still can't be solved in the end, then no one can blame me. That's natural. Communication was shut down, and Kakashi stood on a high platform and looked out at the moon. Naruto-sama, are Naruto and the others okay? The speed of the moon has not slowed down. Mute said. Kakashi scratched his head and said, this question is really difficult to answer. It stands to reason that there is no problem. Kakashi, why don't you go and take a look? I know, You must have left them with the Thunder God technique. Tsurumime smiled. Kakashi smiled, lightly scratched Tsurumime's nose, and said with a smile, "You still understand me? Well, I'll go and see the situation. After all, what I'm like about this moon is really true." Quite curious. The moon, in Kakashi's previous life, was an unsurvivable planet. But you can live in this world. It is impossible to say that you are not curious. Kakashi expressed his curiosity. "Then you wait for me here, I'll be back soon." "Okay." With a sound, Kakashi appeared on the moon. But he saw a scene that surprised him. "Naruto, are you okay?" Naruto looked weak, and Shikamaru was supporting him. Hinata also stayed aside anxiously. Around him, there were many puppets and a handsome boy. "What's the matter?" Kakashi asked with some confusion. "Hokage-sama." Shikamaru was a little surprised when Kakashi suddenly appeared. Immediately he said, "Hokage-sama, Naruto was about to destroy the reincarnation eye, but it seems that chakra was absorbed in an instant." Shin on the side sneered and said, "It's really stupid. I don't have the blood of the ancestors of Hamura and I want to get close to the reincarnated eye. It's normal for him to end up like this." Kakashi slapped his forehead when he heard the words, and said in regret, "I really forgot about this. This huge reincarnation eye has many white eyes condensed, and the chakra without the blood of Hamura will attack it, and it will only absorb all the chakras." Obviously, Naruto was recruited. "Naruto-san," Hinata exclaimed worriedly. Kakashi walked to Naruto's side, took a look and said, "It's okay, it's just that chakra was sucked." After speaking, Kakashi placed his right hand on Naruto's forehead. A wisp of chakra entered it, and then Kakashi whispered, "Nine Lama, it's time to charge Naruto." For a while, the red chakra covered Naruto's body. Naruto slowly opened his eyes. "Ms. Kakashi?" Naruto said in surprise. Kakashi nodded, secretly sighing. "It's good to have a power bank." No, it's nice to have 9 tails." "Well, this task is still yours. That guy will leave it to you to deal with. Let me handle this rebirth eye," Kakashi said. "Ms. Kakashi, this thing will absorb chakra, it's not easy to deal with," Naruto said quickly. Turning his left eye, the reincarnation eye of Shinwai emerged. After taking a look at the huge reincarnation eye, Kakashi said indifferently, "Anything has its limit." Although this reincarnation eye claims to be unable to approach without the blood of Hamura, it's just a pity that this is not for me. Not applicable. After Kakashi finished speaking, a stride rushed up. A black thunder was condensed with his right hand. Shinwai Lesh. The black thunder pierced into it, and then there was a click. "What?" "Don't be surprised. Is this person also of Hamura blood? Otherwise, how could it resist the swallowing power of the huge reincarnation eye?" The reincarnated eyes shattered, and the black thunder distorted the space. All the fragments of the reincarnation eye were sucked into it. "Disappear." "How is it possible?" "How could you destroy the reincarnation eye?" "Are you also a member of my Dodonki village?" Surprised, Kakashi took back the black thunder in his hand, stood in the air, and said lightly, "Sorry, I am not from Hamura's lineage. It's just that even if Otsuki Hamura is here, it may not be my opponent, let alone this kind of power that belongs to him." Arrogant. Shun was furious, and his body glowed with a green light. Rebirth Eye Chakra mode. Looking at the green figure, Kakashi was a little nostalgic. It seemed to be like this when he fought with Orochimaru. It's just that this picture seems to be a bit worse than that of Orochimaru. Kakashi fell next to Naruto and said, "Naruto, it's okay to leave this guy to you." Naruto smiled enthusiastically when he heard the words. "Absolutely no problem." Chapter 819 Twin Boom Boom. Wow! Wow! Naruto and Shun fought a battle on the moon. Kakashi looked at it from a distance, and almost took out the seeds. "Well, Naruto has made progress in the past 2 years," Kakashi commented. On the other side, the 3 of Sasuke successfully rescued the fireworks. Sakura carried the fireworks on her back and followed behind Sasuke. Sai was behind the palace, and the 3 also came to Kakashi's side. "Ms. Kakashi," Sasuke called. Kakashi nodded and said, "Thank you." Kozakura said, Kakashi-sensei. Hwahyuo's eyes were gouged away. I see, when Naruto cleans up that guy, he will be able to get Hwahyuo's eyes back, Kakashi said. Naruto? Sasuke heard the words and looked at the battle in the field. There is constant collision between green light and orange light. Kakashi seemed to understand why the chakra color of the Shun was green. It really is amazing. Kakashi-sensei, can Naruto support it? Why not help me in the past? Sasuke was eager to try. Kakashi smiled and said, don't worry, Naruto can hold it. Don't go to join in the fun. After all, that is Naruto's opponent. Okay. Seeing Kakashi said so, Sasuke gave up his plan to do it. In the end, under Naruto's sorrowful operation, Shun was beaten to a miserable one. Kakashi clapped his hands and said, well, it's not bad. Shikamaru, you take care of the rest. I'll go back first. Otherwise, Raikage should launch a cannon to bombard the moon. Yes, Master Naruto. Under Naruto's mouth, he gave up the secret and cast the light. With the help of Sakura, the white eyes belonging to the fireworks returned to where it should have been. After that, Hinata took Shun to the cemetery of the Hamura clan, letting him understand the true meaning of the real Hamura's last wish. Is that so? In the end, I was wrong. Shun smiled bitterly, and finally let go of his obsession. Shun, come back to Earth with us. I believe that people on Earth will accept you, Naruto said. Shun looked at Naruto, then looked at Hinata, and said, no, I will stay on the moon and continue our mission as a clan. Hinata, since you decide to follow this guy, then I can only bless you. You're here. But if this guy bullies you, just want to come to me. Huh? Hinata was surprised. After hearing this, Naruto pulled over Hinata and said, hey, this is too much. Shun smiled and didn't say anything. Sakura on the side was covering her mouth and laughing. Sasuke also gave a meaningful smile. Then, goodbye. Shun finished speaking, waved his hand, turned and left. Hinata watched the house run leave, and a feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. Seems familiar. In a daze, Hinata returned to the snowy sky that year. It's him, Hinata said suddenly. Huh? Hinata? What's the matter? Naruto asked in confusion. Hinata shook his head and said, it's nothing. I just remembered something. Let's go back. Hinata tightened Naruto's sleeves and said softly, okay, the task is complete. We should go back. Naruto smiled. Everyone reached an agreement and returned to the path that came over. Hinata took one last look at the Shun who had gone away and became a black spot. Is Shun the little boy who was blind at the time? That snowy day, the little boy who once said to himself to propose marriage. It's just an accident. Hinata squeezed Naruto's hand. This is the man he wants to spend his life together. The crisis of the moon falling was successfully resolved. Kakashi made a soy sauce, which loosened her muscles by the way. The ninja world has begun the road of peaceful development again. Everything seems very peaceful. Time passes day by day, and for Kakashi, today will be an important day. Because today is the day of Trumi's birth. In the hospital, Trumi Ming entered the operating room, and the person delivering the baby was Tsunade, the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world. Kakashi stood in the doorway, walking around anxiously, without the slightest demeanor. At this time, Kakashi was just an ordinary father. Jai Lai on the side also smiled upon seeing this. Kakashi, calm down. You are also a shadow of a village now. How can you be so impetuous? Kakashi turned a blind eye when he heard the words, and said, Master Jiraiya, my wife is not nervous about giving birth to children. Isn't that abnormal? Tsunade is here. What are you worried about? Didn't the previous inspections say that they were all normal? And they are twins. Jai Lai also said with envy. As a middle-aged uncle who is about to enter old age, Jiraiya is still quite envious of having children. It's just that Tsunade didn't have this will, and Jiraiya couldn't force it. Anyway, Jai Lai also regarded Naruto as his grandson, so he didn't care too much. After all, his life pursuit has been basically realized, and he has no regrets. That's how it is said, but before it is completely smooth, it is inevitable that there will be risks. Well, You really don't have the same decisiveness as before. Jai said disgustingly. Kakashi said helplessly, this kind of thing is not used on this, right? That's true. But then again, Kakashi, you have only been Hokage for less than 3 years. Konoha has a new vision. It's really not easy. Sure enough, your kid is going to be Hokage soon. Materials. I also appreciated. Although he was at ease with Tsunade in various places in the ninja world over the years, he did not observe the changes in the ninja world. Kakashi smiled and said, thank you for the praise. The current development is only part of my expectations. As long as it can be fully realized, there will be a more prosperous scene. Hearing this, Jai said with emotion, I didn't expect to see such a scene in the rest of my life. What was not done by the first generation of adults, it was actually completed in your hands, which is really amazing. I'm just learning from the experience of the predecessors. At this moment, the red light in the operating room went out. Kakashi turned around abruptly. It's over. I also stood up. Kakashi rushed in quickly. Hello, Kakashi. Is this too anxious? Jai also smiled. But he also followed in. In the operating room, Tsumi Ming was lying weakly on the bed. On the side are 2 babies. However, Kakashi walked straight to Tsumi Ming's side, grabbing Tsumi Ming's hand and whispered softly, how do you feel? Is it okay? Tsumi Ming showed a weak smile and said, it's okay. How is the child? Tsunade on the side heard the words and smiled and said, the child is very healthy. As expected, he is born of a dragon and phoenix, a boy and a girl. Chapter 820. First name. Tsumi Ming turned his head and looked at the 2 newborn babies. The skin of the 2 little guys was wrinkled and they didn't look good. But it's no wonder that almost all children are unsightly. After all, they are all crumpled. How could they look good? It will take a few months to wait for these wrinkled lines on the body to unfold before you can see the true appearance. The kind of kids who praise good looking as soon as they are born are basically nonsense. Kakashi, bring the child over to me to take a look. Tsumi said softly. It is good, Kakashi replied. Then walked aside and pushed the 2 newborns to Tsumi Ming's side. Tsumi Ming looked at the 2 little guys with a kind smile on their faces. This is our child, Kakashi. Tsumi Ming looked at Kakashi and said excitedly. Kakashi smiled and nodded, and said, yes, boys are older brothers, and girls are younger sisters. I hope that one of them will be like me and the other like you in the future. That would be great, Tsumi Ming said. Will do. Tsumi Ming looked at the 2 newborns, her eyes full of pampering. Tsunade said at this time, Mitsumi, you have just given birth, and you still need to rest. Think about it later. Kakashi heard the words and said, yes, Ming, listen to Tsunade-sama, take a good rest first. Okay. Tsumi Ming responded softly, and then fell asleep. Kakashi felt distressed looking at Tsumi Mei's weak appearance. Tsunade smiled upon seeing this. It's okay, don't worry. Take care of her these days. This is the weakest time in a woman's life. I understand, thank you, Tsunade-sama. Welcome. I just checked. The talents of these 2 children are amazing. I must become very good ninjas in the future. But it's no wonder that it is you and Mei's children after all. Tsunade smiled. Is the talent amazing? This is not necessarily a good thing. But at least in this world, it is a comforting thing, Kakashi said lightly. His eyes fell on the 2 children who had fallen asleep on the side. He seemed to have a strange feeling of blood connection. Tsunade was a little confused when he heard this, but looked at Kakashi's profile, and it seemed that he still had a lot of stories. The sun shines through the window on the white sheets. Tsumi Ming's eyelids moved slightly, and then he opened his eyes. Okay. With a soft snort, Tsumi Ming felt something pressed against her hand. Moving his eyes, he saw Kakashi's silver hair. He seems to be asleep. I probably watched myself all night, so I couldn't help but fall asleep, right? Tsumi smiled. There is such a person who loves herself. What else is not satisfied? Maybe Tsumi Ming woke up a bit bigger. Kakashi opened his eyes. The eyes are facing each other, and there is only infinite warmth. Wake up. How do you feel? Are you hungry? Would you like to eat something? Kakashi asked several questions in a row, so Tsurumi did not know which one to answer for a while. I'm a little hungry. I want to eat the millet porridge you made. Tsurumi Ming yelled. Okay, wait a minute. I'll do it for you right away. As Kakashi said, he separated a shadow clone and assigned it to work, but he stayed beside Tsurumi. Kakashi, where are our children? Tsurumi asked. In the baby room. I need to observe it for a few days. Can I go see them? As a person who has just become a mother, Tsurumi Ming has a natural concern for her children. Is your body okay? Kakashi said worriedly. Tsurumi smiled and said, I am also a ninja. Of course there is no problem. Well, let's go over and take a look at the two little guys. Okay. Kakashi supported Tsurumi and walked to the nursery. At this time, the two little guys are sleeping quietly. Tsurumi Ming and Kakashi stood in the transparent window and looked at the two little guys quietly. Tsurumi smiled and said, they slept so soundly. Yes, they look asleep like you. Kakashi said, holding Tsurumi from her back gently, and whispered in her ear, Mitsubishi, thank you very much. When Tsurumi heard the words, she smiled sweetly. By the way, Kakashi, have you thought about the child's name? Tsurumi asked. Name? Kakashi whispered, he hadn't thought of this yet. Yeah, how are you thinking? Tsurumi curiously asked. Why don't we take one? Kakashi suggested. Okay, shall I give our daughter a name? Yeah? Kakashi smiled and nodded. Tsurumi meditated for a while, and then his eyes lit up and said, Anzai, Asahi Hagai. What do you think? A nice name, Asaki Hagaki. That's the name of that daughter. Kakashi smiled. Well, what about the son? What do you want to call? Kakashi thought for a while, and said, just call Shichai. Shichase. Flagwood Shichase. Tsurumi Ming chanted twice, then smiled and said, then let's decide. Okay. Kakashi smiled, and made no other comments. Tsurumi Ming looked at the two people in the nursery and whispered, Shichai, you have to protect Kienzai from now on. She is your sister. Ming, I will protect you too. Kakashi whispered. Okay. Happiness may be inadvertently revealed here. Time flies so fast. Tsurumi Ming returned to Kaima's house, while Shizui and Kienzai were also carried back. With two more children, Tsurumi can take care of it alone. After all, it's the first time to be a mother, and I don't understand many things. So Tsurumi asked someone to come and help. And this person, Kakashi, also knew him, and it was Hagigi Silver Moon. Today, Yainayu is already an old woman in her 60th year, and she still has some experience in taking care of children. With Jinnol's help, Tsurumi also breathed a sigh of relief. Gradually, the two children were also 1 year old and could already crawl on the ground. Shizui is very similar to Kakashi, and Asahi is very similar to Tsurumi. One silver white hair, one brown hair, they all looked very cute and seductive. Naruto and Sasuke, who often visit here, like these two children very much. I really envy teacher Kakashi for having such two lovely children. Naruto said. Sasuke teased Asaki on the side, and smiled. What? You also have the idea of getting married? Naruto was taken aback when he heard the words, and then said, yes, it seems that you are almost ready to get married. Maybe it's time to discuss with Hinata. Sasuke was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that Naruto really wanted to get married. Sasuke, do you want to get married together? Naruto said enthusiastically. What? Chapter 821 Wedding Prelude. Sasuke looked dumbfounded. Naruto's words were a bit abrupt. Seeing that Sasuke didn't answer himself, Naruto felt even more strange. What's the matter? Don't you want to marry Sakura? Naruto asked in confusion. Oh, that's what you meant. It scared me. Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, what else can it be? What do you mean? Sasuke launched a wide-eyed attack. Huh? Where do I know what you mean? Kakashi looked at him, not knowing why, but the atmosphere seemed a little weird. Kakashi shook his head. Well, he must have thought about it a lot, so that there is nothing strange. Naruto suddenly said, Kakashi Sensei, last time you made a beautiful wedding dress for your beautiful sister, can you give me one too? I'm going to let Hinata wear that. I also want to give Sakura a set. Sasuke answered, Feng Guangxia, that's quite troublesome to do. Kakashi scratched his head and said, it's okay, we can make a reservation in advance. Naruto said, well, you can go to the Shankan tailor at the entrance of the village. He was in charge of handling it last time. I must remember now. That's great. Then I will go now. After Naruto finished speaking, he got up, ready to leave. When Sasuke saw this, he followed up and said, I'll go with you. Then go. The two left Kaima's house one after another. Kakashi watched the two leave, showing a rather relieved smile. These two guys have finally grown up. Now it's the age to get married. Ming on the side saw this and said, Kakashi, the two of them are getting married too? Well, it should be serious to look at Naruto's appearance. Senior Japanese and Fu also talked to me about this matter before. They are 4 years old enough. It's time to get married. Kakashi smiled. Unexpectedly, Naruto, a person with a rough mind, is starting to become stable now. People will always have a mature day. Naruto has almost exercised, and will be able to take my place in a few years, Kakashi said. Yumi was taken aback when he heard the words, and said, Kakashi, are you leaving? Kakashi nodded and said, almost, in the past 3 years. The ninja world has been dealt with almost. When the wedding of Naruto and Sasuke is over, I should take the time to leave for a while. But you have only taken over the position for 3 years. I am afraid that leaving now is not a good thing. Ming said, no, I have no plans to leave for the time being. As for the job after I leave, I'm ready, you see. Kakashi said, his left eye flashed red. Spatial fluctuations emerged, and an identical Kakashi appeared on the side. This is the shadow clone. Ming was surprised. No, this is the yin and yang puppet I made. It is almost indistinguishable from human beings, and it is similar to the shadow clone. It is a common thought. During the time I am away, it is enough to deal with those Hokage affairs. So amazing? Ming was a little surprised. With her strength, there was no way to see the difference between the yin and yang puppets. I have spent a lot of thought. I am not going to tell anyone about this matter. Ming, this matter will trouble you. I also give you the control method of the puppet. Pay attention to use. Kakashi said. Well, I understand. But how long are you going to leave? Ming asked worriedly. At most 2 years. I will definitely come back, Kakashi said firmly. Okay, I'll wait for you. Ming smiled. The two looked at each other and smiled. At this time, the two children began to cry again. One picked up one and comforted Yukiha's house. Oh, Sasuke, are you planning to marry Sakura? Fuayu said with some surprise. Sasuke nodded and said, well, I have already decided. Naruto plans to marry Hinata too, so I plan to do the marriage together. Itachi smiled and shook his head, and said, Sasuke, are you arrogant? Do you even have to do the wedding with Naruto? No, this is what we agreed upon. In this case, there is nothing wrong with it, Itachi said. Fu said with a smile. Fortunately, Itachi has been married for a year, and Queen is pregnant now. Maybe I can have 2 grandchildren in the next year. Hearing the words, Weasel glanced at the spring beside him, his eyes full of doting. The lower abdomen slightly bulged, indicating that Queen was also pregnant. Queen looked shy, probably because he didn't expect to transfer the conversation to himself. Mikoto also smiled and said, this is a good thing, and we must have a good time. Let the 6 generations of adults come to be the witnesses. Good idea. Presumably the 6 generations of adults will also agree to it. Fu smiled. Then it's so decided. Hyuga home. Naruto and Hinata sat in the living room. In front of him is a serious Hyuga Nizu. Nizu drank a sip of tea and said, Naruto, you say it again. Naruto showed a solemn expression and said, Uncle Nizu, I hope you can allow me to marry Hinata, and I will take care of Hinata for the rest of my life. Please. At the side, Hinata flushed with a nervous expression. Nizu looked at Naruto seriously, and said, Are you really ready? Yes, Uncle Nizu. Rizu smiled and said, in that case, I will hand Hinata to you, but if you dare to bully her, don't blame me for being polite. At that time, even if you are a disciple of the 6th generation of adults, I won't let you go. Naruto was overjoyed when he heard this, and said, thank you, Uncle Nizu. Hinata also showed joy. He also called Uncle. Rizu smiled. Naruto was taken aback, then reacted and said, yes, father-in-law. Ha ha ha. The Japanese foot smiles more heartily. Naruto and Hinata, Sasuke and Sakura. The marriage of the four was confirmed within a day. The four are now important roles in Konoha, and this news is naturally a sensation, especially the 6th generation of Hokage flag. Kakashi will also be the host specifically for the wedding of four, which is naturally more eye-catching. The wedding was preparing nervously, and friends who knew the two of them also came to Konoha. A grand occasion, once again staged in Konoha. The last time this happened was when Kakashi got married. While ramen, Naruto and Sasuke sat in their seats, eating ramen. The uncle Beta smiled and said, I heard that you two are going to get married. Congratulations. Hey, thank you for hitting uncle. Naruto smiled. Naruto, seeing you grow up little by little, and now you are going to marry a wife and have children, it is really gratifying. Look at your sister Chenpu, who is still single now. I am really sad. Hand sighed. Father. Chapter 822. People who are going to get married. Chenpu gave his hand a big eye. He sneered and smiled, not daring to say anything. Alas, the right to speak at home is getting lower and lower. Hand hitting means very sad. Chenpu smiled and said to Naruto, Naruto, congratulations on your marriage. When the time comes, my father and I will give you a gift. Then thanks Sister Chenpu. Naruto said, drank all the noodle soup in the bowl, and then said, Sister Chenpu, hand-beating uncle, we still have a lot to do, so I won't stay here. Sasuke, let's go. Okay. Sasuke also finished eating at this time, and left with Naruto. Watching the two leave with their hands, they looked relieved. Naruto has finally grown up. What can I give as a gift at that time? The uncle hand-beater fell into contemplation. A bowl of miso ramen. A familiar voice sounded beside the hand hitting his ear. He was taken aback for a moment, and then he saw the familiar face. It's Kakashi. You haven't come for some days. Han chuckled. There are a lot of things recently, and I have to deal with Hokage's duties and take care of the two children in the family. I really don't have time. Kakashi sat down and said softly, it seems to be really busy. But you are looking for me now. Should you want to set off? Han chuckled. Kakashi nodded and said, yeah, the time is almost there. I'm afraid I will be embarrassed if it is too late. Ha ha ha. It turns out that you are also scared. It's not thanks to you, Kakashi said irritably. The happier life is now, the more worried Kakashi is. If that happened, it would be really embarrassing. Now that you have decided, let's go. Don't worry. For you, this is just a trip, Sue said with a smile. I hope so. I just like to come back early to live my little life. It will make you wish. The two talked more, and Kakashi ate a bowl of miso ramen and left. The new story has begun again. The lanterns and festoons are full of festive colors. The wedding is in preparation. Kakashi was familiar with all of this because he had her own wedding, so everything went smoothly. Brother Kakashi, are everything ready? Xiang Rin asked. It's almost done, just wait for tomorrow. How about, are your gifts ready? Kakashi smiled. Hee. Of course I'm ready, Xiang Lin said with a smug expression. Jungo, how about you? Shijiga nodded and said, ready. It seems that you are very concerned. Kakashi smiled. Of course, but I didn't expect that Naruto, Hinata and Sasuke Sakura would actually be the first of us to get married. I thought it would be me, Karen said discouragedly. Chongwu heard this and smiled and said, Xiang Rin, do you want to get married too? Then I'm going to talk to Ningxi. Xiang Rin blushed and said, no, I have to wait until Ningxi takes the initiative to say it. I'm not in a hurry for Ningjai to take the initiative, it seems that it will take a while. That guy is not an emotionally motivated person, Kakashi said. I don't know how this is really annoying. Why should I like such a person? Xianglin said helplessly. Seeing Xianglin like this, Kakashi felt a little funny. It's just that Nings is gradually taking over the Hyuga clan now, and he is indeed a bit busy, and I am afraid that he is not thinking about falling in love anymore. Even the time to date with Xianglin has decreased. Kakashi looked at Shigogo and said, Shigogo, don't talk about others, how about yourself? Every day is the age to get married. Shouldn't it be time to take the initiative? Naruto has walked in front of you. This one. Shigeru was a little embarrassed. What's wrong? What's the problem? Kakashi wondered. No, it's just that I haven't saved enough money to buy a house. After getting married, I can rent together with Xianglin. Naruto, Shigeru said embarrassingly. That's the problem. It's okay. Just ask Yamato to build a house for you. He'll get you a land at a discount price, so you can afford it. Kakashi smiled. Really? Teacher Kakashi? Shigeru said excitedly. When did I lie to you? That's great. Shigeru said excitedly. Brother Kakashi, I also want a house. Xianglin said with envy. You? What are you worried about? Nings is about to become the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, and you will be the wife of the patriarch of the Hyuga clan by then. Are you afraid that there is no place to live? Xianglin blushed and said, isn't this still unmarried? It's fast. It won't be too far. When Nings sees that his peers are married, he will react even if he is slow. I think the marriage of Shikamaru and Temari is also coming soon. And Nings is not. Are you getting better with Union's Karui? And Ino? Her relationship with Sei is also developing rapidly. Presumably their marriage is not far away. Kakashi counted like this and found out that Naruto's class seemed to be about to get married. In a daze, Kakashi felt a bit like a relative who urged marriage. Time flies really fast. Unexpectedly, everyone will soon form a new family, Zongwu said with emotion. Isn't this very good? It means that everyone's life is very good. Xianglin said. That's true. Well, you two will work hard tomorrow. It is estimated that tomorrow will be very busy. After all, Naruto and Sasuke must have a wedding together. This matter can be more troublesome, Kakashi said. Okay, brother Kakashi, don't worry, everything is ready. That's good. Hyuga family house. Hinata sat in the room, looking at the mirror in front of him. Is it finally going to be Naruto-kun's bride? It feels like him dreaming. On this day, Hinata was looking forward to it for a long time, and when it really came, he felt like he was dreaming. Ha ha, sister, are you shy? The fireworks came out of nowhere, and sat beside Hinata. Hwahuo, why are you here? Hinata asked in surprise. I'm bored and can't sleep, so come and see my sister. My sister won't sleep here anymore? Hwahuo asked. Yes, tomorrow I will live in Naruto-kun's new home, Hinata said shyly. If this is the case, then I will sleep with my sister tonight, otherwise, there will be no chance in the future. Hwahuo said, got into the bed of Hinata. Seeing this, Hinata smiled and said, Hwahuo, what is this? They are all such old people, and they are so childish. Sister, I can't bear you. Hwahuo suddenly said with some sadness. Hwahuo, you can go to my place to play in the future, anyway, it's not far away. Hinata whispered. Hey, will that bother you and brother-in-law? Hinata flushed and said, what are you talking about? Chapter 823 Under the Moon. Haruno's house. Sakura sat in her courtyard with a smile on her face from time to time. A few days ago, Sasuke suddenly ran to the house to propose marriage, which shocked Sakura. But what followed was a strong sense of happiness. After many years of waiting, I finally got the result. Tomorrow, she will become Sasuke's bride and become Uchiha Sakura. Hey, Sakura. What do you think? Ino's voice came from the door. Ino, why are you here? Sakura said in surprise. Come and see you. After all, you will be Sasuke's bride tomorrow, Ino said, sitting next to Sakura. What? Envy? Sakura smiled. Ino nodded and shook his head again. What does this mean? Sakura asked in confusion. Say envious? there is indeed a point, if you want to say very envious, but not. After Ino finished speaking, he looked up at the full moon in the sky with emotion on his face. Before Sakura answered, Ino continued, speaking of which, we both liked Sasuke at the same time. Yeah, speaking of it, we broke up because of Sasuke, but fortunately we reconciled later. Sakura smiled. Hearing this, Ino also showed a smile, and said, it's really young, it's naive to do it. Fortunately, we are all mature, haven't we? Yeah, Sakura, there is one thing I envy you, you ended up with your first love. It used to be him, now it is him, and it will still be him. This is something that many people can't do. This point, Hina so is Tan. You are all lucky. Ino looked at Sakura with envy. Sakura smiled slightly. Yes, this is really rare. First love. What a wonderful word. There are always too many unspeakable beauty in the first love. At that time, teenagers would do a lot of things that seemed silly, but were full of sincerity. Many are things that will not be done in the future. That kind of feeling is unforgettable for a lifetime. It's just that too many people's first love is fragile. Sometimes, just a few meters away will separate this fate. You are not bad now, although Sai is a bit slow, he has gradually changed and is now a very good man. Of course, he is not as good as Sasuke. Sakura smiled. Upon hearing this, Ino gave Sakura a blank look and said, well, I know that your family Sasuke is the best. That's natural, Sakura said proudly. The two of us have been fighting for so long, but in the end I lost. But it's not wrong to think about it. Who told me not to be in the same team as Sasuke? This may be fate. Sakura smiled. Emotional matters, in fact, are really important first. Time, place, and people, these three elements are all indispensable. Even if the person is right, but the time is wrong, the place is wrong, you still have to miss it, and you also have to be separated. Life is so helpless. You know, in this world, there may only be one person suitable for you, but it is very likely that many people have stories with you. It's just that whether this story can develop, sometimes depends on the word fate. And these two words are often indescribable. Ino flicked Sakura's forehead lightly, and said with a smile, it seems that this fate belongs to you. From now on, you must take good care of it. Oh, it hurts. Ino bore. Sakura touched her red forehead and said, ha ha ha, this is a bit of a vent for me. After all, you can take away the woman of my first love. Ino smiled. What kind of first love? It's unrequited love, Sakura muttered. I heard it all, Sakura. Ino's tone became terrifying. Okay, even if it's first love. Sakura sneered. Tomorrow is your wedding day, how are you preparing? Everything is ready, but I have been busy all this time. Sakura smiled. That's good. Then I am looking forward to seeing a beautiful bride tomorrow. Will not disappoint you. It's really self-confident, so let you be arrogant for a while. When I get married, I must be much more beautiful than you. Ino smiled lightly. How is it possible? Sasuke's bride is the most beautiful. Sakura whispered. Really? That's not necessarily. It is me. No. For a while, the two quarreled again. But soon, the two looked at each other and smiled. Sakura, I wish you happiness. After Ino said, he stretched out his right hand. Sakura was taken aback, holding Ino's right hand, and said, thank you, Ino, so do you. In the moonlight, the friendship between the two women seemed to have grown deeper. Upstairs, Haruno was embracing his arms with a smile on his face. Mebuki, I didn't expect our daughter to finally marry a member of the Uchiha clan. Mia Haruno laughed and said, maybe this is also a kind of fate. God's use of this method to resolve the hatred of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan is a beautiful thing. Yes, the first generation adults have forgiven Uchiha Madara. Naturally, we don't have to fight against the Uchiha clan anymore. This ending may be considered the best, Haruno said with a smile. It's just that I'm a little curious about what achievements Sakura and Sasuke's children will achieve in the future. After all, this is the first combination of the Senju and Uchiha clan. Well, it's up to God's will. Okay, let's not talk about this. I will be busy tomorrow. Let's take a good rest at night. Okay. Flagwood House. Kakashi stood in the courtyard, and the two children had already fallen asleep. Terumi Ming walked to Kakashi's side, put the robes on his shoulders, and said, "Why don't you sleep?" "Some can't sleep, so I stand here. The moonlight here seems to be a little different from before." Terumi smiled and said, "What can be different? Aren't they all the same? It's just that your mood is different, right?" "Yeah. The mood is different. This kind of comfort is really easy to fascinate." "Take a rest early, and I will have another busy day tomorrow." "You Hokage-sama don't have a few days of leisure." "Makes sense. The wind blows overnight. The day will be bright. The whole Konoha is boiling." "Naruto, why are you still procrastinating? Hurry up. The wedding will be held soon." Xianglin pulled Naruto up and said loudly, "Ah, Xianglin, let me sleep for a while." Naruto hugged the pillow, still lying in bed. "Really? How can Hinata like a guy like you?" "It seems I have to use a trick." King Kong blockade. After Xianglin finished speaking, Naruto was tied firmly by the golden chain and dragged away. "Ah, Xianglin, let me go. I can go by myself," Naruto screamed. But Xianglin ignored it. Chapter 824. Whose bride? Naruto was dragged by Xianglin's diamond blockade to the place he had prepared, and Sasuke has already been waiting here. "Naruto, why haven't you changed your clothes yet?" Sasuke said helplessly. Seeing Sasuke, who had changed his wedding dress, Naruto was a little surprised. "How are you so fast?" Sasuke sorted his collar and said, "You are too slow." "It's 9 o'clock." "Huh? It's 9 o'clock." Naruto was shocked. "This is too late for the rhythm." "I knew that. I should have gone to bed earlier last night." "Xianglin, let me go quickly. I'm going to change my clothes." Naruto cried. "Now know that you are in a hurry," Xianglin said, loosening the King Kong blockade, allowing Naruto to regain her freedom. "Now we have to start preparing." After Naruto finished speaking, he took the clothes and rushed into the locker room. "Why is this guy still frizzy? Is it really okay for Hinata to follow this guy?" Xianglin said with some worry. Sasuke smiled and said, "If Naruto doesn't do this, it won't be Naruto." "It's good not to get confused about major issues." "Well, it's not that I live with him anyway. Hinata likes it." "By the way, I don't know if Sakura and the others are ready." Sasuke curiously asked. "I also want to know." "Forget it. I don't care about you. I'm going to Sakura and the others. When you two are ready, go out." "Okay." Naruto hurriedly changed his clothes and ran out of the locker room. "Huh, it's finally done," Naruto said with a sigh of relief. Seeing Naruto's anxious look, Sasuke said helplessly, "You are in a hurry. You haven't even changed your clothes. The collar is crooked, but it's ugly." As Sasuke said, he took a step forward and helped Naruto tidy his collar. Naruto smiled and stroked the back of his head, and said, "This clothes really haven't been worn through, so I feel a little awkward." "You have to dress more formally when you get married." Sasuke sorted his collar, took a step back and looked at it again, and nodded in satisfaction. "This is just a little bit like." "Hey, thanks a lot, Sasuke." "Are you two ready?" Itachi and Shisui walked in from outside, and Shisui first began to ask. "Ready, Shisui," Sasuke said. "Not bad. It looks very energetic." "It looks better than the previous Itachi," Shisui said with a smile, still not forgetting a handful of Itachi. Itachi smiled and didn't care. "It's normal for a single dog to feel resentful. It's not like Shisui's general knowledge." Itachi looked at Sasuke, who had become taller than himself, and was filled with relief. "It's a full 4 centimeters higher." "Sasuke, congratulations, you are also getting married, and you will become a good husband in the future." Sasuke nodded and said, "Brother, I will." "Naruto, you have to cheer." Itachi smiled. "Yes." "Okay, time is almost up, go out quickly." Kakashi said that the ceremony is about to begin. Shisui urged. "Then let's go." Sasuke said. "It is good." At this moment, even Naruto was a little nervous. Hyuga family house. Hinata has changed into a red dress and painted makeup. At the door, Japanese foot and fireworks came in. "Sister, The sedan chair is here, Hwahuo said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Hinata turned his head. Both were surprised. It's so beautiful, sister. So beautiful, Hwahuo exclaimed excitedly. There was also a relieved expression on Sunza's face. When a daughter is married, it is a complicated matter for every father. Hinata's face was reddened, and she was a bit shy to be praised so directly. Hinata, are you ready? Nizu said with a smile. Hinata nodded. At this time, Neji also walked over from behind the door and was surprised to see Hinata's appearance. But it soon eased. Master Hinata, this is a headscarf that matches the dress. You must put it on before entering the sedan chair. Ningsi said. Brother Ningsi, you don't need to call me Hinata-sama in the future, just call me Hinata. After all, you can become the head of the Hyuga family in the future, but you will become the Whirlpool Hinata. Hinata whispered. Ningsi was taken aback for a moment, and seemed to be overwhelmed for a while. Nizu said with a smile. Ninjai, just do what Hinata said. No matter how you call it, we are all one family. Yes, uncle, Ningsi said respectfully. Neji improved the red turban for Hinata, and then the fireworks sent Hinata into the sedan chair. Sakura on the other side is also doing the same. The two sedan chairs depart from different places and go to the same venue. The original love song. It's just a place for weddings in Konoha. It is said that this is a blessed place, and all lovers who hold a wedding here will be blessed. Love each other forever. The sedan chair dropped at the entrance of Koen Konohara. Sasuke and Naruto stood in front of the sedan chair. The car curtain opened, revealing the beautiful woman inside. Naruto and Sasuke extended their right hands and took the person in the sedan chair out at the same time. The bright red, like a ray of sunlight, makes people unable to look away. The red turban slowly fell, revealing two beautiful faces. The wedding began. The four of them walked slowly, and slowly came to the center of the original love song. Kakashi stood there, and beside Kakashi, Fui, Mikoto, Harunozawa, Yabuki, and Japanese Foot. Everyone looked at the four with a smile on their faces. The joy is beyond words. The wedding ended perfectly amidst the hustle and bustle. Minato and Sakura put on the red headscarves again and entered the sedan chair. In order to get married, both Naruto and Sasuke moved out of their original residence and bought a new house. And these two houses are still adjacent. Not long ago, two naughty guys were playing in front of the house, and they changed the two signs of Uzumaki and Uekaiho at the door. The sedan chair fell down at the door of the residence. The bearer is a little confused. These two houses that look similar, which one is which? The night is heavy, and it is even more indistinguishable. It should be this. Looking at the handwriting on the house plate, the bearer came to a conclusion. Two brides with red hijabs were sent into the new house. Naruto and Sasuke returned home after attending the final banquet. Sasuke, it's finally over. I'm exhausted. At the door of the house, Naruto complained. Go back and rest first. It is good. Both of them walked into the new house, and on the bed sat a delicate bride. It's just that the bride is still wearing a red hijab. Naruto and Sasuke took off the red hijab almost at the same time, but the scene before them stunned them. Sakura, how could it be you? Naruto exclaimed, looking at the pink-haired girl in front of her. Hinata, what's the situation? Sasuke was shocked. What? Two exclaims came from the bride's mouth at the same time. Waking up in the dark, it seemed that something unexpected happened. Of course, this is just an episode. Chapter 825 End Prelude. It was a nightmare, and it was discovered early, except for a little embarrassment, but there was nothing else. Both Kozakura and Hinata looked horrified. What is the person in front of them? Where's your husband? Why became another person? The atmosphere freezes. Naruto and Sasuke ran out of their respective rooms and came to the door of the house, as if they had a sense of spirit. The two looked at each other, and both saw panic in their eyes. Sasuke, what's the situation? How do I know? They gave the wrong house. How could it be wrong? This is not well written, Naruto said, pointing to the house number on the side. With this finger, Naruto himself was dumbfounded. What's the matter? Why was the house number changed? Sasuke asked in surprise. Damn it, Who is doing this kind of wicked thing? Naruto said angrily. Fortunately, the discovery was timely. We have to change it back before the others come. Exactly. The two rushed into their respective rooms. Then I saw the bride who originally belonged to them. Naruto-kun. Hinata lowered his head and cried softly, eyes full of shyness. The original shock has slowly subsided. Hinata, are you okay? Naruto said subconsciously. Hinata shook his head and said, it's okay. But it was just too sudden. How could Sasuke-kun appear here? The people who carried the sedan chair seem to have sent the wrong house. This is Sasuke's house, Naruto said with a slight embarrassment. What? Hinata asked in surprise. Sakura was sent to our house, and you were sent here. I just lifted my hijab and I was shocked when I saw Sakura. On the other hand, Naruto's first love can be regarded as Sakura. In this way, I don't know if Naruto's first love dream has been fulfilled. Of course, this is just a joke. The feeling that was considered emotional or not has long since passed. Naruto explained the matter immediately, and Hinata was surprised. On the other side, Sasuke also explained it again. Kozakura also looked angry. This kind of thing happened when we got married, and it was indeed a bit damaging. It turned out to be so, and I don't know whose prank it was. Hinata whispered. But it's okay. Let's go home quickly, Naruto said, and hugged Hinata. Ah, Naruto-kun. Hinata was startled, but he didn't expect Naruto to pick himself up suddenly. Hinata, are you ready? What are you going to prepare? Hinata was taken aback. Of course, it's up to heaven. As Naruto said, with a little tiptoe, he jumped out of the window, and his figure appeared in the courtyard. The right foot was hardened again, and the whole person rushed into the sky. At the same time, Sasuke also hugged Sakura and jumped from the courtyard of Naruto's house. The four met in midair. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other, and both landed in their courtyard. This is the end of the scene of A Messy Bride. The four thought that no one knew, but they didn't think that it was no secret here in Kakashi. A crystal ball gleamed with a faint white light in front of Kakashi. Kakashi chuckled and said, these two guys have to do so much even if they get married. It's hard for them. But fortunately everything goes well. The crystal ball dissipated in Kakashi's hands. This telescope technique obtained from the hands of the third generation of Hokage. I have to say, it is really convenient. Kakashi originally wanted to see if the two went home smoothly, but he didn't expect to see such an interesting picture. But chakra was not wasted. The wedding dinner has ended, and the guests have all gone. Naturally, Kakashi does not need to pack the things, and then there will be a dedicated person to pack it. Kakashi didn't drink much. It was a spirit. Ming left after Naruto and Sasuke left. Shizui and Kingsley at home were both young. Although Yainayu's mother-in-law was taking care of her, Ming was still a little worried, so she left first. Kakashi. Just as Kakashi wanted to leave, Jiraiya also stopped him. Huh? Lord Jiraiya, what's the matter? Jiraiya also shook the two bottles of wine in his hand and smiled. How about, are you interested in drinking 2 more glasses? Of course, with nothing to do, 2 more glasses is a good choice. Really today is a happy day. Then let's change place. Change the place? Kakashi wondered. Follow me. As Jiraiya said, he jumped up and ran away. When Kakashi saw this, he followed. On the Hokage rock, Jiraiya also stopped, and Kakashi fell aside. Master from Lei Yi is here to come. Jiraiya also sat on the 4th generation of Hokage rock, poured a glass of wine, and spilled it. Kakashi was taken aback, and then he did the same action. Shuiman, today your son is married, this glass of wine, even if I give you a blessing. Zilei also whispered. Mr. Watergate, you have met Naruto's wife before. She is a very gentle girl. With him, Naruto's life will become more colorful. Moreover, he will not bully Naruto. At least, the family status should be much higher than you. Kakashi laughed. Jiraiya also laughed when he heard the words, Kakashi, you kid really has a black belly, you still say this at this time. This is the fact. That's true. Jukusanai's temperament, Only Watergate has always tolerated it. Jiraiya also sighed. Master Jiraiya, you are not bad. Regarding your temper, Tsunade-sama has not lost to Master Kuzina. Haha. Jiraiya made a haha and didn't continue this topic. Sit down, Kakashi. Kakashi was not polite when he heard that, and sat next to Jiraiya. Kakashi, seeing these juniors become talents and get married, I really have an illusion of old age in my heart. Jiraiya also said, taking a sip of white wine. When people grow, the juniors continue to grow, which proves that our teaching has not gone wrong. This is a comforting thing. Yes. Speaking of which, I have accepted so many apprentices, I am afraid that only Naruto is lucky, and the fate of others. Speaking of this, Jiraiya was a little bleak. Watergate died young, and Yahiko was about the same. Nagato and Xiaonan went astray. Although they finally returned to the right path, Nagato lost both eyes, and a pair of bodies became broken. They have not yet fully recovered. Although Xiaonan was taking care of him, it was fairly stable. But these destinations were far worse than Jiraiya's expectations. This may be the destiny of the ninja. Who can think of what the future will be like? It's a very good ending now. Kakashi said, drank the liquor in the flask. The choking spiciness spread in the mouth. Chapter 826 Season Finale Evening Breeze, lightly. On the Hokage Rock, two men you have a drink, and I drink a drink. In the end, both of them returned to their respective residences drunk. Then the two women were unlucky. Fortunately, they are all ninjas, and they have their own methods, but they are not too troublesome. A busy day can be regarded as past. Although marriage is a happy event, it is really tiring to some extent. Many people fall asleep after getting tired. Weddings seem to have changed in many things, and are no longer a simple blessing ceremony. Time is flying and passing by like running water. Another year has passed. The belly of Hinata and Sakura grew at the same time. Naturally, who is the father of the child is quite certain. After Tsunade's inspection, Hinata's belly was a boy, and Sakura's belly was a girl. Originally, Naruto and Sasuke wanted to make a marriage contract or something, but under Kakashi's persuasion, the two gave up. It is a tragedy that the finger belly is a marriage or something, which is very likely to be a tragedy. After all, even two childhood sweethearts may not be together. This kind of marriage contract will often become a shackle. In Kakashi's view, if two people really love each other, they will be together without a marriage contract. This so-called marriage contract seems meaningless. The two set a name for the child before the child was born. Naruto's son is Uzumaki, and Sasuke's daughter is Uchiha Hazaruna. Perhaps these two children can make up for their father's regrets and create a good marriage. Of course, these are things to follow. Flagwood House. Ming, time is almost up. I am ready to go. Today? Tryumim said reluctantly. Well, I will be back soon. When is it soon? Kakashi pointed to the cherry blossoms in the courtyard and said softly, when the cherry blossoms bloom again, I will be back. Okay, I will wait for you. Shizui and Kingsley will trouble you to take care of it, Kakashi said. Fool, that's our child. I will naturally take care of it. Makes sense. Kakashi smiled, and then took out the white Doorfield Jade card. I'm leaving. Tryumi nodded and looked at Kakashi quietly. Since it can't be stopped, then it can only bring the most sincere blessings. The power of the six paths entered into it, and the white door shone a dazzling white light, covering Kakashi in it. For a moment, Kakashi felt a pulling force. Kakashi. Tryumi called out softly, eyes full of worry. Kakashi looked at Tryumi and stepped forward gently. The thin lips slightly tapped on the forehead, as if with a deep affection. Ming, wait for me. As soon as the voice fell, the white light dissipated, and the whole person disappeared into the room. The temperature of Kakashi's lips still remained on his forehead, and Tryumi looked melancholy. Come home early. In the room, only Tryumi was left. No, or rather, there is one more person. Not far away, stood a figure exactly like Kakashi. It was the yin and yang puppet left by Kakashi. Except for less than half of Kakashi's strength, the rest is almost the same. This is also a substitute for Kakashi to deal with Konoha's things. Of course, things like work can be substituted, but for Tsurumi Ming, this is not the real Kakashi after all. Mum and Dad, let's play the game of cutting fruits, okay? Kingsley walked over from the courtyard and said gruffly. She has only just learned to speak, and her expression is still somewhat unclear. Tsurumi Ming squatted in front of Kingsley, smiled and said, okay, great. Kingsley said happily. Shichai on the side was a little indifferent. Although he was just over a year old, he said he didn't like these games. On the contrary, those woody kanai make Shichai very happy. Kakashi left, leaving quietly. No one knew Kakashi's departure except Tsurumi Ming, because there is an alternative. And the miss of Kakashi, only Tsurumi Ming alone bears it. But a puppet is a puppet after all. No matter how realistic it is, it can't become a real one. Others may not be able to see it, but Naruto gradually felt that something was wrong. This Kakashi teacher seemed to Naruto to be no different from the previous ones. But he just felt something was wrong. Why feel like teacher Kakashi is weird recently? Uzumaki family, Naruto muttered to himself. Hinata on the side heard the words and said, Hokage-sama is weird. Is there? It seems to be the same as before. Naruto shook his head and said, I don't know what's going on, but I just think it's weird. The magic of the yin and yang puppet, even if Naruto opened the fairy mode, he couldn't snoop, so he was just a feeling, there was no evidence at all. Hinata smiled and said, maybe it's just an illusion of you. Naruto scratched his head and said, maybe. When Hinata said so, Naruto also felt that this was an illusion. After all, Kakashi hasn't changed much. In addition to Naruto, the strange thing was found with soil. It's just a sense of the earth's heart, but pretending to be ignorant. Spring goes to autumn, and autumn goes to winter. Time passed quietly. Withered yellow leaves filled the courtyard, and then there was white snow again. The snow melted, and it was another year. Tsurumi sat on the swing in the courtyard, holding Kingsley constantly swaying. Shizui was sitting in a chair beside him, holding a detailed explanation of chakra basics in his hand, reading with gusto. It is hard to imagine that this is a 2-year-old child. Shizui was fascinated by the look, when suddenly a cherry blossom fell from the sky and landed on the book. What? Shichai was a little surprised and raised his head. That is a cherry blossom tree. The cherry blossoms full of trees are swaying. When the breeze blows, the cherry blossoms fall in color. Shichai said with joy, Mom, the cherry blossoms are down. So beautiful. Tsurumi was awakened and looked at the cherry blossoms above her head. Has the cherry blossoms fallen? Tsurumi murmured to herself. The lovesickness in her heart surged again. He said that the cherry blossoms will return when they bloom again. But now, the cherry blossoms are about to fall, but he is still missing. Where are you? He whispered softly, as if there were all kinds of melancholy. Kings in her arms seemed to feel Tsurumi Ming's emotions, and stood on the ground, gently stroking Tsurumi Ming's hand. Mom, what's the matter with you? Tsurumi Ming smiled and said, Mom is okay. Really? Kingsley didn't believe it. At this time, Shichai shouted, Mom, look, Dad is back. Tsurumi Ming was taken aback and looked up. It was a silver-white figure. A white Hokage imperial god robe was a little dazzling in the sun. Tsurumi was a little lost when she saw this. This is not him, but the yin and yang puppet who went out in the morning. Because the puppet left in this suit, she chased and rushed into Kakashi's arms. Dad, you are back. Kakashi smiled and picked up Shichai, and said, Shichai, didn't you make your mother angry? No, I'm very good, Dad. The chakra in this book is so fun. Can you teach me? Shichai said, pointing to the book in his hand. Of course you can. But you have to wait until you get older. Ah? Can't you learn it right away? Shizui said disappointedly. Well, it's not possible for the time being. Then I will teach you with Uncle Taitu. Good, good, Shichai said happily. Putting Shichai down, Kakashi walked to Tsurumi Ming's side. There is a gentle smile on his face. Tsurumi looked at Kakashi with some doubts in her eyes. This feeling, it seems. Ming, sorry, I came back late. Tsurumi was taken aback, Her body froze, and a light flashed in her eyes. "Kakashi, it's me." As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Tsume rushed into his arms. "Asshole, you asshole. It took so long to come back." "It's been a whole month." Kakashi was taken aback when he heard the words. His shoulders seemed to be a little wet. She cried. Using his hands slightly harder, he hugged Tsume tighter. "I am sorry. In the future, will you not leave again?" "Well, not anymore." "That's good." Chizue and Kingsley looked at the two strangely. Why did their relationship seem to become so good all of a sudden? In this year's time, they did not seem to be so affectionate. Although the two little guys find it strange, it is naturally a happy thing for their parents to love each other. "I want to hug too," Shichai said, jumped up and lay on Kakashi's back. Upon seeing this, Kingsley said, "I want to." Immediately, she also lay on Tsume's back. "You two little guys are really naughty enough." Kakashi hugged the outdated Chase, Tsume hugged Kingsley, and the family laughed sweetly. This may be the long-lost reunion. Except for Kakashi and Tsume, Chizue and Kingsley didn't understand the meaning. A gust of wind blew the cherry blossoms scattered across the courtyard. In the sun, a family of four formed a beautiful picture. On the big tree outside the courtyard, a dark shadow watched this scene quietly, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. A hoarse voice sounded from his mouth. "Kakashi, welcome back." New book matters. Naruto's Strongest Kakashi's book is all over here. Natsume, who had promised before, think about it and write it. As for the length of the writing, it depends on the number of subscribers. Write more chapters if you have more, and write fewer chapters if you have less. Originally I didn't want to write, but the flags were all set up, and it was not good to break my promise. After all, being a person is based on integrity. Let me start by saying that Natsume is an anime that is different from Naruto. There is almost no fight. It is more emotional drama and funny spit. So it will be more biased towards daily flow. As for the update speed, it will probably be faster. Readers and friends who don't like to see similar ones can choose to skip it, lest someone always tells me the number of words. The part of Naruto has been completely finished, and I should not write about Naruto's extras. Unless a reader friend gives me a good suggestion that I think I can write, I will add one or two. The new book is in preparation. For some reasons, only 4,000 words have been written. It will take some time to finish the beginning. When it is online, we will notify you separately. Finally, thank you readers and friends for following all the way. See you in the new book. Chapter 827. Invisible figure. The wind blew gently. Silver white hair was flying in the air. His slightly closed eyes slowly opened. The black and white eyes looked brilliant and clear. "It's just that the scar on the left eye looks a bit hideous." This is where the lazy voice overflowed from the throat, with a touch of doubt. In front of him, it seemed to be a small country road. Kakashi touched her hair, feeling helpless. The dwarfy jade card in his hand disappeared as soon as he took it away. Let's ask someone to ask hello first. At this time, Kakashi was not wearing a ninja costume, but dressed as an ordinary person, in order not to increase the trouble. After all, strange attire is sometimes the beginning of trouble. After traveling hundreds of meters, Kakashi finally walked out of this path. Huh? There is a small town ahead? Kakashi's eyes lit up, speeded up, and ran over. Seeing someone walking by, Kakashi asked softly, "Hello, what is this place?" But the man ignored Kakashi at all and walked straight over. Strange, why does this guy ignore people? Are people in this world so unfriendly? Kakashi is a little strange. His attitude just now can be said to be very friendly, but why does this guy ignore him? Forget it, let's say hello to someone else. Kakashi turned his head and walked to another young girl, and said, "Hello, may I ask?" Before Kakashi's words were finished, the man walked over without stopping. How is this going? Kakashi was a little surprised. If it was one person, it would be nice to say. But two in a row. This question is a bit strange. So Kakashi asked two people again, but they ignored him. Did not even look at Kakashi. For a time, when people came and went on the street, Kakashi felt like he was on an isolated island without anyone. What exactly is going on? Suddenly, someone walked towards him and passed directly through Kakashi's body. Kakashi was taken aback, and when he reacted, the man was already far away. Through. Past. They can't see me. Isn't it? I'm a ghost? Kakashi was shocked and looked at his hands with a face of inexplicable expression. This is not the same as saying it is good. Normally, this should not be the case. Although Kakashi was shocked, he was not panicked. Coming into a strange world, the most important thing is to calm down. Judging from the current situation, it should be modern. Regardless of the clothing, the street, or the electronic equipment, all have a modern level. Compared with Hokage's crooked technology tree, it is obviously much more normal here. In the modern world, there shouldn't be any creatures that are too powerful. From this point of view, the force value should not be too strong. Confirming this, Kakashi felt relieved. In any case, the low force value means that when you go back, the Naruto world will not be too long. After all, according to the Uncle Handbeater, he will have to stay here for 10 years before he can return. This is good news. The next step is to see what kind of world this is. I hope it is familiar to me. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. Kakashi scratched his head and walked to the park side. Speaking of it, it's pretty tiring, so let's take a break. Woo 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 woo. As soon as Kakashi walked to the park, he heard someone crying beside him. Okay, Kakashi was a little strange, and when he walked over, he was an 8 or 9-year-old boy. The brown hair is very delicate, but the eyes seem to be a little red and swollen from crying. Upon seeing this, Kakashi subconsciously asked, "What's the matter with you?" Kakashi regretted it as soon as he said it. Oops, forget that, you can't be seen now. Kakashi sighed, feeling melancholy. This was the first time he experienced this feeling of not being noticed. But to Kakashi's surprise, the boy looked at him. In that gaze, Kakashi's figure was reflected. He saw me. What's going on? Kakashi was surprised. The red and swollen eyes of the teenager seemed to have many stories. At this moment, behind the young man, a huge monster appeared behind him. The huge head and the big face with one eye didn't look like a human in any way. "This is," Kakashi exclaimed. Upon seeing this, the boy turned his head. "What?" the boy screamed, then stepped back. "Human, I'm going to eat you." The uni-eyed monster yelled at the boy. "Get away. Don't come to me anymore." The young man shouted angrily. "Humphrey, a mere human, dare to be so arrogant." The uni-eyed monster sneered. "What is this?" Kakashi wondered. The boy also reacted at this time. "You can see him?" the young man asked in surprise. Kakashi was a little confused, and said, "Isn't this very clear?" The boy was overjoyed, but then his eyes darkened. "Can you see it?" "How can anyone see it?" "By the way, it must be a monster again. Last time, a monster who looked exactly like a human deceived himself." "Damn it. Why always come to me? I never want to see you again," the boy yelled, then turned and ran away. "Hey, what's wrong?" Kakashi shouted, but the boy ignored him and ran away. "Why did you just leave like this?" Kakashi was a little helpless, and finally met a human who could see him, and now he ran away. "That kid ran away, so let's take you for my dinner." The uni-eyed monster looked at Kakashi with a hideous look on his face. Kakashi heard the words and turned to look at the uni-eyed monster. "You sure?" A fierce murderous aura instantly enveloped the monster's body, and an extremely cold air current made him unable to move at all. "You? Who are you?" The uni-eyed monster was terrified. He hadn't experienced this kind of feeling. "It's as if you will face death in the next moment." "Let me ask you this question," Kakashi said. His left eye suddenly turned scarlet. "Right round eyes." Illusion. The memory of the uni-eyed monster instantly appeared in Kakashi's mind. "This is the world of monsters?" Kakashi was a little surprised. This world is not much different from ordinary human society. The biggest difference is that there is something called a monster in this world. Ordinary humans can't see monsters, so things about monsters have nothing to do with them. But there is a kind of person in the world who is born with demon power. Those eyes can see the scenery that ordinary people can't see, and that is a monster. Chapter 828 Natsume, Yukai, I won't be seen by humans. Did I also become a monster? Kakashi was a little helpless. The development of things seemed a little strange. The boy just now is a human who is born with demon power. It seems a bit familiar. Kakashi shook his head, unable to remember for a moment. However, according to the memory of this one-eyed monster, the combat effectiveness of this world is indeed average. Knowing this is enough. The night is dim. A family is eating dinner. Huh? Natsume, what happened to your eyes? The middle-aged aunt asked strangely. No. Nothing. The talking boy was the same person Kakashi had seen before. The boy responded, and then ate dinner quietly. Really? It's fine. I heard Mrs. Anu next door say that I saw you in the park with a strange man this afternoon. He didn't do anything strange to you, right? I heard that someone was kidnapping a child recently. You have to be careful. Afternoon, park, man? Natsume was shocked and stood up quickly. Auntie, what did you say? Auntie was startled by Natsume's violent reaction. Natsume probably also realized that his reaction was too violent, so he said apologetically, sorry, Auntie. Auntie came back to her senses at this time and smiled reluctantly. Nothing. Hurry up and eat. After hearing this, Natsume quietly ate the rice in the bowl. The man in the afternoon? Mrs. Inu saw it. Could it be? Is he not a monster? Otherwise, how could Mrs. Inu see it? Mrs. Inu can't see the monster. Is it the same kind? You can see the same kind of monsters just like yourself. Thinking of this, Natsume suddenly felt a little excited. Takashi Natsume lost his parents since he was a child and stayed with relatives. Because of the ability to see monsters, he will often behave inexplicably. When others can't see the monster, they will think that there is something wrong with this person. He realized this, but he couldn't change it. Anyone who saw something suddenly appeared would be shocked, not to mention that he was often chased by monsters. In the eyes of others, he has become a liar, even a lunatic. He longed for someone who could understand him. Natsume got up after eating the rice in the bowl quickly. I'm finished. I have something to do. Go out first. Sorry. After Natsume finished speaking, he ran out quickly. The auntie looked sad when she saw Natsume leave. I heard that this child was weird before, but now it seems to be the case. Oh, I wish he could stop a little bit. Probably because he has no parents, he became like this. The scenery in front of him quickly receded, and Xiao Natsume ran out panting. Coming. Natsume looked excited, and the park was already in front of him. Kakashi did stay in the park at this time, because he found he seems to have nowhere to go for the time being, and this place is spacious and comfortable. Well, it looks very nice. So Kakashi has been sitting on the bench in the park. Oh, it's really a headache. What will the origin of this world be? Is it a monster? Kakashi rubbed his temples and thought about it seriously. This question, perhaps the big monster in the forest will know. By the way, go to the forest and ask hello. Thinking of this, Kakashi stood up and planned to leave here. At this moment, Xiao Natsume rushed into the park. Kakashi was taken aback. Why did this boy come again? Xiao Natsume put her hands on her knees, panting. Kakashi smiled upon seeing this. Little guy, what is this? Xiao Natsume looked up at Kakashi, eyes facing each other. You can see the monsters too? Well, if you are talking about the thing in the afternoon, you can really see it. Xiao Natsume was extremely happy. Are you human? How to put it, I am still a human in the morning, but now, I am a little uncertain. Xiao Natsume was taken aback. What did this mean? What do you mean? Natsume was puzzled. It's a long story. In short, I shouldn't be a monster, although it seems that no one can see me. Cannot see you? Natsume was puzzled. Didn't Mrs. Inu see him? Aren't you Natsume from the Kiritani family? Why are the 8 house here? Who are you? At this time, a middle-aged man came over and said. Kakashi was a little surprised, and the man looked at him clearly. "You can see me?" Kakashi wondered. The middle-aged man was taken aback when he saw this, and said, "This gentleman, you are really funny, aren't you here properly?" When Xiaomu heard this, he was overjoyed, and as expected, everyone could see him. "He is human." "Great." Kakashi has some doubts. "What's the situation? Don't you even see yourself in the afternoon? Is it possible that everyone can see it at night?" Seeing that Kakashi was a little weird, the middle-aged man said to Xiao Natsume, "Natsume, go home quickly, otherwise your Aunt Tonga will be anxious." Xiaoxumu shook her head and said, "Thank you Uncle Inu for your concern, it's okay." "You know him?" "Okay." Seeing that Xiao Natsume said so, Inu stopped persuading anything. "Well, then go home early and don't be outside too late." "Okay." After Inu left, Kakashi also reacted. "It's weird, how can they see me again?" Kakashi asked in doubt. "Great. You are really human. Everyone can see you," Xiao Natsume said with joy. When Kakashi heard the words, his gaze fell on the boy in front of him. At the age of 8 or 9, he has a beautiful appearance and can even be said to be a boy and a girl. It's nothing. It's just those eyes that made Kakashi feel a pain in his heart. That kind of look, he had seen it before. And the person with this kind of look is called Uzumaki Naruto. When Kakashi first saw Naruto, Naruto also had this look. Longing for recognition, longing for companions, longing for company. This young man seemed to be a poor man too. "My name is Takashi Natsume. Nice to meet you." Natsume Takashi. Kakashi felt that the name seemed familiar, and that distant memory seemed to be awakened again. Natsume? Natsume? Monster? The boy who can see the monster? Natsume's friend's book. Kakashi was shocked suddenly, remembering who the person in front of him was. There were still some immature faces, but they already looked a bit like the future. "What about you? What's your name?" "My name is Hagai Kakashi." Hagai ... Kakashi. Xiao Natsume said the name softly, which might become his first friend. The wind blew and rolled up the cherry blossoms all over the ground. "This is another cherry blossom season." Both of them laughed. Their smiles were like the sun in the night, which made people feel warm. Chapter 829 The Secret of the Body. The bright crescent moon hangs high in the sky. Under the moon, two shadows, one large and one small, stretched very long. Park. As time passed, the two chatted a lot. Of course, more often, it is Xiao Natsume speaking while Kakashi is listening. This young man who holds all his thoughts in his heart is really too eager for someone of the same kind to talk to him. He is only 8 years old. This is the most naughty time for teenagers. But from his body, there is no naughty look. It's the kind of maturity that is not proportional to age. This kind of maturity, Kakashi has also seen it in Itachi. It's just that Itachi always converges his emotions, making people unable to see the emotions. Unlike Xiao Natsume, he was not born with this ability, so he seemed very painful. Although he wanted to behave like a normal person, it was too difficult. Every time, many of the troubles caused by those monsters need to be borne by him. Xiao Natsume looked at the young man in front of him. Although there was a difference in age, he was still very happy, because finally someone can listen to his troubles, because they are the same kind. It is also a human being who can see monsters. "Now, brother Kakashi, why do I see monsters? I just want to be an ordinary person, but why did I become like this?" Xiao Natsume lowered her head, her eyes full of loneliness. Because of these eyes, he has lost too much. Every time a new family arrives, many children will take the initiative to find Xiao Natsume to play. But after this period of time, because Xiao Natsume always said that he saw a monster, and also often yelled inexplicably, these children alienated him. What's more, still use this to laugh at him and insult him. And the monster was an existence that Xiao Natsume hadn't accepted yet. Some monsters often teased him just because he can see. This is the past of Xiaoxia's purpose. Sad and helpless. All this, even an adult may not be able to bear it, let alone an 80-year-old child. Xiao Natsume buried her head in her knees and curled up. It's like a hedgehog who wants to protect himself. But this hedgehog has no spines, only soft and fragile flesh. Kakashi sighed while looking at Xiao Natsume in front of him. This child is really distressing. The right hand stretched out subconsciously and gently rubbed his brown hair. Xiao Natsume was taken aback for a moment, and his whole body became stiff. But soon, it relaxed again. This kind of touch is strange to him, but so warm. Xiao Natsume raised his head and looked at Kakashi. Natsume, there are some things that we can't decide, so all we can do is face it. Perhaps, all of this is not a bad thing. One day, you may be thankful that you have the ability. One day I will be glad I have this ability, Xiao Natsume muttered to herself. Kakashi retracted his right hand, looked at the moon in the sky, and smiled. Yes, no ability is completely useless. God has given you abilities that ordinary people do not have, which means that you have to take on some responsibilities. One day, your abilities will come into play. Really? Then Brother Kakashi also has the ability to see monsters. Does it work now? Xiao Natsume asked. Ha ha ha, of course. Didn't I know you because of this ability? Isn't that a great effect? Natsume. Xiaoxuma's face turned red when he heard this, and said in a low voice, is it a good thing to know me? In the words, there seems to be endless inferiority. Ah, because Natsume is a very gentle person, isn't it? If you don't want to protect others from monsters, you won't be misunderstood, right? Kakashi smiled. Xiao Natsume was taken aback. This was the first time anyone had said this to him. He just doesn't want to trouble others, and he doesn't want others to get hurt because of himself. Is this also a kind of tenderness? Thank you, Brother Kakashi, Xiao Natsume said with a sweet smile. It's great to know such a person. Kakashi looked at the sky and said softly, it's late, go home early, otherwise, the family will be worried. Well, I got it. Xiao Natsume is still a little reluctant, but it is indeed late now. He is staying in other people's homes, and going back too late will trouble others. And this is not something that Xiao Natsume wants to see. He is very sensible. And sometimes, being sensible makes people a little distressed. Then, Brother Kakashi, shall we meet again, for example, tomorrow? Kakashi saw Xiao Natsume look expectant, and his eyes were like crescent moons. Of course. Tomorrow after school you come here to find me. Really? Thank you, Brother Kakashi, Xiao Natsume said, bowed to Kakashi, and then said, then I will go home first. Go ahead. Xiao Natsume turned around one step at a time, and finally ran back home. Kakashi turned his head when he watched Xiao Natsume leave. Sure enough, it is him. Then the world can be certain. But what is the situation with my body? Why does it feel strange? Kakashi muttered to himself, puzzled. If you want to figure it out, it seems you have to go to the downtown area to see if it is true that everyone can see me now. Kakashi said, a momentary moment, and left the place. Night markets, no matter where they are very popular. This guest, do you want takoyaki? The guests at the stall next to Kakashi were entertaining Kakashi warmly. They can all see me, Kakashi was quite sure. And now he appeared in front of them again with a human body. The feeling of being ignored in the afternoon has disappeared. Is it because I just came to this world before, so I was a little confused, causing my body to take on the form of a monster? While Kakashi was thinking, the boss then asked, guest, do you want it? Oh, okay, here's one. Okay, the boss responded, then bowed his head and got busy. A minute later, the boss raised his head and took the takoyaki and said, guest, your ... How about people? Why are they missing? Guest, the boss' eyes were empty, and the Kakashi he had just seen was gone. Upon seeing this, the boss complained, really? Did you run away? What about this hardworking takoyaki? It's really bad. Kakashi was standing in front of the boss at this time, but no matter what he said, the boss could not hear, let alone see. It seems that he can't see me again, Kakashi said helplessly. Now, Kakashi can be sure. For some reason, He seems to appear randomly in the form of humans and monsters. It's really a headache. This problem must be solved first. Chapter 830 Little Fox What? Suddenly, the boss yelled again. Kakashi was taken aback, staring clearly at himself. You! Why did you suddenly show up? The boss looked at Kakashi in horror. There was no one in front of him just now, but in the blink of an eye, Kakashi reappeared. How could the boss not be afraid this night? Sorry, I just squatted down, so you may not have seen it. Kakashi made a ha-ha, then took the takoyaki from the boss and handed the boss some banknotes. The boss was a little confused when he heard this. Is this really the case? But he looked down at the banknotes in his hand, with a dumbfounded look. This guest. What are you? Game money? The boss tone was a little annoyed. Ah ha ha ha. Kakashi smiled awkwardly. Oops, forget that this world is different from the original world. How can the currency of Naruto world be used in this world? What should we do now? Although I often don't give money for handmade ramen, it doesn't seem appropriate to give me money now. Don't you want to eat Overlord's meal? The boss said with an uncomfortable expression. No, then return this takoyaki to you first. Ha ha ha. Kakashi said, stuffing the takoyaki into the boss' hands, and then quickly drove away. The speed is so fast that the boss can't react at all. This guy is really strange, the boss said in surprise. Kakashi fled now in embarrassment. The dignified 6 generations of Hokage did not pay for takoyaki. It would be too embarrassing if it was spread. Fortunately, this is not Konoha, otherwise, you will be ashamed. Kakashi smiled helplessly. Just came into this world. Really all kinds of unsuitability. It seems that if the physical problem is not solved, it is really troublesome. It suddenly appears in the eyes of others, and then disappears suddenly. It is easy to cause panic. But what should I do? Kakashi has a headache. This matter has no clue. It is really difficult to handle. It seems that if you want to solve this weird situation, you can only find the so-called monsters. Kakashi thought for a moment, and then he had an answer. As for the monster, I remember it should be in the forest. Guru. At this time, my stomach screamed. I haven't eaten for a day, and I am really hungry. Kakashi touched his stomach, a little helpless. Even if his strength has surpassed the 6 immortals, he is still a human being, not a god. And as long as it is human, it has to eat. If you don't have money, you have to eat something for free. Kakashi disappeared in the same place after a moment. In the endless forest, a pile of bonfires slowly rises. Under the firelight, there was a silver-white figure. Next to the fire, there is a pheasant being roasted. Fortunately, there are pheasants in this place to catch. Otherwise, I will really be hungry tonight. The pheasant began to turn yellow under the flame roasting, and a faint fragrance floated in the air. It looks almost done. Kakashi tore off the drumstick of the roast chicken and ate it. Although there is no extra seasoning, the taste is not bad. For many years of Anbu career, this little thing had no effect on him at all. Halfway through the meal, Kakashi paused. Is there something coming? It seems to be attracted by the fire. It's no wonder that lighting a fire in the forest at night will inevitably attract strange things. Kakashi didn't care, and continued to eat the chicken legs in his hands. It is indeed dangerous to light a fire in the forest at night, but to him, the danger is nothing at all. Furthermore, he is now anxious for a monster to come to him, so that he can ask some things. Not far away, a little fox looked at Kakashi quietly. Who is that guy? Why haven't I seen it before? But the pheasant in his hand looks so delicious. What should I do? Do you want to go and ask him for a little? My mother is seriously ill. Maybe eat something good. I can recover. Moreover, my mother likes to eat pheasants the most. The little fox originally wanted to catch a pheasant by himself, but he was too young to have such ability at all. Thinking of this, the little fox finally plucked up the courage. For Mom, you must get the delicious food. The little fox slowly approached Kakashi, seemingly not hiding it. Hello there. The little fox cried timidly, looking a little scared. Kakashi turned around, and the thing that caught his eye was a fox. No, It should be a little Zentai with fox ears and tail. It doesn't seem to be a monster, but a beast. Kakashi could feel that although the aura was somewhat similar to the monster in the afternoon, it was not exactly the same. And a bit familiar. Hello, what's the matter? Kakashi said with a smile. Seeing that Kakashi was very kind, the little fox was relieved, but the fear in his heart still existed. Just for his mother, the little fox had to muster the courage. That's it. I want to ask you, can you give me the food in your hands? Having said that, the little fox probably thought this was too presumptuous, so he went on to say, no, I didn't let you give it to me for nothing. If you have any conditions, you can say that I am willing to trade with you. Kakashi was a little surprised, but didn't expect this little fox to come for his roast chicken. This is interesting. You want this? Kakashi pointed to the remaining roast chicken and said. The little fox said wistfully, yes, please, it is very important to me. Kakashi is even more strange when he hears that a roast chicken is actually important to the little fox. Is the legend that foxes love chickens true? Seeing Kakashi seemed to hesitate, the little fox was a little nervous. Trouble you. I am willing to exchange it with you on any terms, the little fox said, bowing deeply to Kakashi. Upon seeing this, Kakashi took out the wooden stick with the roast chicken in it, handed it to the little fox, and said, give it to you. The little fox was overjoyed. Really? Are you willing to give it to me? Take it. Kakashi smiled. The little fox took it, his face full of joy. Then what are your conditions? Conditions? No need. No, Mother said, you can't take other people's things for nothing. The little fox said seriously. Kakashi was taken aback. The little fox was very persistent. In other words, he is really an obedient little fox. Well, I haven't thought of it yet. I will tell you when I think about it later. Is that so? Thank you for the roast chicken. I have something to do, so I will leave first. The little fox happily took the roast chicken and quickly left. Really a funny little guy. Chapter 831. Young Ian. The little fox took the leftover roast chicken and ran away, and soon came to his lair. Mom, look, I brought back your favorite pheasant. It is grilled and delicious. The little fox ran into the lair with a look of excitement. The mother fox was lying weakly in a nest paved with straw. Child, you are back. A weak smile appeared on Mother Fox's face. Mom, look, this is the roast chicken I found for you. You haven't eaten for a few days. This is your favorite. The little fox shook his hands and there was still warm roast chicken, and his face was full of excitement. Mother Fox smiled and said, my child, thank you, but my mother is a little bit too much to eat now. You can eat it yourself. No, it won't work. I finally exchanged it with other monsters just to feed my mother. Mom, you haven't eaten for so long, I'm afraid, the little fox said with a low expression. Although he was still young, he already understood a little bit that his mother seemed to leave him forever. The mother fox touched the little fox's cheek, and said with a smile, child, mother is okay. Mom is just a little tired and may need to go a long way. No, Mom, don't leave me. I can't live alone yet. I need my mother. Mom. Tears unconsciously slipped from the corner of the little fox's eyes, and dripped on the straw on the side. The mother fox gently wiped away tears for the little fox. Child, as a boy, you can't cry casually. Promise your mother to be a strong fox, okay? Upon hearing the words, the little fox wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and squeezed out a smile. Yeah, Mom, I promise you. But Mom, can you also promise me not to leave me? Seeing the look of expectation on the little fox, Mother Fox was a little sad. She wanted to agree, but she couldn't. My body knows best. She has reached her limit. Perhaps tonight will be the moment of her death. But the little fox in front of him was still small, and apart from the most basic survivability, he was far from it. In this forest full of monsters, it is too dangerous. She can't rest assured. Mother Fox gently embraced the little fox in her arms, and the sudden warmth made the little fox startled, and then held her hands tightly. This feeling, so warm. Child, even if you don't have a mother, You must live on your own strength. Mom. The little fox seemed to realize something, and couldn't help but feel cold. I know, you are a strong boy, right? Mother Fox looked at the little fox expectantly. Yeah, Mom, I will definitely become a strong boy. Well, Mom believes in you too. In the small nest, two foxes hug each other quietly. Gradually, the little fox felt that the warmth on his mother seemed to disappear. Mom. The little fox cried out in a panic, but the mother fox did not respond. Mom. The little fox called again, but he was still silent. Mom. What's wrong with you? The little fox looked at the face of Mother Fox, kind and calm, with a faint smile on his mouth. The little fox stretched out his trembling right hand and touched it under the nose of Mother Fox. There is no breath. Mom. The little fox screamed, and tears could not stop flowing down again. The night tonight seems to be colder. The bonfire is still burning in the forest. In the dark night, it seems that only this fire can bring Kakashi a little warmth. I don't know what happened to Ming. Kakashi muttered to himself, in his words, full of longing. For a long time, Kakashi could only sigh. Want to go back, at least 10 years. He still has a lot of time to endure. Are you a human? Why are you here at night? It is very dangerous to start a fire in the forest at night. A clear voice rang from behind Kakashi. Kakashi looked back and was taken aback. Mask of Anb. The person in front of him was a silver-haired boy who looked about 18 years old. Wearing a floral shirt, it looks a little weird in this forest. Seeing Kakashi staring at him tightly, the silver-haired boy took a step back subconsciously. What an astonishing momentum! It is not something ordinary people can resist. Kakashi seemed to be aware of this, and slowly reduced his momentum. Sorry, the mask you wear makes me feel familiar, so I was a little excited for a while. Kakashi also felt that at this time, the person in front of him did not have the fluctuations of chakra, just an ordinary person. No, perhaps it cannot be called a human being. A bit like a monster, but also a bit like a human being. Half human and half demon. There are really many strange and weird existences in this world. As for the mask, it just happened to be somewhat similar. The boy breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it. Kakashi Sora was indeed a bit scary just now. It was the first time he saw such a terrifying guy. You'd better leave here. It's not safe here. Then why are you here? Kakashi smiled. My home is here. Oh, you seem to be a monster. Then, the gaze under the boy's mask dimmed, and he whispered, sure. Sorry, I don't have a place to go at the moment, so I can only stay here overnight. Thank you for your kindness. There is no place to go? Don't you have a home? The boy was surprised. Kakashi looked up, looked at the dark night sky, and whispered, well, how do you say it? There is a home, but it's too far to go back. Is that so? The boy was a little suspicious. Sit down and say, you shouldn't be in a hurry at this moment. Facing Kakashi's sudden invitation, the teenager hesitated, but quickly made a decision and sat opposite Kakashi. The fire rose between the two, reflecting their faces. Your body seems very fragile. Is it for some reason? The red light in his left eye flickered slightly, and the boy's body seemed to have no secrets in front of Kakashi. The young man was taken aback when he saw the red light, then he stood up abruptly and exclaimed, are you not a human? At least in the cognition of teenagers, human beings do not have the function of red light. How to put it? It's really hard to explain. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Kakashi Hagai. How about you? The boy looked at Kakashi quietly, seeming to want to see something. But from those eyes, only kindness seemed to be seen. After a long time, the silver-haired boy sat down again and spoke slowly. A yin. Chapter 832 Mountain God Forest. A yin. Kakashi was a little surprised. This name is really similar to his code name in Anbu, and the same silver hair, plus the mask that resembles the dark part. How to put it, it is really a peculiar fate. What? Have you heard my name? Ah Yin said strangely. That's not the case. It's just that your name reminds me of some past events. I think we two are quite destined. The past, fate? Yin was a little surprised. In short, meeting is fate. After all, I was able to come here. It was originally incredible, Kakashi said softly, and there seemed to be a feeling of nostalgia in his eyes. Looking at the masked man with the same silver hair in front of him, Yin was a little strange. This person seems to be different from the humans he has seen before. By the way, he didn't seem to admit that he was a human, and he didn't look like a human. After all, the red light that flashed by just now was definitely not my own illusion. The bonfire was still burning, but there was a moment of silence between the two. Suddenly, Kakashi said, Yin, where do you live? What do you ask this for? Yin asked in confusion. Because I may not have a place to sleep at night, so I want to go to the place where you live to take a break. Shouldn't you refuse? Kakashi smiled. What? Just agree? Then it was decided so happily. Hey, don't be so arrogant, Yin said helplessly. Don't be so stingy. As Kakashi said, he stretched out his hand and patted Yin on the shoulder. Yin was taken aback, and quickly avoided. Okay? Kakashi was a little confused. This guy's reaction was a bit big. Yin also seemed to feel a little rude, so he explained, I'm sorry, my body is very fragile. If I were touched by a human, I would disappear. Yin is not sure whether Kakashi is human or not, so naturally he will not take this risk. Oh, Kakashi was surprised when he heard this, but did not expect this kind of operation. That's really sorry. The creatures in this world are really peculiar, possessing so many weird attributes. I live with the mountain and can't decide to take people back, so I'm sorry. Yin apologized. Mountain God? There is a mountain in this place? Kakashi asked in surprise. Of course, this place is called the Forest of the Mountain God, and this forest is protected by the Mountain God. Interesting. Then I'm going to see you even more. If there is a mountain god, perhaps the strange situation on his body can be explained clearly. Yin thought about it and said, well, then you come with me. But if Grandpa Shanshan sees you, it's not my decision. This doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. There shouldn't be any problem with taking him to see Grandpa Shanshan. I understand. Thank you. Yin got up and led the way. Kakashi extinguished the fire and followed behind him. On the way, the two chatted one after another. You seem to be a little different from humans, and a little different from monsters, Kakashi asked. How should I say? I am not a monster, but I am not a human being either. As Yin said, it seemed a little depressed. But perhaps after a long time without talking to humans, Yin still revealed his life experience. He subconsciously felt that this was a good person. It is also a good talker. I was abandoned by my parents into this forest when I was very young. Originally, I was about to die, but when Grandpa Shanshan found out, he used black magic to keep me alive. But because of this, the body becomes very weak. As long as it is touched by humans, it will die. Therefore, I rarely come into contact with humans. That's it. Kakashi nodded slightly. He didn't expect this teenager to have such a life experience. However, his appearance should be similar to Natsume, and he was born with a certain amount of demon power. It was just that Natsume was not as powerful as he could not accept the full effects of black magic, and he became a half-human and half-demon state. Speaking of it, it is also a tragic person. But surviving in this way may also be a blessing. What about you? Who are you? Yin asked curiously. He can feel that this person is different from ordinary humans. This is also the reason why he came here before. My words, I can only say that I am a traveler and accidentally came to this place. I am waiting for my way home. Kakashi smiled. Traveler, is your home far away? Can't you find where your home is? Yin asked in confusion. It can be said that it is a very far place, but it is also a very close place. As far as the sky is, you can't go no matter how far you go. It's close to you and you can reach it in a flash. However, Yin became more confused as he listened, but he realized one point. That is, the person in front of him seemed to be homeless for the time being. Is there always no destination in the world? Yin murmured. The voice was so small that only he could hear it. Soon, The two came to a shrine. That's it. Wait a moment at the door. I'll go in and talk to Grandpa Shanshan. Kakashi nodded, and Aryin went in. Kakashi looked around, and the shrine was not big. Said it was a shrine. It seemed to have been abandoned for a long time at this time. If it hadn't been for Aryin to bring himself here, Kakashi would never believe that there would be gods here. Will the gods live in such a place? It's really strange. Not long after, Aryin walked out of the shrine and said, Mr. Kakashi, Grandpa Mountain God would like to see you. Come in with me. Okay. Kakashi followed Aryin and walked in. The shrine was empty, with only a simple bed. The most conspicuous is probably a stone stele in the shrine. The word Mountain God is written on it. It's really crude. At this moment, a burst of white light appeared on the stele, and a white-beard grandfather showed his figure in the white light. In that way, it seems to be floating on top of a stone tablet. Are you the human being that Ayin said? The mountain revealed his golden pupils and took a close look at Kakashi. It's me. Are you the mountain here? Kakashi was a little surprised when he saw the so-called for the first time. The pupil power was released slightly, and the purple divine power reincarnation eyes emerged. The so-called mountain was also unobstructed in Kakashi's eyes. The mountain was startled. That amazing pupil power made him feel like he could not resist. Who is this person? On Earth? After observing, Kakashi retracted his pupil power and understood a little bit in his heart. This so-called was actually a monster originally. However, compared with ordinary monsters, they have an extra power of faith, and it is the power of this belief that makes them gods. Chapter 833 The Reason. What do you want to do to Grandpa Mountain God? Seeing Kakashi's left eye exuding a weird light, Aryin quickly blocked the mountain god. Aryin, don't be nervous, he has no malice. The mountain god said lightly. Really? Grandpa Mountain God. Don't worry. And, if he is really malicious, it's useless if you block it. The mountain smiled. Grandpa Mountain God. At this time, Kakashi said, sorry, no offense, just a little curious. It's okay, your body has a powerful force, but it doesn't seem to be a demon power. It's very unique. The mountain smiled. My strength is indeed different from that of monsters. I came here because I wanted to ask Lord Shanshan about something. Kakashi said respectfully. This mountain possesses the power of faith and is recognized by heaven and earth. If someone hurts this god, he will suffer a large or small scourge. Although Kakashi is not afraid of these, the problems that can be solved peacefully are better not to be extravagant. Oh, what's the matter? If I can help, I will help you. Kakashi was a little surprised, but this mountain was surprisingly easy to talk. If this is the case, then I will speak bluntly. Perhaps because of the power in my body, I often appear invisible in front of humans, just like a monster. Why is this? Kakashi asked curiously. This is his biggest headache so far. Shanshan was a little surprised when he heard this. This was the first time he heard of this situation. You were originally a human? Of course. This is the first time I have seen a human with such a powerful force. I don't know much about the situation you mentioned. If you don't mind, can I check your physical condition? Kakashi gave it some thought and agreed. The power of this mountain is not strong. If he has any changes, Kakashi can directly kill him. Therefore, he didn't worry about the chaos of this mountain god. How should I cooperate with you? Kakashi asked. Shanshan smiled and said, just stand up and relax. Kakashi stood still when he heard the words. Upon seeing this, the mountain floated to the top of Kakashi's head, stretched out his right hand, and gently covered the top of Kakashi's head. It's such a powerful force, it's really daunting. The mountain understands Kakashi's body, and the more he feels afraid. Ayin on the side looked at the two with the same surprise in his heart. It was the first time that he saw Grandpa Shanshan so scared of a person. Kakashi only felt a force of power entered into his body, exploring various things in his body. This feeling seems to be somewhat similar to natural forces. Is this what they call demon power? It's really interesting. After a long time, the mountain retracted his right hand and returned to the stone tablet. Your body is very strong. The fluctuations of this power seem to have a strange connection with the fluctuations of the demon power in nature. When the two resonate, you will become a monster, and when this connection is disconnected at the time, you will recover the human body. Shanshan explained. That's the case. So is it because the power in my body doesn't fit the demon power in the air of this world? You can say so. How do you solve it? Kakashi asked curiously. This. I need to think about it. After all, I have never encountered such a situation. The mountain god said embarrassedly. Then please ask Master Shanshan. This thing bothers me a lot. You are welcome. You are also a very interesting human. The mountain smiled. Kakashi didn't understand the power of this world, so he wanted to solve some difficulties by himself. At the very least, you must first have theoretical knowledge. After all, it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. By the way, Lord Mountain God, I don't know if I can live here first. After all, I am like this. If I go to the human world, I am afraid it will cause a certain amount of panic. Of course you can. But my place is a bit small. If you don't mind, just live here with a yin. Shanshan smiled. Thank you, Lord Shanshan. Okay, let a yin help you with the rest. I'm a little tired, so let's go to rest first. After the mountain finished speaking, a burst of white light flashed, and he sank into the steel again. Mr. Kakashi, there is only one bed here. If you don't mind, just sleep with me. A yin pointed to the straw bed and said, I'm afraid I don't know when I will become a human being in my current situation. If I sleep with you, I'm afraid that something is wrong. Yin nodded when he heard the words. Indeed, if Kakashi becomes a human being and touches himself, I am afraid that he will not survive. In that case, my bed will be given to Mr. Kakashi, and I will just sleep in the tree outside. When Yin said he wanted to go out, Kakashi saw it and said, No, Yin, you are the master here. How can I let you go out to sleep? I will take care of the place where I sleep. Okay. Before Yin could react, Kakashi walked out. At this time, Kakashi missed Yamato's hand done very much. Good ninjutsu. If Yamato follows, you don't have to do things about the residence yourself. But now I can only miss it for a while. Yamato, who was on duty in the Hokage world, could not help but sneezed. Who is thinking of me? Yamato asked puzzledly. Kakashi looked at the trees outside the shrine, approached in an instant, cut it off with a single knife, and then made a single bed. Qianting was crying, with a good killing knife, and now he is actually making furniture. Not bad. Kakashi's speed was very fast, and when Yin came out, he saw the bed. This is... Yin was dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this? How? My new bed? Kakashi smiled. Mr. Kakashi, where did you come from? I just made it myself. Yin looked at the sawdust all over the floor, as if he didn't believe it. But, in such a blink of an eye, how did he do it? Could it be that I just slept in the shrine? Impossible. Grandpa Mountain God. Grandpa Mountain God. At this time, the little fox jumped out from nowhere and ran towards the shrine. Little fox, why are you here? Yin looked at the little fox in surprise. Yin, my mother is dead. I want to ask Grandpa Shanshan if there is any way. What? Mother fox ... Well, let's go in together. Yin pulled the little fox and ran into the shrine again. In a hurry, the little fox didn't notice Kakashi at all. Is the little fox's mother dead? Kakashi murmured. Chapter 834. Lost Girl. The mountain who had just rested was awakened by the little fox here. However, although the mountain is called the Mountain God, it is actually not much different from ordinary monsters. He didn't have the ability to come back to life, so the little fox was destined to be disappointed. Can't even Grandpa Mountain God save Mother? The little fox said dimly. Sorry, little fox, even if it's a monster, it doesn't have the ability to come back to life. The mountain said apologetically. I see, Grandpa Mountain God. The little fox's eyes filled with tears again, but soon he wiped it off by himself. Because my mother said that boys can't cry. Birth, old age, sickness and death, many things cannot be solved by strength alone. Even Kakashi today can't just resurrect a dead person, because in many cases, The equivalent exchange of life is life. Grandpa Shanshan, I'll go back first. I want to accompany my mother for the last time. Go. Boy, it's really hard for you. The little fox turned around to leave, just in time to see Kakashi at the door. It's you? The little fox asked in surprise. Kakashi smiled and said, I didn't expect to meet so soon. Thank you for the roast chicken, although my mother didn't eat it in the end. The little fox lowered his head and said. The look of loss made Kakashi feel a little bit. See you next time, I'll go back first, the little fox said, rushing away. Wait, little fox, I'll go with you, a yin called. The little fox paused and said, no, a yin, I want to be alone with my mother. After speaking, the little fox ran away without a trace. A yin wanted to follow, but the mountain said, a yin, let him go alone. This is what he has to experience. Yes, Grandpa Mountain God. The night was as cold as water, and Kakashi placed the new bed in the shrine. This is a dilapidated shrine, and no one has come. So there is no need to worry that someone will find it strange. The discomfort of coming to a strange world kept Kakashi from falling asleep, but thinking about where he should go next. Kakashi doesn't know much about this world. Therefore, it takes a while to figure out what the origin of this world is and steal the innocuous part of it. Tonga's house. Natsume was lying on the bed with his eyes wide open and he didn't look like he was going to sleep at all. Great. I finally found someone who can talk to me. It's great that he doesn't think I'm a liar. I really hope to arrive early tomorrow so that I can see him sooner. I have a lot more I want to tell him. As if thinking of something, Natsume got up from the bed and turned on the small lamp on the side. Under the dim light, Natsume pulled out a box on the side and took out a book from the bottom layer and side. Natsume opened the book gently, with a photo in it. Looking at the photo, Natsume showed a look of joy. In the photo, there are two young men and women. Judging from the degree of intimacy, they should be a couple. Mum and Dad, I finally found someone who can understand me. His name is Kakashi Hagai. He is so warm, just like Dad. Tomorrow, I will be able to see him again. It's great. Tears slipped silently, but there was still a smile on the corner of his mouth. I don't know if it is because of sadness or joy. Putting the photo in her arms, Natsume closed her eyes, as if feeling the warmth in the photo. If it was normal, Natsume wouldn't dare to take out the photos. Because of looking at the photo, Natsume couldn't help but think of the time he used to be with his father. The more you miss, the more sad. But now, when he met someone who could talk, Natsume wanted to tell his parents the news. People always find an object to talk to, regardless of whether the subject is able to respond. Just say it, it's enough. Natsume slept soundly that night. He had never looked forward to it this way before, and the arrival of tomorrow. Forest of Mountain Gods. The morning sun filled this lush mountain forest. A yin sat on the stone in front of the shrine and watched the sunrise quietly. He seemed to be enjoying this peace. It's another new day, a yin murmured. Behind him, Kakashi walked out of the shrine. A yin, you got up very early. Mr. Kakashi, it's not too late for you. Do you have any plans today? A yin asked. Not yet. But I am quite interested in this mountain. I don't know if you can take me around. Yin, Kakashi smiled. Of course, Mr. Kakashi. I grew up in the mountains, and I am familiar with everything here. Then trouble you. You are welcome, Mr. Kakashi. Yin led the way and explained the situation in the mountains to Kakashi one by one. Suddenly, a big tree stretched out its palm-shaped branches and gently grasped Yin. Yin, who is this guy? He has a human aura. Kakashi was a little surprised. Is this tree alive? Is it also a kind of monster? He is my friend, different from ordinary humans. Don't worry, nothing will happen, Yin explained. Really? The guy over there, I warn you. Don't touch Yin, otherwise, I'll eat it. Kakashi smiled and said, don't worry, I know. Humphrey. The tree snorted coldly and calmed down again. Sorry, they are worried about me too, that's why they say that. Don't mind. Kakashi shook his head and said, it seems that you have a good relationship with them. Well, I wouldn't be able to live without them. It's really a special fate. Yeah, sometimes I am very lucky, so I lost the opportunity to communicate with humans. But having more monster friends may also be a good thing. Yin smiled. Well, there may not be much difference between humans and demons. Yeah, it's just. Yin wanted to speak but stopped. The expression under the mask seemed a little bleak. What's happening? No. Nothing. It's just that I also want to communicate with humans. Seeing that Yin seemed to have something on his mind, Kakashi didn't have much to say. After all, the two have just met each other not long ago, and they have not yet reached the point where they can talk about their own affairs. When the two walked halfway, a loud cry came into their ears. This is the cry of a human child. Yin was a little surprised. It's that direction. Do you want to go and see it? Kakashi said. After hesitating, Yin said, let's go and see the situation first. You may be lost. Walking through a bush, sure enough, a little girl of about 6 years old was crying. It seems that he is indeed lost. Chapter 835. See, she cried. Looking at the crying girl, Yin was inexplicably twitched. It looks like she should have lost her way in the deep mountains. This position has deviated from the general main path. She is a child, and it is inevitable that she will be afraid, Kakashi said. I will take her out of here. You? Well, you are still a monster. She can't see you. But I am different. I am half human and half demon, and even ordinary humans can see me. It is most suitable for me to go. Yin said. Well, then you be careful. I'll look around for myself first. Sorry, I was supposed to show you around. It's okay. This little girl needs your help more, Kakashi said, and left alone. Seeing Kakashi left, Yin put on a mask and slowly walked towards the crying girl. Hey, don't worry, Yin exclaimed. The girl stopped crying when she heard the words, and looked up around looking for the owner of the voice. Behind a tree, the girl saw Yin, a teenager wearing a mask. Why are you crying? Upon seeing this, the girl was overjoyed and rushed towards Yin. Great, someone saved. Yin was shocked when he saw this, and quickly dodged away. Pounce. The girl flew into the air and landed directly on the grass. Lifting her head, the girl looked at Yin with a grimace. Sorry, you are a human child. I can't be touched by humans, or I will disappear. Okay? The girl looked surprised, as if she was full of curiosity about the strange guy in front of her. Their story seems to have started here. On the other side, Kakashi wandered alone in the mountain forest. This forest is not small, just to walk. I'm afraid it will take a long time. Kakashi thought of this, tiptoe, and went straight up into the sky. The power of chakra comes from the human body itself, so even if the world changes, it will not have much impact on Kakashi's power. After acquiring the power of the 6 realms, flying is not a difficult task for him. Looking into the distance from a high altitude is really interesting. Kakashi closed his eyes, feeling everything around him quietly. This world is really peaceful, Kakashi exclaimed. Compared to the Hokage world, which was hitting around without starting, this world was indeed much quieter. After spending a day in this world, Kakashi almost figured out his situation. Although he still couldn't control whether he was a human or a demon, he was able to understand his own situation. For example, at this time, the external demon power is resonating with the chakra in the body. This is the state of the monster. Unexpectedly, it will turn out to be such a situation. We must find a way to control it as soon as possible. Kakashi thought this way, and looked around in the sky. Anyway, it is also in the form of a monster, and no one can see himself except for the monster. For most monsters, flying is not a great ability. Somewhere in the forest, a woman with dark blue hair was walking, holding a cigarette stick in her hand. From time to time, he would take 2 mouthfuls and vomit white smoke. The guy Sanxiao said that there will be long grass here. I don't know if it's real or fake. If you don't find it, you have to settle accounts with him after you go back. As C spoke, he spit out a puff of smoke. Suddenly, B stared at the sky for a moment. Huh? Who is that guy? I haven't heard of such a monster near here. This feeling is very strong. C was a little confused. She knew the big demon nearby, but she had never seen this guy who looked like a human. At this time, Kakashi also found C, and the two looked at each other with scrutiny in their eyes. What a strange feeling, this guy. Bing muttered in his heart. Kakashi was taken aback. This guy was a little familiar. Without thinking, Kakashi landed beside C from the sky. Hey, boy, where are you monsters? I haven't heard of a monster like you around here. Kakashi hadn't spoken yet, but C asked first. This rude attitude made Kakashi a little kind. It seems like Master Juxinai. Kakashi smiled and said, sorry, I only came here yesterday. Are you the monster here? Cut. It turns out to be a newcomer. No, I am not a monster in the mountain forest. I am Hokihara. No, your voice. You are Madara? C looked at Kakashi in surprise and said, Spot. Kakashi was taken aback, wondering why Madara's name was spoken from this person's mouth. Mara, I said, why you haven't seen the shadows for a long time, so you have been hiding here. But what is your appearance? Don't you think your body is the most noble? How come you have become a human? This appearance, it's not bad. Where do you see it from? Bing smiled. Sorry, you may have identified the wrong person. Acknowledged the wrong person? How is it possible? Madara, even if you are transformed, should you change your voice? Why? You still hate me for drinking your wine last time? Don't be so stingy. Drink? Kakashi carefully looked at the person in front of him, the cigarette stick in his hand, and the dark blue hair. Suddenly, Kakashi understood the identity of this person. I also understood what happened to the spot in her mouth. Sorry, I'm really not Madara. Kakashi had to repeat it again. Bing frowned. She knew Madara's character, and she would never deny her identity. But the people in front of me deny one after another. Isn't it really Madara? If you feel it carefully, this person's breath is indeed very different from Madara's. Who are you? C stared at Kakashi closely, his eyes full of vigilance and scrutiny. This ... how do you say it? At this moment, chakra inside his body resonated with the demon power again. Kakashi became a human again. Human breath, and still a man. C took a few steps back, with a look of horror on his face. Of course, she is not afraid of Kakashi, but because she hates humans, especially men. That don't have to. Kakashi was a little embarrassed. Oh, man. Kakashi, are you a human or a monster? Are you a demon master? C whispered. Kakashi scratched his head and said, this is a bit complicated, but if you want to hear it, I can tell you. Okay. C was a little curious. This guy was still a monster just now, and suddenly turned into a human again, which is indeed a little weird. Well, let's listen to it. As a result, Kakashi slowly revealed his situation. The reason Kakashi would tell C was because he remembered who this person was. C, a powerful monster who is proficient in spells, belonged to the top level in this world. Perhaps she can give Kakashi the answer she wants. Chapter 836. Get along. C took a sip of the cigarette stick and slowly exhaled white smoke. It turned out to be like this. I didn't expect there to be such a thing in this world. It's actually very interesting. Can you think of a way? B took a look at Kakashi, and said, Cut, what does the human matter have to do with me? After C finished speaking, he got up and prepared to leave. She doesn't like humans, nor does she like men. Therefore, there is no good impression on Kakashi. Seeing C was leaving, Kakashi felt helpless. This female monster is really hard to talk. I can tell you about Reiko in exchange, Kakashi said suddenly. What? Bing was shocked, turned around and stared at Kakashi closely. What did you say? Say it again. I'm willing to exchange Reiko's news with you. What do you think? You should really want to know about Reiko? Kakashi smiled. Natsume Reiko, Natsume's grandmother. It is also a monster that can see clearly, and her demon power is much stronger than Natsume. Therefore, her experience is similar to that of Natsume. It's just that Reiko is stronger and stronger than Natsume. Bing and Reiko once had a relationship, and Bing had a deep affection for Reiko. In other words, she admires Reiko very much. But after a while, Bing never saw Reiko again. Even after she looked up, there was no news of Reiko. In desperation, she had to give up. She stared at C tightly, with a slight cold light in his eyes. Do you know Reiko? No some. Do you still know about me and Reiko? How did you know? Did Reiko tell you? Bing asked. I can't answer you this question. How about it? Are you willing to accept this deal? Kakashi smiled. B frowned and looked straight at Kakashi, hoping to see something in those eyes. But unfortunately, how easily Kakashi can be seen through. Who is this guy? Why does he know these things? And the weird power in him is even more weird. If it's hard work, I'm not his opponent. He doesn't seem to be malicious, really a strange human being, Bing secretly said in his heart. His thoughts are constantly emerging. Kakashi was not in a hurry, so she looked at C quietly, waiting for her recovery. She took a cigarette again and said, I can promise your transaction, but in this situation I have no good solution for the time being. I can only promise you and I will do my best. That's enough. Thank you. Kakashi smiled. Do you believe me? B was puzzled. Of course, since you have made promises, there is nothing I can't tell you. You are different from ordinary human beings, Bing said in surprise. I will treat you as complimenting me. Since you believe me, tell me, where is Reiko? I have been looking for her for a long time. Bing asked. Reiko is dead, and has been dead for a long time. What? C was shocked. Never expected to get such information from Kakashi's mouth. How can that be? For monsters, human life is very short. Maybe you didn't care, but many years have passed since you met. Kakashi sighed and said, the time between monsters and humans is different. Monsters sometimes sleep for a few years, but humans don't. The lifespan of humans is completely incomparable to the lifespan of monsters. This is the situation in this world. The life of a human being, to the monster, is just a passing gap. This is why many monsters are unwilling to contact humans, because it was too short-lived. After a short period of time, it is very likely that when he wakes up, his original friend will become gray-haired. After a short period of time, it is possible that when he wakes up again, that fate will have been buried in the ground. Don't get married, just add loneliness. That kind of melancholy feeling, no one wants to experience the second time. Bing was stunned when he heard the words. After a long time, Bing Kai sighed and said, yes, a long time has passed. Human beings are really fragile beings. Seeing the appearance of C, Kakashi also knew that she probably remembered the time she spent with Reiko. Having said that, Reiko is really a magical existence. Human, I took down your affairs. Where do you live? If I think of a way, I will tell you. C's mood is not good at this time, so she doesn't want to stay here anymore. I live in the shrine here. Shrine? That mountain god's place? Okay, I get it. After C finished speaking, he turned and left. I hope she can think of a way. Kakashi checked the time and decided to go to the town first. Now the time is almost up, but yesterday he agreed to Xiao Natsume, to see him today. If you don't go, I'm afraid this boy will be disappointed. Park. Once school was over, Konatsume hurried towards here. His face is full of expectant smiles. The park gradually came into view, and the smile at the corner of Xiaoxiama's mouth became more and more obvious. Here, almost there. Xiao Natsume stood at the gate of the park panting, but the inside was empty. Nobody? Brother Kakashi hasn't come yet? The original joy disappeared without a trace in an instant, and replaced by a kind of loss. Brother Kakashi is coming. Xiao Natsume was a little worried. He was afraid of this loss. It was really terrible. Natsume, you came very early. The lazy voice rang in Natsume's ears. The originally lost face was filled with smiles again. Brother Kakashi. Natsume turned his head and wanted to rush towards Kakashi. But thinking of something, Natsume stopped this behavior abruptly. Sorry, I just went to buy something, so I was late. Kakashi said, taking out a bag of steamed buns. "This is Nantuya's steamed buns. I heard they are delicious. I bought them specially. Would you like to try them?" Kakashi took out a white steamed bun from the bag and handed it to Natsume. Xiao Natsume was taken aback for a moment, but still took it. Kakashi himself picked up one again and said, "It's still hot, hurry up and eat it." With that, Kakashi took a bite by himself. "Well, it tastes good, no wonder it's so popular." Xiao Natsume also reacted at this time, looking at the white steamed bun in his hand. The corners of his eyes were slightly moist. "What's wrong, Natsume? Don't you want to taste it?" "It's delicious." Kakashi smiled. "Okay," Xiao Natsume responded, and then took a light bite. "Huh, it's hot." By accident, Xiao Natsume was burned to his mouth. "Ha ha ha, be careful, there is still a bit of temperature." Kakashi smiled. Xiao Natsume was a little embarrassed, and after blowing the buns, he bit down again. The soft steamed buns are indeed a bit memorable. Xiao Natsume felt that she had never eaten such a delicious steamed bun. "How is it?" Kakashi asked with a smile. Xiao Natsume nodded repeatedly and said, "It's so delicious. If you like it, I will give you this bag." Kakashi handed a bag of steamed buns to Natsume. This is too much." "Not many. There are only 7 in a bag. We just ate 2 and there are only 5 in it. One is not too big, so it's a snack." "Thank you." Xiao Natsume squeezed the bag in his hand, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. On the park bench, the two sat on it again. "Brother Kakashi, what do you do?" Xiao Natsume asked curiously. "Well, I'm a ninja." Kakashi smiled mysteriously. "Ninja? Is it the kind of spy killer mentioned in the book?" Xiao Natsume asked in surprise. "Well, it's still a bit different. I'm much better than the ninjas you know." "Is Brother Kakashi very good?" Xiao Natsume asked curiously. "Of course, the monsters you have seen are not my opponents." "Really? Then Brother Kakashi is too powerful." "Unlike me, who is often bullied by monsters," Xiao Natsume said, lowering his head, looking a little gloomy. Seeing this, Kakashi reached out and rubbed Natsume's brown hair. This young man really bears a lot of pain that didn't belong to him. It's just that Kakashi can't do anything about it. The atmosphere became dull for a while. Not far away, a child is practicing cycling. His father is holding the car seat behind to help him keep his balance. "Saburo is great, continue to practice, and soon you can learn to ride a bicycle." "Yeah, I will succeed," the child named Saburo answered happily. The two continued to practice on the periphery of the park. The sudden sound also attracted Xiaoxiame's attention. In his eyes, it was longing. Kakashi smiled when he saw it, but didn't say much. Time passed quickly, and after the two chatted for a while, it was time for Xiao Natsume to go home. He didn't want to return late, because it would cause trouble for others. He is very sensible and does not want to be like this. "Brother Kakashi, I should go back," Xiao Natsume said reluctantly. "Well, go. I will wait for you here tomorrow too." Kakashi smiled. "Really?" Xiao Natsume asked in surprise. "Naturally it is true." "Yeah? See you tomorrow, Brother Kakashi." "Go ahead." Xiao Natsume nodded and rushed home. He has lost a lot of time. "Who are you? Why do you mix with that kid?" At this time, a banshee with dark green long hair appeared beside Kakashi. Her words were a bit bad. "Finally can't give it up. I thought you would keep hiding." Kakashi smiled. The banshee was surprised and said, "You found me a long time ago?" Kakashi turned his head to look at the banshee, and smiled. "Of course, from the time you first appeared. It's just that you are hiding quietly, and you haven't been exposed." "What's wrong?" "I have something to do." The banshee stepped back and said viciously, "Boy, I advise you to leave this kid, he is my prey. You are not allowed to get involved." "I haven't had enough. Sorry, I can't agree to your request. After all, I'm also interested in him." "You are looking for death." The banshee rushed to Kakashi. Sharp claws stretched out of his hands. Kakashi shook his head and said, "If I were you, I wouldn't be so impulsive." With a move of both hands, she held the banshee's hands. A huge force struck, and the banshee couldn't move instantly. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. You are the monster who pestered Natsumi recently? It seems that you don't want to hurt him. Is it just because you are bored that you tease him? Kakashi asked. You, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't have one. That kid is just a mere human. He can see me and naturally has to accept punishment. The banshee seemed to have revealed some secret, and said with some embarrassment, well, really a dishonest guy. Forget it. As long as you don't hurt Natsume, I won't embarrass you, Kakashi said, letting go of the banshee's arms. The banshee regained her freedom, somewhat inexplicably. What is this Silver Horde man thinking? Let's go. Don't get near Natsume these days. Why should I listen to you? The banshee said coldly. Kakashi scratched his head and said, if you want to do this, I will be very troubled. If you don't listen, I can only seal you. Seal? The banshee was startled, and quickly backed away again. Are you a demon eliminator? If you want, I can be. Okay. If you are cruel, I will go. But you wait for me. I won't let you go. The banshee finished speaking, and ran away in a hurry. This guy is too dangerous. Seeing the banshee leaving, Kakashi smiled and said, these monsters are pretty cute. Forest of Mountain Gods, Shrines. Yin sat on the stone next to the shrine, took off his mask, and looked into the distance. His eyes seemed to be exploring something. What do you think? Yin was taken aback, then looked back at the master of the voice. Mr. Kakashi, are you back? Well, just came back. How? Did you send that little girl back? Kakashi smiled. Yin nodded and said, sent back. She has found her grandfather, and she also said that she will come to see me tomorrow. Oh, you seem to be doing a good job. Yin smiled, did not speak, as if something was on his mind. What? Are you worried about tomorrow's meeting? Kakashi smiled. Yin was a little embarrassed when he heard the words, but nodded. I am not good at communicating with humans. Human children are no different from monsters. Don't worry. Really? Yin asked in doubt. Don't worry. Besides, since she is not afraid that you are a monster, let alone worry about it. At this time, the mountain floated out of the shrine. Yin, if you are dealing with humans, don't get too deep. The most important thing is that you must not let her touch you. You know? The mountain said solemnly. Grandpa Shanshan, I know. Just understand. If you can, don't come into contact with humans in the future. Yin, you belong to the Forest of Mountain Gods, not humans. Yin nodded, indicating that he understood, but that expression seemed a bit lonely. Chapter 837 Discovery 2 in 1. The next day, the girl came to the Forest of the Mountain God as promised. Yin didn't hold back, but went to see her. He is eager to communicate with human beings. Master Shanshan, it seems that Yin did not heed your warning. Not far away, Kakashi saw this scene and couldn't help laughing. The mountain sighed and said, Yin, this child, grew up in the mountain forest, and that lonely heart can't bear it anymore. It's no wonder. After all, Yin was originally a human, and he doesn't endure loneliness like a monster. I must have had contact with many people who came to the Forest of the Mountain God before? The mountain nodded and said, yes, but those people ran away after they knew that Yin was a monster. Humans and monsters are so easy to be friends. What's more, Yin is different from ordinary monsters, does not have the power of a monster, and is very fragile. Let's go with the flow. Maybe Yin just cares about having good memories. Kakashi smiled. Oh, let him go. He already has his own ideas, and I can't imprison him for a lifetime. The mountain smiled helplessly. It's a good idea. I believe Yin still has his own measures. Moreover, I think the little girl named Daikawa Hotaru is also kind to Yin. There shouldn't be any problem. The Shemals have different paths. Let's see where they can go. It's also a very interesting thing, isn't it? Kakashi smiled. You guy can see. Okay, let's not talk about Yin, let's talk about you. Me? Kakashi was surprised. I thought of a way, maybe it can solve your physical problem. Really? Naturally, you come with me. As Shanshan said, he led the way. Kakashi was a little confused, but still followed behind. Through the dense forest, Kakashi saw a lot of monsters along the way. These monsters have different forms, and they all look very interesting. When seeing Kakashi and the mountain god, the monsters all stepped aside, or stepped forward respectfully to greet the mountain god. As for Kakashi, no one paid any attention. After all, they didn't know Kakashi. After walking for almost half an hour, the mountain took Kakashi to a valley. Here, it's here. Kakashi heard the words and looked around. I saw that there were rocks all around, except in the middle of the valley. There was a pool of turquoise water, which looked very clear. This is where? This is the Yao Lake in the forest of mountain gods, with powerful demon power attached to it. The mountain god introduced. Can this Yao solve my problem? Yes, this Yao is the method I thought of, but whether it works or not, I will know after trying it. Kakashi was overjoyed when he heard the words, and said, "What am I going to do?" It's very simple. As long as you enter this Yao Lake, feel the demon power in it, and after adapting to the demon power, create a special place in your body to control the demon power. In this way, your body will no longer be affected by the demon power, presents a normal form. It's just that at that time, whether you are a human or a demon, I don't know, Shanshin explained. Do you store demon power? Kakashi was surprised when he heard the words. In fact, this method is the same as using the curse seal to preserve the chakra. It's just that Kakashi is handy for chakra, but he is a little confused about the demon power. How? Do you want to try? The mountain asked. Of course, since there is a way. There is nothing to try. I don't want to be a human for a while, and a demon for a while, and I can't control it myself. Kakashi smiled. Then you can jump into this Yao Lake and feel the powerful demon power. Kakashi nodded, just about to jump in, but suddenly thought of something, and said, Master Mountain God, I don't know if there is a way to practice demon power. In this way, it will be more convenient for me to feel demon power. How to practice demon power? The mountain was taken aback, and then smiled. There is no such thing. Our demon power is innate for the rest of our lives, and the strength of our innate demon power basically determines our ability. Although we can also practice the day after tomorrow, it is done spontaneously by the body. We have no way to control it. It turned out to be so. Kakashi suddenly felt that all the monsters in this world depend on the power of innate blood. As for acquired practice, it doesn't seem to have much effect. Of course, for special individuals, there are naturally different opinions. It's just obvious that this mountain doesn't have such ability. Upon seeing this, Kakashi did not ask any more. With a puff, Kakashi jumped into the water. I don't know if he can succeed. This human being is really special. There is no demon power originally, but suddenly such a situation occurs, which is really incredible. That demon power is actually several times stronger than me. Not to mention the strange power he originally possessed. The mountain muttered to himself, his eyes full of curiosity. He also didn't know why he wanted to help Kakashi, but he just felt that this seemed to be a person worth helping. What the mountain didn't know was that Kakashi actually used illusion spells on him when they first met. Of course, this illusion is not harmful. It just makes the mountain increase his favor with Kakashi. It is precisely because of this good feeling that the mountain will help Kakashi with such enthusiasm. Otherwise, Kakashi might not be assured of Shanshin's approach. This is an unfamiliar world. Although the force value is low, there are still many strange powers. Kakashi has always maintained his vigilance. This is the habit he left behind from being a ninja for so many years. Cold. Extremely cold. This is how Kakashi felt after entering Yao. Even with Kakashi's strength, at this moment, I felt that the lake was freezing to the bones. This kind of cold doesn't seem to come from the lake itself. By the way, it's demon power. This demon power is really terrifying. I didn't expect it to be so domineering. In Yao Lake, there is an amazing demon power. Kakashi likes to absorb demon power automatically. But human beings who can control demon power are naturally unbearable for a while. Try to see if you can control these demon powers. Kakashi closed his eyes and quietly felt the amazing demon power in the lake. After a quarter of an hour, The mountain stood by the lake, a little anxious. "Why haven't you come out for so long? Has something happened?" Just when the mountain god was thinking about whether to go down to look for Kakashi, a figure flew out of You's lake and landed beside the mountain god with a bang. No one else, it was Kakashi. "Kakashi, did you succeed?" the mountain asked. Kakashi smiled helplessly and said, "It's more difficult than I thought." "Failed?" The mountain god frowned and said, "It's not a failure, you see." Kakashi said, stretched out his right hand, a white light condensed in his hand, and then flashed past. "This is demon power. Will you control it?" the mountain said in surprise. "Control will be controlled, but I can feel that there is still a lot of demon power in the body, and it will not be completely controlled in a short while. I am afraid it will take a few years," Kakashi said helplessly. "Several years." The mountain was stunned. The demon power that flashed by just now was weak, but if Kakashi could gather these demon powers every time, in a few years, that demon power would be terrifyingly powerful. "Well, it does take a few years. Although it has been a little slow, it is very lucky to be able to solve it." "Thank you, Lord Shanshan." Kakashi smiled. The mountain returned to his senses at this time, and said, "It's really surprising. I never thought you had such potential. If so, you will probably have to stay in this mountain god's forest in the past few years." Kakashi nodded, judging from the current situation. It is indeed necessary. But fortunately, his time is not urgent, and it is nothing to spend a few years. The past few years should be enough for Kakashi to learn more about the world. After finding a solution to the physical problem, Kakashi felt relieved. The meeting between Ayin and Hotaru also ended when the sunset was about to set. Ayin stood somewhere, watching Yin leave, with a feeling of reluctance in his eyes. It seemed that the 2 short days of getting along made Ayin feel different about this girl. Of course, it still stops at good impressions. After all, it was still a child. In the park in the sunset, Xiao Natsume came here again. This has become a habit of him. Because here, there is a person who can make him feel warm. Xiao Natsume sat quietly on the bench in the park, with anticipation in her eyes. "Here? It's still so early." Xiao suddenly raised her head when she heard the words, and sure enough, the gentle smiling face caught her eyes. "Brother Kakashi, you are here." "Hey, this is..." Xiao Natsume was full of joy, but saw that there was a bicycle beside Kakashi, and he couldn't help but feel a little strange. "Look. Do you like it? This is the bicycle I prepared for you. At your age, you can almost study. It will be useful for going out with your classmates in the future." Kakashi smiled. Brother Kakashi. The softest part of Xiao Natsume's heart seemed to be touched, and a sour sensation surged from the tip of his nose. Xiao Natsume knew that it must be yesterday that she watched the kid learning to bike and made Kakashi understand her desire. "That's why I prepared this bicycle today." "Why, don't you try?" Kakashi smiled. "I want to try." Xiao Natsume nodded heavily, then sat on it. "Will Brother Kakashi support me behind?" Xiao Natsume asked timidly. "Of course. There is no one behind the bicycle, but it's hard to learn. Also, it's easy to get hurt, isn't it?" Kakashi smiled. Xiao Natsume turned her head back, showing a faint smile. "Yes, no one is supporting it, but it's very difficult. So, we started." "Okay." Kakashi pushed slightly behind and pushed the bicycle on which Go Natsume was sitting. "Wow, it's scary." The bicycle moved, but Natsume seemed a little scared. "It's okay, Natsume, I will support you." Kakashi's gentle voice made Natsume gradually forget his fear. "Okay." Natsume responded softly, seeming to find a feeling. "Ha ha ha." Xiao Natsume laughed happily. He hadn't laughed like this for a long time. "Natsume, why are you here alone?" At this moment, a surprised voice came from the entrance of the park, and Mr. Enu passed by here again. He looked at Natsume riding a bicycle alone, and he couldn't help being a little strange. Xiao Natsume was taken aback, and suddenly looked at Kakashi behind him. He is still there. Why does Mr. Inu say there is only one person? Kakashi was also shocked. The demon power in his body was out of control again, and he became an invisible monster again. Kakashi, brother, Mr. Inu is a little strange. Who is this little Natsume talking to? Natsume, what's the matter? Tears slipped and Xiao Natsume looked at Kakashi with disappointment. Mr. Inu, can't you see someone behind me? Xiao Natsume asked anxiously. He wants an answer. Mr. Inu was startled and looked behind Xiaoxium. It was empty. There was no one at all. A chill surged up. Mr. Inu gave a dry smile and said, Natsume, don't be kidding. There is no one behind you. Natsume, listen to me to explain. Kakashi hurriedly called. You big liar. Xiao Natsume shouted angrily and ran away. Inu looked dumbfounded. What's the situation? Kakashi hurried to catch up. Don't follow me anymore. Why lie to me? You monsters. Why don't you let me go? Why? Xiao Natsume screamed while running, and everyone who saw him along the way showed weird looks. Is that person Natsume? I heard that because he was a child, he could say some strange things. Yeah, that's him. Always talking about monsters makes people feel frustrated. Really a kid who likes pranks. Who says no? No wonder it's impossible to adopt him after changing so many people. Oh, it's also a poor child. The comments made by passers-by made Xiao Natsume even more sad. Turning a corner, Natsume stopped abruptly. His body can't move. This is... Xiao Natsume looked shocked and wanted to struggle, but found that she couldn't move. Sorry, because you never listen to me, so I have to use this method. Kakashi stepped out from the side and said apologetically. Seeing the person in front of him who brought him warmth, Xiaoxia's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Why is he a monster? Before, Mr. Inu could see him clearly. Why is it not working now? Xiao Natsume suddenly calmed down thinking of this. It seems that things are a little different from what I thought. What exactly is going on? Kakashi walked to the side of Xiao Natsume, stretched out his right hand, and gently wiped away the tears that remained in the corner of Xiao Natsume's eyes. Xiao Natsume was taken aback, and the warm feeling resurfaced in her heart again. Is he really a monster? How can Yukai be so warm? If it's not a monster, then what is he? Chapter 838 Natsume and Dane Tonga's house. Natsume, are you back? Come over for dinner, Mrs. Kiraya said enthusiastically. Xiaoxiama looked at Mrs. Tonga and said, I'm sorry, Aunt Tonga, my body is a little uncomfortable. I want to go back to my room and take a rest. Mrs. Tonga was taken aback, and quickly walked to Xiao Natsume, squatted down, and stretched out her right hand on her forehead. It's not hot, Natsume. What's the matter with you? Where is it? Mrs. Kiraya asked with concern. Xiaoximu shook her head and said, it's okay. I'm just a little uncomfortable. I'll just take a rest. Mrs. Kiraya looked at Natsume a little strangely, and then said, okay, then you have a good rest, and I will keep your meals for you. Thank you, Aunt Tonga, Xiao Natsume said, and went back to his room. In the living room. Huh? Maiko, what's the matter? Natsume can't come to eat, Mr. Kiritani said. Mrs. Tonga shook her head and said, he seems to be a little uncomfortable, saying he wants to stay by himself. This child is really strange. Oh, it's no wonder, after all, he has been tossing around at such a young age. Moreover, his parents and grandmother are also weird people. Mr. Kiritani said, husband, although Natsume is very pitiful, this kid is too weird. I always say strange things. I'm really a little scared. Mrs. Kiritani worried. Mr. Tonga sighed, and said, oh, it's hard for you. In a few days, the time limit for our adoption of Xium will come, and he will live at my cousin's house at that time. Are you leaving? Mrs. Tonga asked in surprise. Well, we agreed on this time. Tomorrow I will tell Natsume that I will also go through the transfer procedures. Oh. Well, then our life can be calm again. I hope this child can change his life as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will feel uncomfortable no matter where he goes. Yes, I always say that seeing some weird things is really scary. Mrs. Tonga whispered. Okay, let's not talk about this, hurry up and eat. Okay. In the room, Natsume lay on the bed, eyes blank. Is Brother Kakashi a human? Natsume murmured to herself, recalling Kakashi's previous explanation in her mind. I am indeed a human being, but because of some special reasons, I often become a monster. I have no malice towards you. Is there no malice? Indeed, since realizing that now, he really did not do anything bad to himself. It's just... Is he really human? Xiao Natsume didn't know, but at the age of 8, he couldn't think about this kind of problem at all. The night was deep, and his heart was lonely. He fell asleep gradually, becoming unconscious. In the shrine, Kakashi sat aside, silently watching the moon in the night. Today's moon is not round enough, Kakashi whispered. Mr. Kakashi is very interested, he is still watching the moon. Yin smiled, just thinking about something. It seems that you are in a good mood and get along well with that little girl. Yin's face turned red, and then he said faintly, fortunately, that human child gave me a different feeling. I really want to be with her all the time. It's really enviable. Kakashi smiled. Mr. Kakashi, does anyone want to be together forever? Of course. It's just that I can't be with them yet. Things in the world can't always make people want it. Hearing this, Yin seemed to think of his own situation, sighed, and said, yes, it can't always make people wish. Even if he can be with Yin, he can't touch each other. Everything is still like the moon in the water, the flowers in the mirror. Early the next morning, Xiao Natsume was about to go to school with her school bag on her back. Suddenly, Mr. Tonga stopped him. Natsume, there is something I want to tell you. Xiao Natsume was a little confused, but still respectfully said, Uncle Tonga, you said. Seeing Xiao Natsume's well-behaved look, Mr. Kiritani's words were suddenly a little unspeakable. But thinking about the troubles before, Mr. Tonga said it anyway. Natsume, will you go to my cousin's house tomorrow? They hope you can come over as a guest. Xiao Natsume was taken aback. He was too familiar with such a scene. Every time I leave a place, it seems to be such an opening. Xiao Natsume lowered his head and said, I understand, Mr. Kiritani. Seeing that there is nothing for Xiao Natsume, Mr. Kiritani couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, and then smiled. Well, today I will go to school to go through the transfer procedures for you. Tomorrow is the weekend. I will send you off. Can you see it? Xiao Natsume nodded without raising any objections, and then went to school. On this day, Xiao Natsume did not attend class. He just got acquainted with this place, and now he will leave immediately. More importantly, Xiao Natsume looked at the mountain forest in the distance, and what Kakashi had said in his mind. I live in the shrine of the mountain god forest. If you have any questions, you can come to me. Are you going to tell him? Xiao Natsume muttered to herself. For a moment she didn't know how to choose. The sun came out from the east and gradually sank into the west. Xiao Natsume carried his school bag and walked home alone. Maybe that can't be called home, but it's the only place where Xiao Natsume can go today. The park slowly appeared in front of Xiao Natsume's eyes. He came here with excitement a few days ago, but today, he doesn't feel that way anymore. Brother Kakashi, Natsume muttered to herself, with inexplicable emotions in her eyes. Soon, Xiao Natsume turned around and ran away. The direction is the mountain forest. He is going to find Kakashi. Tomorrow, he will leave here, and maybe never come back again. If he can't say goodbye to Kakashi, he will have a lifetime of regrets. Brother Kakashi, wait for me. The little figure is running in the sunset. Many years later, Natsume remembered this scene again, and his eyes were hot. That is his lost youth. Forest of Mountain Gods. Mr. Kakashi, why didn't you go to the town today? Shanshan smiled. Something happened yesterday, so I don't want to go today. It seems that Mr. Kakashi seems to be worried about something. It doesn't count. It's just that some things are difficult to deal with. It can be seen that Mr. Kakashi is a wise man, and he did not expect that there will be things that make you difficult. The mountain said with some surprise. Master Mountain God, The smarter the person is, the more difficult things will happen. Kakashi laughed. This also seems to make sense. It was originally like this. Okay, Lord Mountain God, I'm going to Yoki to practice. After Kakashi finished speaking, he disappeared. The mountain smiled when he saw it, but didn't say anything. Konatsumi is running around in the mountain forest. He is looking for the shrine, Kakashi said. But he hadn't been here before, so how could he know where the shrine was? At this time, night fell, and the forest was extremely dark. If it weren't for the moon tonight, I'm afraid Xiao Natsume can't even see the way. Where is the shrine that Brother Kakashi said? Why can't I find it? Xiao Natsume was a little flustered. In the mountains and old forests, and alone again, how could Xiao Natsume not be afraid? It's just that the desire to see Kakashi in his heart made him reluctant to go back. But soon, Xiao Natsume realized that he seemed to be lost. Even if I want to go back, I can't go back. Darkness and fear gradually enveloped Go Natsume. Brother Kakashi, where are you? Natsume. Xiao Natsume finally couldn't stand it, and shouted loudly. At this time, he had no idea whether he would call out strange things. He just wanted to find Kakashi. Not far away, Aryin, who had just sent Yin back home, heard this sound and was a little surprised. This is the voice of a child? It seems to be looking for Mr. Kakashi. How come you show up here in the middle of the night? It's really nonsense. So barking like this, I'm afraid it will attract more monsters. Under doubt, Aryin walked over with the voice. Not long after he left, Aryin saw a little boy with brown hair. Hey, what are you calling? Don't you know it's dangerous to call this way in the forest at night? Xiao Natsume was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect that someone would actually respond to him. Xiao Natsume turned his head and saw that it was a weird man with a dog's head mask, a floral shirt and silver hair. Silver white hair? Is it Brother Kakashi? Brother Kakashi, is that you? Xiao Natsume said with joy. Are you looking for Mr. Kakashi? Aryin asked. Xiaoxuma came back to her senses after hearing this, and the voice was not Kakashi. And on closer inspection, it seems that the height does not match. But listening to his words, it seems to know Kakashi. Do you know Brother Kakashi? Xiao Natsume asked courageously. Aryin nodded and said, well, you want to find him? Seeing what Aryin said, Xiaoxuma was overjoyed and said quickly, well, I'm looking for Brother Kakashi, can you take me to find him? Silver thought for a while, and said, you are the Natsume that Mr. Kakashi mentioned recently, right? Xiao Natsume was taken aback, and said, do you know me? Aryin smiled and said, of course, Mr. Kakashi often mentions you. Why are you coming over to find Mr. Kakashi so late? Xiao Natsume was overjoyed at first, and then his eyes were a little dim. I'm here to apologize to Kakashi, and I will leave here tomorrow. So I want to say goodbye to Kakashi. It turns out that this is the case. Then come with me. Aryin smiled. Can you really help me find Big Brother Kakashi? Of course, I have been living with Mr. Kakashi recently. Really? That's great. Xiao Natsume ran to Aryin's side, ready to follow him to find Kakashi. Aryin picked up the small wooden stick on the side, held one by himself, and handed the other to Natsume. You hold this stick so you won't be lost. Xiao Natsume was a little confused, but still cleverly held the stick. Aryin smiled and said, sorry, because of my body, I cannot be touched by humans, otherwise I will disappear, so I can only take you there. Would you mind? Natsume was taken aback, and said, are you also a monster? You can say that. Although I was originally a human being. Aryin smiled. Was it originally human? The words are so familiar. Yes, Brother Kakashi seemed to say that he was originally a human. Then Kakashi is the same as you? Xiao Natsume asked curiously. Mr. Kakashi? He is different from me. He is a human being, but because of a little problem, he will become a monster now and then. Aryin explained. Is that so? Xiaoxuma felt relieved when he heard the words. It turned out that he didn't lie to himself. Will you become a monster from time to time? Then he must be very uncomfortable in his heart, right? I was so to him yesterday. Thinking of this, Xiaoxium felt a little uneasy again. In the moonlight, Ain and Natsume walked side by side. It's just a small wooden stick that connects their hands. Natsume, do you like Mr. Kakashi? Ain asked suddenly. Okay. Natsume was startled and didn't know how to answer for a while. What's the matter? Is it difficult to answer? Ain looked at Natsume and smiled. No. It's not. Brother Kakashi is very good. I want to live with him. But Xiao Natsume seemed to have thought of something, her eyes a little gloomy. It seems that you also have a lot of helplessness. Ain sighed. It seems that whether it is a human or a monster, living in this world, it is always inevitable that there will be such a dilemma. Xiao Natsume lowered his head and did not answer. The air solidified again for a while. Ain did not speak anymore, but quietly brought Natsume to the shrine. Outside the shrine, Kakashi was still sitting on the rock. Seeing Ain bringing Xiao Natsume over, I was a little surprised. Natsume? Why are you here? Kakashi asked in surprise. Xiao heard the sound and saw that it was Kakashi. Brother Kakashi. Xiao Natsume was overjoyed, let go of the stick, and ran toward Kakashi. Kakashi got up, and Xiao Natsume threw himself into his arms. Brother Kakashi, I'm sorry, I shouldn't yell at you yesterday. As Xiao Natsume spoke, tears burst into her eyes. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, then gently stroked Xiaoxia's hair, and said, it's okay, everything is over. Upon hearing this, Xiaomu seemed to cry louder. Ain looked at this scene with a look of envy. When can I give Firefly such a big hug? Brother Kakashi, I'm leaving here tomorrow to go to another relative's house. Can you Can you come with me? Kakashi rubbed Natsume's hair, and said apologetically, sorry, Natsume, I have some things that I can't leave here yet. After I finish these things, I will look for you again. Okay? Will it be long? I don't know, but if I'm done, I will definitely find you the first time. Okay. Xiao Natsume responded softly, and then fell asleep in Kakashi's arms. He is so tired. For a child, this mountain is too high. Kakashi gently held Natsume in his arms, with a smile on his face. Tonga's house. Husband, Natsume is gone, and I can't find it no matter how to find it. Could it be an accident? Mrs. Kiraya said worriedly. Let's look for it again, it must be nearby. It is good. Just as the two were about to go out, there was a knock on the door. Is Natsume back? Mrs. Tonga was overjoyed and immediately opened the door, but the person in front of her stunned her. I saw a handsome silver-haired man standing at the door, a young man with brown hair on his back. Sorry, Natsume fell asleep at my house, and now I brought him back. I hope you don't blame him. Chapter 839. Natari Natsume is gone. Aren't you going to see him off? Ain said on the side. Kakashi smiled and said, don't you want to leave here today and go back to your parents' house? Why don't you send her off? Ain was taken aback, but he did not expect to be enlisted by Kakashi. Are you like me? Yeah, I'm really bad at parting, even after so many times. Kakashi smiled and shook his head, seemingly helpless. Compared to Hotaru, Natsume seems a little different. The kid already understands his situation. The only thing he wants to do now is not to trouble others. Really gentle. Ain sighed. The more gentle the person, the more distressed it is. Kakashi laughed. Nevertheless, one day, he will find someone who understands his gentleness. Yes, that day will not be too far away. The experience now will also make him more mature. To a certain extent, it is not a bad thing. I know how to cherish at the beginning, and after getting it, I will give up easily. It seems that Mr. Kakashi has high expectations of him. Ain smiled. Yes, he is a man worth looking forward to. Maybe you will get along well. Ain recalled the way he had been with Xiao Natsume before, shook his head, and said, his cautious character, I'm afraid it will make people who get along with him uncomfortable. One day, he will put away that uncertain cautiousness and become more stable and mature. At that time, I believe you will get along well. After all, you are all gentle people. Ain looked at Kakashi's profile, and the faint smile seemed to hang on his face from time to time. Yin didn't know why Kakashi was so sure, but he suddenly felt that what he said might be right. Okay, let's not talk about it, I will meet him sooner or later. Kakashi got up, ready to leave. Suddenly, Yin said, by the way, Mr. Kakashi, I have something to tell you. Huh? What's the matter? Recently, a monster named Triangle came out nearby. It is very cruel. Many humans and monsters have been attacked. It seems that many monsters are coming to catch it, but they all failed. You have to be careful. A little. Triangle and Chuya or N. I understand. Monsters are not all good people. Just like people have good and evil, so do monsters. Evil monsters will prey on the same kind and attack humans, which is very common. In addition to monsters, those who deal with monsters, they are born like Natsume, possess demon powers, and after practicing, they can seal or remove monsters. Yin lives in the forest of mountain gods, where he is sheltered by the mountain gods, and there are generally no evil monsters to bother him. But Kakashi didn't just hang around here. For Yin's reminder, Kakashi didn't care. No matter how powerful the monsters in this world are, in Kakashi's eyes, they are nothing. As for the demon, Kakashi was quite interested. The sealing technique in their hands is different from that of the ninja. Yin, do you know where the demon eliminators are? Yin was taken aback and said, Mr. Kakashi, are you trying to find them? No, just some interest. Kakashi smiled. That's right. I heard that they will hold a rally in Stone Moon Valley in the evening 3 days later. Stone Moon Valley? Kakashi muttered to himself, and then left. It seems very interesting. Name take home. The once glorious demon clan. However, the descendants have no demon power in the next generations, causing this family to lose the ability to eliminate demon and can only retreat. It's just that there are some things that you can't retire if you want to retire. Eliminating the monsters will certainly offend the monsters. The demon clan that has lost their demon power, but monsters often come to make trouble. In this generation, the Natori family has a descendant who can see the monster. His name is Natori Monday. He was born with a strong demon power, but it became his father's worry. Because they have already withdrawn from the demon realm, they don't want to step into it anymore. We have quit, we won't go to any more gatherings, let's get out of here. The patriarch Natori scolded the people who came to invite him to the rally, but Natori learned the news on Monday. He wanted to go to that rally, because he still didn't understand many things about monsters. More importantly, Natori stretched out his right hand, with a gecko-like mole on it, which was swimming around. This is something that Natori was born with, a special mark that can only be seen by possessing demon power. The gecko swam around on his body, but never got into his left leg. For this reason, he is also worried. Perhaps, by knowing the world of that monster better, he can solve this problem by himself. Go there and take a look. Maybe you can find a solution to this gecko mole. Stone Moon Creek Valley. Kakashi swaggered in. Sure enough, there is a rally here. Everyone has demon power. These people are the demon masters. Haha, it's really interesting, Kakashi secretly said in his heart, and then walked over. Hey, where did you guy come from? What a strange face. Who introduced you here? And if I can't answer, I will eat you. A monster with a white mask came over from behind Kakashi. Kakashi looked back and smiled. Sorry, I thought I could come in casually. Did I need someone to introduce you? Is it really a guy who got in? Then, I'm going to eat you. The monster screamed and opened his mouth. Kakashi gently stretched out his right hand, pressed the head of the masked monster, and smiled. If you are like this, I will be very troubled. With that, Kakashi moved his right hand lightly, and with a bang, punched the masked monster on the back of the head. The masked monster fell to the ground. Kakashi closed his hand and saw a 15 or 16-year-old boy behind the masked monster. He was looking at himself in surprise. Sorry, did you scare you? Kakashi smiled. No. Number. What's going on? Natori asked in confusion. How to explain it? Maybe this monster is too arrogant, right? Arrogant? The name is puzzled. At this time, from behind Natori, A teenager in a black uniform walked over. The age is similar to the name. This is the Guardian Shikigami. It's not good for you to knock it out like this. The voice was cold, with a touch of arrogance. Natori was taken aback and looked behind him. That's really sorry. The first time I came here, I didn't understand the situation. Kakashi smiled. The black-clothed boy glanced at Kakashi, and said, looking at you, you should be 18 years old. Did you come here? What is your name? Well, just call me Hagai. Kakashi smiled. Hagai. I don't seem to have heard of this family. The black-clothed boy doubted. I don't have any family. Just a curious person. You can also see the monsters from the way you look. Then, tell me, what color is the kimono there? The boy in black said, pointing to the kimono hanging on the tree not far away. Okay. Kakashi and Natori Wenyan both looked over. It is a kimono flying in the wind. A big peony pattern? Kakashi whispered. The black-clothed boy was taken aback when he heard the words and looked at Kakashi in surprise. Natori said strangely, isn't it crimson? Crimson? Kakashi is a little strange. Is this kimono look different in the eyes of different people? So, is it a test? Thinking of this, Kakashi couldn't help but look at the boy in black. The boy gradually reduced the shocked expression on his face and said, it's really amazing. My name is Chang Jingzai. The field? The field family? Natori asked in surprise. You two are very good. Maybe you can become a powerful demon eliminator, Dekin said with a smile. I just wanted to know about you, Kai, so I came here. Natori said. Really? With this kind of demon power, some things can't be decided by yourself. Okay, someone is still waiting for me. I have to pass first. After talking about the scene, he turned and left. Natori was left with an inexplicable look. Kakashi was thoughtful. I didn't expect that the boy was in the field, but it has a bit of momentum. As for this, it seems that Naito Monday, who has just stepped into the ranks of demon removal, is really interesting, Kakashi secretly said in his heart, and then sighed that this time it really wasn't in vain. This guy is really weird. When watching the scene leave, Natori vomited. The people of the big family are inevitably a little weird. Huh? You know him? Natori asked curiously. I can't talk about acquaintance. I just heard that he is the most outstanding descendant of the Field clan this year. Kakashi laughed. Is it? Naturally. By the way, my name is Hagai. How about you, Nakata? Oh, it's also a great family. It's just a fallen family, Natori whispered. With you, it's not anymore. Kakashi smiled. Okay, let's not talk about it. Let's go in and have a look. This place seems to be quite interesting. It is good. The two officially met. There was nothing in the rally this time, except that some people were discussing how to deal with the monster with 3 horns. In the secret room, the scene quietly looked at the people in the assembly. In particular, he set his sights on Kakashi and Natori. These two people are really not easy. That Hagai can actually see such patterns. The demon power is still above me, and he can't find any information about him. It's really weird. Nor is the guy from the Ming family poor. Maybe you can use it for your own use. The field murmured to himself, as if thinking about something in his heart. I didn't expect so many people to see the monster. Natori looked at the crowd with emotion. After all, this is not a small group. Kakashi smiled. Is Mr. Hakiki also an exterminator? Natori asked curiously. Kakashi shook his head. No. I'm just curious to come over and take a look. It's much more interesting than I thought. At this time, the gecko mole on Natori's body moved to his face again. Kakashi was taken aback, and said, your face. Natori was surprised, and quickly covered his face. Sorry for making you frightened. I can't control this thing either. It's an interesting thing. It seems like a certain technique. Kakashi glanced at it and said, Sushi? Had Mr. Hagai seen this thing? That's not true. I just feel this kind of breath. It shouldn't be harmful to you for the time being, don't worry. Is that so? Thank you, Mr. Hagai. Natori said. Well, welcome. But what do you plan to do next? Seeing this monster's world should have an impact on you. Besides, you who can see the monsters, I'm afraid it's impossible to live in a dull way. Moreover, Natori will not be let off by the monster. Kakashi's words calmed Natori. After thinking for a while, Natori said, I have made a decision. I want to try it. Then I wish you success. Kakashi smiled. Yeah, thank you Mr. Hagai for the suggestion. Welcome. Just on a whim. The rally ended soon, and Kakashi returned to the shrine. Meeting Natori and the field tonight is also a gain. Natori is about to embark on the road of eliminating demons. For him, this may also be a good thing. A few days later, Kakashi was still walking in the nearby forest. Huh? There is a sound? Curious. Kakashi ran over. I saw a huge triangle monster attacking Natori. Natori's attack failed. It's really messy. Just learned a few tricks to deal with such a monster. Kakashi said. His figure appeared next to Natori. Mr. Hagai. Natori asked in surprise. You are still too reluctant to deal with such a monster. With a light wave of his right hand, Kakashi's right hand flashed out of thunder, hitting the head of the triangle monster. With a bang, the head cracked, and the triangular monster turned into powder and disappeared. Okay. So awesome, Natori said in shock. Just a casual move, there is such a power unexpectedly. Kakashi turned his head and looked at the bushes behind Mingjai. Come out. Have you been watching for a long time? Nametake was taken aback, and looked back again. I saw a young man with a bow and arrow walking out from behind the big tree. It is the field Jingzai. Mr. Hagai, you are really amazing. It's just that the moves you use are really peculiar. I haven't even heard of it. Sikeng smiled. The world is so big, there will always be things you haven't seen before. That's true, but Mr. Hagai is really interesting. I wonder if you are interested in joining our clan? Sorry, I'm not interested in removing demons, and I don't appreciate the tricks of the clan. Really? It's really a shame. I believe we will meet again. After talking about the scene, he took a look at Nametake, then turned and left. This guy is really weird. Natori whispered. That guy ... Too extreme. Chapter 840 Friends Account Shrine. Light Train. It has been really rainy these days. Kakashi looked up and looked at the gloomy sky, feeling a little inexplicable. This world is really too quiet. Okay. There was a rustling sound in the bushes not far away, and Kakashi was a little curious. He got up and left, and walked into the bushes. A red-brown little fox was sobbing under the tree. It's you, little fox. Kakashi smiled. The sudden sound made the little fox startled, then raised his head. It's you, Mr. Hagaki. The little fox wiped away the tears from the corner of his eyes, and quickly got up. Why are you here alone? The little fox hesitated to speak and stopped, not knowing what he was thinking. It's raining. Come and hide in the shrine, Kakashi said, pulling the little fox's hand. The little fox froze for a moment, and did not resist. The brown hair was stained with rain, and the wet appearance made people feel a little distressed. Kakashi took out a towel, placed it on the little fox's hair, and rubbed it gently. Hair dry, or you will get sick. Thanks. Thanks. Goo. At this time, the little fox's stomach rang. In an instant, the little fox blushed. Kakashi smiled. Are you hungry? Okay. The little fox lowered his head and said, You wait a minute. Kakashi said, stepped aside and took out a rice ball. Here you are. Hurry up and eat. The little fox has seen it, with a look of surprise on his face. May I? Of course. Kakashi smiled. Thank you. The little fox said, biting off the rice ball. He is really hungry. Recently it has become increasingly difficult for him to find food. Coupled with the loss of his mother, the little fox's mood has been depressed, and his body has also become poor. This makes it more difficult to find food. Eat slowly and stop choking. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, the little fox coughed lightly. Ahem. Obviously, he still choked. Kakashi smiled helplessly, picked up the teacup on the side, and handed it to the little fox. The little fox took it and drank it. Kakashi smoothed the little fox's back gently and said, Is it better? Well, thank you Mr. Hagai. The little fox said gratefully. It's okay. With a little effort. Haven't you eaten in a long time? Kakashi asked curiously. The little fox once again showed a lost expression when he heard the words, and said, "Well, although I learned to find food with my mother before, the environment in the mountains is not good recently, so." Kakashi touched the little fox's hair and smiled. "In this case, I will teach you how to fish. What do you think?" "Really?" The little fox looked at Kakashi expectantly. "Of course, but you have to wait for the rain to stop." "Okay." After the rain, the weather was fine, and the mild sun was shining on the river. From a distance, one person and one fox are catching small fish in the river. Crisp laughter sounded from the little fox's mouth from time to time. After catching the river fish, the flames rose and fragrant bursts. The little fox had a rare feast. This reminded him of the warmth of his mother when he was alive. The silver-white figure seemed to become more cordial. "Mr. Hagai... Thank you. Time flies by, and 7 years have passed. Kakashi also stayed in this world for 7 full years. In the yoki, Kakashi opened his eyes, and a white light flashed. Bang! A huge splash burst from the yoki, and then a man wearing a white mask flew out of the yoki and fell aside. "Mr. Kakashi, did you succeed?" the mountain god said with some surprise. Kakashi smiled faintly, took off the mask on his face, and said, "It's successful. I have controlled all my demon power and condensed this white fox mask. As long as I wear it, it will take on the form of a monster. And as long as I remove it, it will be no different from a normal human being." As Kakashi said, the white fox mask gradually shrank and turned into a fox mask bracelet, hung on his left wrist. The mountain exclaimed, "It's really amazing. I didn't expect to be able to reach this level. In this way, would you be able to switch between these two forms at will?" "Well, it took 7 years and it was not in vain. There are some things that should be done." Kakashi smiled. "Are you leaving here?" The mountain god was surprised. "Leave for a while, but I will come back often." "Where are you going?" "Hakihara." "Hakihara?" "Well, I have an agreement with a person. Now is the time to find him. Moreover, my purpose of coming here may only be accomplished by his side." "Is that so?" "Good luck, then." "Thank you." Shrine. Aryin stood there blankly, as if looking into the distance. Suddenly, there seemed to be something on the shoulders. "Okay." Aryin was startled, and when he looked back, he saw a silver-haired man with a fox mask appearing behind him. "You are?" Kakashi smiled, retracted his right hand, and then took off the mask. "Mr. Kakashi, what are you doing?" "Don't worry, I am now in the form of a monster and will not cause you harm." Kakashi smiled. "Has Mr. Kakashi been able to switch freely?" Aryin asked in surprise. "Forget it. I came here to say goodbye to you. Am leaving here and go to Hakihara." "Mr. Kakashi going?" Aryin was taken aback. For 7 years, and he felt emotional in any way. "Now I want to leave." It is indeed a bit reluctant to give up. "Well, before leaving, I want to tell you one thing." "What?" Aryin asked curiously. "I will find a way to solve your physical problems. Before that, you must never touch human beings." Kakashi said, with a serious expression on his face. "Mr. Kakashi has a solution?" "I have a clue, but it will take a while." "I bother Mr. Kakashi." "You are welcome. We are friends." "Friends?" Aryin murmured, then smiled. "Mr. Hajiki, let's go catch fish together." The little fox didn't know when he came out from the side. "Little fox, I can't accompany you to catch fish today." "Why?" "There are some things to deal with. I may have to go for a while." "What?" "Mr. Hagai is leaving." After 7 years of getting along, it was such reluctant feelings. However, Kakashi is destined to not stay here for long. My name is Takashi Natsume. My mother died when I was born, and my father only accompanied me for a few years before passing away in a hurry. Without my parents, I have been hanging around among relatives. By now, I can't remember how many relatives have adopted me. Don't ask me why there are so many relatives. I don't know myself. Like the grandmother Reiko who died young, I was born with the ability to see monsters, so I have always been thought of as a liar child. No one likes a child who loves to lie. Therefore, I was constantly pushed around by relatives. I am 15 years old this year, and I was adopted by the kind Fujiwara couple. They have no children of their own, so they consider me their children. They are very nice to me and they are very gentle people. But I still dare not tell them about the fact that I can see the monsters, because I am afraid to see their fearful or worried eyes. Today, after school, I started my daily event of being chased by monsters. But this time it was a little different. I tripped over the rope, so it seemed that a seal was released. A strange lucky cat appeared from the stone shrine. It seems to know my grandmother and the Reiko that the monster chasing me said. I am curious what kind of story my grandmother has here. Why do so many monsters know her? And because she came to chase me, I seem to have found the answer. Because the fat cat asked me if he knew there was a book with friends. It seems to care about that thing very much. When I unconsciously wanted to tell my grandmother's relic, it disappeared. But I have a hunch that he will show up again. The Fujiwara house. Natsume's room. It's really a weird cat. However, I seem to be a little impressed with the friend's account, he said. Natsume muttered to himself, and then searched for what he had brought. Inside are the relics of Ko's grandmother. Found it. A green handbook is filled with white paper, and each page is filled with strange symbols. It seems that there are some names. Natsume was looking at the friend's account suspiciously, and suddenly a voice rang from behind. Hand over that, it's not something you can own. Call out your friend's account. Natsume was startled. That was the beckoning cat from before. It's just that, with such a fierce expression, he finally hit the paper door aside, which looked quite funny. After some negotiations, Lucky Neko proposed to be Natsume's bodyguard, and Natsume also understood what a friend's account was. As long as it is a monster defeated by Reiko, the name will be written on the account of friends. These are evidence that the monster surrendered to her. The person who has a friend's account can direct the monster to do anything by calling the name of the monster in it. The monster must obey absolutely. In other words, a person with a friend's account can rule over the monsters above. The friend's account is as thick as hundreds, and among them, there are many powerful monsters. Now do you understand how dangerous a friend's account is? The lucky cat said with a weird look. There seemed to be strange emotions in that gaze. Natsume could feel that although the gaze was looking at herself, it seemed to be looking at another person. Is this thing so dangerous? At this moment, the monster originally chasing Natsume came here, and Natsume ran away. With the help of the lucky cat, Natsume avoided the two monsters for a while. Now you understand how dangerous it is for you to hold a friend's account, so give me the friend's account, said Fat Cat. No. Why? As a human, do you want to rule over monsters? How could I have such thoughts? So, as a human, if you don't use the friend account like this, what does it mean to you? It has nothing to do with you. Hearing the words, the fat cat narrowed his eyes. The whole body rose into the sky, and with a bang, the fat cat became a huge white beast. The white hair all over the body looks a bit like a wolf, but it's not exactly the same. The white monster pressed Natsume to the ground with a paw, and said in a low voice, originally I wanted to wait for you to change your mind, but now, I don't want to wait anymore. The originally funny voice has become lazy and mature now. That familiar voice stunned Natsume for a while. He had no time to care about the pain of his chest being held down by his paws. The white monster was also a little strange when he saw it. Why didn't this guy react anymore? This voice is, Brother Kakashi. Is that you? Natsume said excitedly. Kakashi? What is that? Don't call my name arbitrarily. My name is Madara, the white monster called. Spot. Natsume was taken aback. Isn't it Kakashi? Why is the sound so similar? Boy, stop talking nonsense and pay a friend's account. No, you will definitely use it indiscriminately. Of course, this thing is very interesting. If that's the case, I can't even give it to you. Hurry up, or I'll squash you. With that, the strength of the claws became heavier. Wow! Natsume cried out in pain, then made a fist with his right hand and slammed into the head of the white monster. Boom! A loud bang hits the fist. The intense pain caused the white monster to cover his head. Natsume also regained his freedom. This is Grandma's relic, which is very important to me. I don't think this thing has anything to do with me, since Grandma is too late to return these names to them. Then let me inherit this mission, idiot. That's too wasteful. Besides, there are so many powerful monsters in it that you can't do it alone. Didn't you still have you? Didn't you say to be my bodyguard? Teacher Cat. Okay. If I die halfway, then this friend's account will go to you. Really? If you die, can I get a friend's account? Well, are you willing to help me this way? Why do you think I will promise you? Madara asked. Because you are very similar to a friend I once knew. If it were him, he would definitely help me. Is that Kakashi you said? Okay. It looks like an interesting person. I didn't expect that when I first came here, someone mentioned my name, which is really unexpected. The lazy voice fell from the sky, and then a silver-white figure fell between a person and a beast. This is... Natsume was startled. This familiar look. Natsume, long time no see, you have grown taller, Kakashi said with a smile, and his right hand stretched out to press Natsume's hair again. Kakashi, brother? Natsume whispered the name, tears streaming down her face. Natsume? You are finally back. Natsume yelled and threw himself into Kakashi's arms. Kakashi was taken aback, then smiled. Sorry, it took so long. Madara on the side looked at Kakashi as if he was facing an enemy. Such a powerful breath, a feeling that can't be resisted at all. Who are you? Madara whispered. Kakashi looked back at Madara and said with a smile, so it's you, Kitty. It seems that I came here at the right time. Chapter 841 Protectors, make a name for it. Stupid. You are the little cat. I am a high-level monster with such a noble body. Really? But I still think you are more cute when you become a cat. Asshole. That's just a disguise for me. Well, it doesn't matter. Looking at you, you don't want to fight with me, right? Kakashi smiled. Ban Wenyan looked solemn. To be reasonable, Madara knew that he couldn't win when he felt this breath. Who is this guy? Such a strong breath. As he completely stepped into the realm of the legendary god, from the appearance of Xium, he seems to know him. Then, he shouldn't have the idea of arranging a friend's account. No, that's it. Existence. The account of friends is meaningless to him, right? Madara secretly said in his heart that he was very curious about this guy who appeared suddenly. More importantly, this guy's voice was exactly the same as his own. You look at me so fiercely, I would be scared, Kakashi said with a smile. Cut, kid. I'll let you go for the time being. Let me go? It's really shameful. Humphrey. Natsume looked at the person and beast in front of him, feeling a little weird. The voices of these two guys were exactly the same, and they felt as if they were talking to themselves for a while. Kakashi looked at the friend's account in Natsume's hands and smiled. Natsume, it seems that you have found something interesting. Brother Kakashi, this is my grandma's relic. I want to return all the names on this to the monster. Can you help me? Natsume whispered. Kakashi scratched his head and said, well, there is no problem. It's just that I'm not familiar with this thing. I'm afraid I won't be able to help with many things. However, this little cat seems to know a lot. Maybe it will help. It's busy. Natsume was taken aback and looked at Madara. A huge white body, a fox-like head, and a red cane mark on his forehead. Behind him is a white tail. Teacher Cat, are you willing to help me? Hey, just as I repay you, let me repay you for leaving the barrier. However, when you die, the friend's account will go to me, isn't it? This is an agreement between us. Then I will reluctantly and protect your safety. Bano Jiao said. Really a shameless guy. Kakashi smiled. What nonsense are you talking about? You bastard. Madara yelled with some guilty conscience as if she had seen through her mind. Nothing. But Natsume, it seems that your life will become very troublesome in the future. Is it okay? Natsume shook his head and said, it's okay. I want to find traces of Ko's grandmother's existence. Maybe following this book of friends can let me know what's in it. Alright. There should be no problem with this little cat with you. Kakashi smiled. Natsume thought of something and said, Brother Kakashi, are you leaving again? Not for the time being. This town is good. I will stay for the time being. Really? Natsume said excitedly. Okay, great. Madara stared at Kakashi closely, as if he wanted to see through this person's purpose. Unfortunately, nothing was seen. Not far away, there was another rustling voice. Reiko, Reiko. Give me the name back soon. Natsume was startled and said, that monster is here again. Teacher Cat, what can I do to return this name to the monster? Open the friend's account, and the monster appeared in my mind, and said, my guardian, show his name. The friend's account will automatically open, and the page that belongs to the monster will appear. Tear it off, hold it in your mouth. Put your hands together firmly, hit the spirit, and exhale gently. The name in the contract will enter the monster body, and the name will be returned. So that's it. Natsume was stunned. This needs Ko's breath and saliva. But you are Ko's grandson, so you should be fine. If you try this kind of thing, you'll know, isn't that monster here? Kakashi said, pointing to the monster that was galloping not far away. Ugly-eyed, white hair, more than 2 meters in shape. Reiko, if you don't call me, give me your name. The voice was sad, not like a cruel monster, but like an abandoned person. Alongside, a long-haired monster pounced on Natsume. Friend's account, it's mine. I really can't help myself, Kakashi said, with a flick of his finger. The blue arc shot into the forehead of the long-haired monster. What? With a scream, the long-haired monster quickly fled. Natsume, do it, Kakashi said. Okay. Natsume responded, then whispered softly, my protector, be famous. The green friend's account opened automatically, revealing the white paper inside. Swish. The paper kept turning, and then a piece of paper stopped in the middle. Is that this? Natsume murmured, tore it off, and held it in his mouth. Linigaki, I will give you your name. Breathing out gently in his mouth, the ink mark flew out of the paper and merged into the forehead of the ugly-eyed white-haired monster. A burst of white light flashed, and a strange scene appeared before his eyes. So lonely, Reiko, Reiko. Why didn't you come to me again? Rishigaki murmured constantly, and the memory seemed to go back to when he first met Reiko. So hungry. There is a bin paste bun here, which is great, Raigaki said in surprise, and stretched out his right hand, trying to grab the bin paste bag placed on the shrine. At this moment, a hand stretched out. That is a beautiful girl. The girl unceremoniously swallowed the bin paste bag into her abdomen. Ah, my bin paste bag. Lin Yun screamed. After the girl finished eating, she wiped her mouth with a look of disgust. This is not very tasty. Damn it, you are obviously a human being, so you dare to do this. You are too greedy. It's really not as delicious as Nanatsuji. Let's fight. If you can beat me, I will ask you to eat Nanatsuji's bin paste buns, which are delicious. But if you lose, you have to give me the name. What? I won. The wooden stick covered with spells hit the top of Raigaki's head. It hurts. Hisagaki whispered. Rishigaki wrote out his name and handed it to the girl. In this way, you will be my subordinate. If I call you, you must come over. Man, what is that? Can I eat it? Well, you can't eat it. It probably means you want to listen to me. The girl laughed. You ... What's your name? My name is Reiko. Remember? Reiko? Yeah? Goodbye then, see you another day. Reiko waved her hand and left. Lin Yun watched her leave, and suddenly there was an emotion that he had never had before. She ... will come again? Rishigaki stood there blankly. She was waiting for Reiko to call her name. But after a long time, I didn't see Reiko again, and didn't hear her call. Reiko. Why didn't you call me? Why? I've been waiting for you. Did you not call me today? Why? Reiko ... Where are you? This is Hishigaki, a monster living in Hokihara. By chance, I met a human woman named Reiko. She seems to have a very strong power. She can see me. I lost to her, so I entrusted my name to her. The name, for the monster, has a very important meaning. Generally speaking, it will never tell humans. However, I gave it to her because of the bet, and because I want to tell her. She seemed very happy. She also praised my name, Yagaki, a beautiful name. But I think her smile is more beautiful. Beautiful as the cherry blossoms flying that day. However, there were scars on her face. She told me that it was the result of a human child hitting her with a stone. I'm very surprised. Why doesn't she avoid it? I know that she can, because she is very strong. But she didn't. This human being is so strange. I was curious. Originally I wanted to ask her, but in the blink of an eye, she was leaving. So, I wanted to ask questions the next time I saw her, but I never saw her again. She said she would call me and let me be her subordinate. But not once. I would wait for her next to the shrine every day, but she still did not show up. Why? Why didn't she come again? Why? Why didn't she call my name? She obviously took my name. Why didn't she call me? Why let me wait with expectation? I was alone, and I was lonely. But why after having this expectation, I became more lonely? If you don't call me, why take my name away? Reiko, I miss you so much. I became more lonely than before. If you don't call me anymore, then give me my name. One day, I suddenly found a familiar breath. This breath is Reiko coming back. Reiko, are you really back? Isn't it you? Turns out, are you already dead? Humans are really weak creatures. The white light faded, and Rigaki stood blankly in front of Natsume. Reiko, will you still feel lonely in the end? Thank you, Rishigaki. Grandma won't be lonely anymore. Really? That's great. Rishigaki smiled, but tears couldn't stop falling from his eyes. Reiko, no more. The name is back. She doesn't have to wait any longer. But, finished? Kakashi looked at the suddenly quiet two people in front of him, and whispered. It seems that Natsume has already seen Reiko. When the name is returned to the monster, that memory will also appear in front of Natsume. Madara said, oh, it's a very good thing. In this case, Natsume might know his grandmother better. Hey, it's not a good thing to know that guy. Mara, it seems that you still have a bit of resentment towards Reiko, that self-righteous guy. Kakashi approached Maden's head and smiled. It's really a silly guy. You miss that person very much. Madara was taken aback, an inexplicable flash in his eyes. Miss it? The woman named Reiko. Do not make jokes. I won't. Is it? Kakashi smiled, and instead of molesting Madara, he walked towards Natsume. It would take a lot of physical energy to return the name of the monster, and Natsume is already a little bit out of it now. Are you okay, Natsume? Natsume shook his head, and said, it's okay, it's just a little loose. It seems that you still need more exercise. This body is too weak. Kakashi laughed. Xiaomu touched her face awkwardly upon hearing this. Kakashi turned and looked at Rigaki. Rishigaki. It's really a beautiful name. Rigaki was taken aback. These familiar words. Reiko. Kakashi seemed to have thought of something, and took out a bag of red bean paste from behind. Hishigaki. This is Nanatsuji's bean paste buns. I just bought them. Would you like to try them? It's delicious. Red bean paste buns. Nanatsuji. Rigaki murmured these names, and reached out to take the bean paste bag in Kakashi's hand. He took out one and put it gently in his mouth. Is it delicious? Kakashi asked with a smile. Yeah, it's delicious. No wonder Reiko would say this is the best bean paste bun in the world. Rishigaki cried. Tears leaked from the eyes that covered the entire face. Only the corner of her mouth showed a satisfied smile. Really? It seems that Reiko is also a very tasteful person. A gust of wind blew by. Silver white hair was flying in the air. At the same time, Rishigaki's tears were blown away. Reiko. Lin Yuan called softly, as if he saw the same figure again. Thank you, Rishigaki said, and disappeared in place. Natsume wondered, Brother Kakashi, why do you have bean paste buns on you? Just bought it. I didn't expect this monster to like it. Natsume looked at the place where Yagaki disappeared, and said with a smile, yes. No wonder, because it was the delicacy that Grandma once told her. It's just that Grandma Reiko didn't take her to taste it in the end. Really? It seems that Ko's memory is not very good. Perhaps, Brother Kakashi, Why did Rishigaki become more lonely because of waiting for her grandmother? She was originally alone, so she was originally so lonely. Natsume asked softly. Maybe this was something he couldn't understand in his memories. Madara, who had returned to the cat's form, watched silently, as if thinking about something. Because some people could have survived the darkness alone. However, because they have seen the light, they can no longer bear the darkness, Kakashi said with a smile. Eyes filled with tenderness and nostalgia. Madara was taken aback. His gaze at Kakashi became a bit deep. Natsume looked at Kakashi fascinatingly, and for a moment, it seemed that he understood the emotion. He seems to be waiting for Kakashi in this way. Waiting without knowing the deadline is the most difficult thing, right? Kakashi picked up the friend's account that had fallen from the side and swept away the dust on it. Madara is a little nervous. What is he going to do? Friend's account? Kakashi muttered to himself, and then handed Natsume the friend's account. Natsume, do what you want to do. Okay. The accounts of friends alternate in the hands of the two. In the light of the setting sun, the friend's account also seemed to emit a faint red light. Chapter 842 Lush, and the latest update is 2 chapters together. Although it is a single change, the number of words remains the same. Can I keep this cat? At the Fujiwara house, Natsume hugged Mr. Meow and asked with a face of fear. Aunt Tazi looked at Natsume, a smile flashed in her eyes. Is it a big-headed kitten? It's so cute. Okay, let's go and beg for nourishment together. Natsume was taken aback for a moment. Probably didn't expect Aunt Tazi to talk so easily. Thanks. Thank you. Gizzy, we are now a family. Don't need to be so restrained. Aunt Tazi said softly. Okay. Natsume responded softly, his brows lowered. He is still not used to such relatives. However, Aunt Tazi is really gentle. Natsume suddenly felt that, perhaps, he would stay in this home for a long time. No need to be pushed around. Outside the door, Kakashi watched this scene quietly and chuckled. Natsume is still the same as before. But in this house, it might be different. Kakashi turned and left, with a sense of relief in his heart. The next day, school. The class bell rang. Hello everyone, today we have a new teacher in our school, who will be in charge of Chinese lessons for everyone in the future. Please welcome these new teachers. Xiaomu was taken aback when he heard the words, Mr. Hagai. Coincidence? Satoru Nishimura curiously asked. Is it a beautiful teacher? I heard that all those who can speak Chinese are beautiful women. Nishimura, you know beautiful women. You felt the same way when Natsume came last time. Kitamoto spit out mercilessly. Hey, the teacher is a beautiful woman, and she is also very motivated in class. Okay, stop arguing between you two. The new teacher has come in. Squad leader Sasada whispered. The two immediately shut up and looked at the door. At this moment, a tall and handsome man walked in from the door. He has silver hair and black clothes. There was a slight smile on his face. The most eye-catching thing is that there is a piercing scar in his left eye. But the strange thing is that this scar is not only not ugly, but adds a little charm. So handsome. Kakashi, brother? Natsume exclaimed. Natsume, do you know the new teacher? Nishimura on the side was a little disappointed to see that he was not a beautiful teacher, but Natsume seemed to know this new teacher with such a surprised look. Nishimura was a little curious. Natsume nodded, and before Nishimura asked again, Kakashi had already spoken. I'm a new Chinese teacher named Hama Kakashi. I like to eat salted sori. You can call me Teacher Hama or Teacher Kakashi. If you have any questions, you can ask me at any time, Kakashi said with a smile. For an instant, the girls in the class showed nymph-holy smiles. A girl directly raised her hand and asked, Mr. Hamu, how old are you? You look so young. Well, it's not big or small anyway, Kakashi said with a smile. Kakashi seems to be only about 20 years old now. No wonder these middle school students are curious. With the power of the 6 realms, coupled with True Ming's request, Kakashi is not old now. Is the teacher still so mysterious? Ha ha. Kakashi made a ha ha and did not continue. Natsume also felt a little strange at this time. It has been 7 years since the last time I saw Kakashi, but now it seems that nothing has changed. 7 years have not left a trace on this person's face. Sure enough, he is not an ordinary person. When dealing with that monster yesterday, Kakashi also showed amazing power. Teacher Cat is also very strong, but when facing Kakashi, he seems to be a little afraid. Since everyone has no problems, let's start the course. Today, the first thing we will talk about is Chinese culture. The Kakashi class has started. Somewhere in the school. Brother Kakashi, why did you come to school as a teacher? Natsume asked curiously. Nothing left or right. This is also a good choice. Why? You don't want to? No. Number. I'm very happy. That's it. Okay, go to class, but I will call me Teacher Kakashi in the future. Kakashi smiled. Yes, Kakashi. Teacher. I will be able to see Brother Kakashi in school in the future, which is great. No, it should be called Teacher Kakashi. In the office, Kakashi sat in his seat, looking a little comfortable. Coming here to be a teacher, Kakashi was also on a whim. Kakashi can already be sure that the origin of this world lies in the account of his friends in Natsume's hands. He just needs to study how to intercept part of it without harming the foundation of this world. There is at least 3 years left, and Kakashi is not in a hurry. Just come here to be a teacher. Work is not tired, there is a salary, and more importantly, it is close to the daily life of Xium, and many things will be convenient. As for whether Kakashi can be a good teacher, how should I say, other Kakashi do not boast, but it is appropriate to teach Chinese. The next days should be a lot more interesting. Kakashi chuckled lightly. 7 forests. This forest is very interesting, full of quiet atmosphere. Kakashi lay on a tree, closed his eyes, and the comfortable sunlight made him fall asleep for a while. Young man, don't fall asleep here. It's dangerous. The abrupt voice sounded, awakening Kakashi. Slightly opened his eyes. The person who caught the eye was an old grandmother. Kakashi was taken aback and jumped off the branch. The grandmother smiled and said, young man, is it hard work? Actually, I would fall asleep on a branch. Ah, it's just a little more comfortable lying down. Kakashi smiled. So it's like that. But you can't lie down here. Huh? Why? Kakashi asked curiously. Look, there is a shrine here, where Lord Lushan is enshrined. I have seen Lord Lushan sitting on this tree, the old lady said, pointing to a small shrine on the side. Kakashi was a little surprised, turned his head and looked over. Sure enough, there was a monster with a height of 10 centimeters, wearing an old man's mask. He was looking at Kakashi in surprise. Really? It seems you are very lucky, old lady. Kakashi smiled. I think so too. It's a pity that now I am the only one to worship Lord Lushan. Lord Lushan must be very lonely, said the old grandmother somewhat disappointed. No, at least you still have an old woman, don't you? Hee hee. Young people are really good at talking. This is for you. The grandmother took out a peach and handed it to Kakashi. This is a fresh peach. I can't finish it by myself. I will give this to you. Kakashi was taken aback and reached out to take it. Thank you. Welcome. Then, I'll go first. Okay. Watching the grandmother go away, Kakashi looked at Lushan aside. Are the monsters living in the shrine? There is still a little power of faith in him. It seems that the Lushan that the old woman said just now is you. It's me. Can you see Yukai too? Same as Natsume-sama. Do you know Natsume? Kakashi was a little surprised. Yes, Natsume, she just returned my name to me yesterday. Lushan smiled. It turned out to be so. It's no wonder. Depending on your situation, it seems a bit bad. The power of faith is gradually diminishing and will soon disappear. Yes, Hanako is the last person to believe in me. Her body is gradually drying up. When she dies, I will probably disappear too, Lushan said. Her tone was a little bit sad. I just don't know if she is not willing to bear the old woman named Huazi or her own life. While you still have the power, let's live in another place. In this case, you may be able to extend your life. Little Lushan smiled and shook his head, and said, "No, it's good here." Huh? Kakashi was puzzled. Lushan was holding the beach that was about his size, and said with a smile, "Because once you get love, or give love, you can never forget it, even if it's just a beach." Kakashi was taken aback. This guy. Can't you let go of those who believe in yourself? Even if there is only one left. It seems that you have a story with that old grandma. Kakashi smiled. It's not a story. Maybe it's just a fate. Can you tell me something? Of course, if you are willing to listen to my old man telling this dull and boring story. Lushan smiled. I think this will be an interesting story. Haha. Maybe. I am Lushan. It was originally just a little monster. Because I misunderstood this shrine, I got in touch with the gods. That was a long time ago. There was a drought that year, and someone came to this shrine to pray for blessings. As it happened, it rained the next day. That man was overjoyed and told everyone the news. As a result, this originally abandoned shrine suddenly has many more believers. And my body also has more power of faith. And it becomes more and more similar to the gods. Unfortunately, I don't have the power of a god. But my body has grown tall because of the power of these beliefs. However, the good times did not last long. Perhaps it is because worshipping me has no effect, so fewer and fewer people believe in me. Until the end, only Hangako was left. I still remember the first time I saw Hangako. It was a mild afternoon. The sun is good. I sat on the big tree behind the shrine, quietly watching the girl pay her respects. She is very religious. The appearance of the double ponytail looks very cute. That feeling is really wonderful. It's really good weather today. After I couldn't help saying this, I was a little surprised that Hangako raised her head and glanced at me. In just an instant, the gaze moved away again. I don't know. Did she really see me or was it my illusion? It's just that since then, Hangako will come over often. There seems to be an inexplicable feeling between me and her. Not love, but love. An unpredictable love. I've been watching her from a young girl to someone else's wife, a mother, and a grandmother. It's just that a person's life is really too short. Now, Hangako's life seems to have come to an end. And so am I. How to put it? A bit regretful. I have watched your whole life, and in the end, I can't touch you, Hangako. At least in the end, I can accompany you on the road. That is really good. Kakashi sighed with emotion as he looked at Lushan with a look of nostalgia in front of him. The old woman I saw before was full of lifeless brows. I'm afraid I won't survive today. I am afraid. The setting sun dyed the sky red, and it seemed that there was a trace of sadness. At this moment, a young man was slowly approaching in the distance. Lushan, I brought you beaches. Natsume walked closer and saw another person beside the shrine. Huh? Teacher Kakashi? Why are you here? Natsume looked at Kakashi in surprise, seeming to be a little surprised by his appearance. It just happened by chance. Kitty, we met again, Kakashi said, touching the cat teacher on Natsume's shoulder. Humphrey. The cat teacher snorted and avoided Kakashi's touch. At this time, a burst of white light radiated from Lushan's body. Both of them were surprised. This is... Lushan looked at her body. A smile appeared under the mask. It looks like Hangako has passed away. Master Lushan. What's going on like this? Natsume exclaimed. Hangako has passed away. She is the last person to believe in me. She has passed away and I will disappear. Why? How could this happen? Lord Lushan, don't disappear. I come to worship you. I will come to worship you every day. No, Natsume-sama, you are my friend. That's enough. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I can finally touch Hangako. Lushan said lightly, with a satisfied smile on her face. Is this just enough, Lushan? Kakashi said suddenly. Okay. Lushan looked at Kakashi a little puzzled. If you want to touch her, take advantage of it now. As Kakashi said, the fox mask on his left wrist quickly enlarged, covering his face. For a while, Kakashi's body was filled with the breath of monsters. What a powerful monster! Teacher Cat exclaimed. Lushan, come with me. and see Hangako for the last time. Kakashi stretched out his right hand and placed it in front of Lucian. Is it really possible? Of course. Lucian looked at Kakashi, under the mask, with a look of eagerness. Immediately, Lucian jumped and fell into Kakashi's palm. Then, ready to fly. After Kakashi finished speaking, he made a lifelong leap and flew to the blue sky. The breath of that old grandma just now. Over there. Kakashi checked the direction and galloped away. Ms. Kakashi. Natsume yelled, but Kakashi did not look back. What did Kakashi-sensei do? Natsume asked in confusion. Look at it and you'll know. Mr. Cat said, with a bang. It turned into the main body. Come on, Natsume. Okay. In a house. Hangako lay quietly on the bed. Her breath disappeared. Next to her, her younger generations were crying. An invisible white light emerged from Hwaza's body and condensed into a phantom. Is this what people look like after death? Hangako murmured. A gust of wind blew. Hangako couldn't help covering her eyes. This is. A man wearing a fox mask appeared in front of Hangako. There seems to be something in his hand. Master Lucian? Hangako looked at Lucian in Kakashi's palm in surprise and said, Hangako, finally met. Lucian smiled with a white light. Master Lucian, it is great to finally see you again. I thought that because I saw you, I made you disappear. Hangako smiled. Ah, Hangako, let's go together this time. Okay. Chapter 843 Shiyu. It's really a good day today. That's what I said. The white light dissipated, and nothing seemed to be left. Ms. Kakashi, where will Master Lucian and Grandma Hangako go? They will meet again in another world, maybe another story. Really? As long as we look forward to it, they will. At least, in our hearts, they are fulfilled, haven't they? Complete in my heart? Natsume was taken aback, seeming to feel something. Okay, it's dark. Go home quickly. Kakashi rubbed Natsume's hair and turned away. The monsters are really affectionate. Even the smallest favor will always be remembered. It's no wonder that many monsters are very resistant to contact with humans. Because human time is too short in the eyes of the monsters. In the eyes of the monsters, it was just a blink of an eye, but humans were already old and dead. Teacher Cat, will Master Lucian and Grandma Hwazi really be consummated? Who knows? School. Huh? Sasada-san? What are you going to do? Kakashi looked at the monitor, Jun Sasada, holding a form and placing it in front of him. Mr. Hagai, this is a test of courage organized by me. It was originally intended to be held tonight, but the school said that there must be a teacher to lead the team, otherwise it will not be allowed. So, please, Sasada said pitifully. This. Why would you find me? Kakashi was puzzled. Because other teachers disagree. Teacher Hagai. Please. Sasada clasped his hands together, looking pleading. Okay. Kakashi said, picked up the pen on the side, and signed his name on the form. Sasada is overjoyed. Thank you, Mr. Kimu. We will gather at the old school building at 8 o'clock tonight. You must come. Well, I will. Watching Sasada leave, Kakashi murmured, the old school building? I remember that the place seemed to be demolished. The last time I passed by, there seemed to be a smell of monsters. It seems that we need to check the situation first, if we really want to. As for the monsters, I'm afraid this courage test conference might be dangerous. Out of the responsibility of being a teacher, Kakashi decided to take a look at the situation first. If there is any problem, it is best to solve it by the way. Kakashi does not have many courses, so there is a lot of time. So he set off and walked to the old school building. This old school building has been abandoned for some years, and it seems that it will be demolished and rebuilt in 2 days. It doesn't look small, but it seems a bit gloomy. Kakashi stood at the door, muttering to himself. When he wanted to go in, he was called. Who are you? This is an abandoned school building, you can't go in casually. Kakashi heard the words and glanced back, only to see that it was the school's janitor. It's Master Mitarai. Kakashi Hagai. The janitor glanced at Kakashi and recognized the teacher who had just come to the school. After all, Good-looking people are the first to be remembered wherever they go. It turned out to be Mr. Hargai. Why did you come here? The students organized a courage test meeting, which will be held here in the evening, so I want to come over to see if there are any safety hazards, Kakashi said. So that's the case. Mr. Hargai is really responsible. Uncle Mitarai laughed. This is what you should do as a teacher. Ha ha, Mr. Flagma said it well. But these students are really brave and come here for a courage test. Seeing that Uncle Mitarai meant something, Kakashi couldn't help but curiously said, Huh? Uncle Mitarai, is there something wrong with this old school building? There are some problems, but they are all rumors. I don't know if it is true or false. Kakashi moved in his heart and said, Can you tell me? Miss Hargai is interested in this? Uncle Mitarai asked unexpectedly. A little bit. Well, since Mr. Hargai is interested, he'll talk about the old man. Uncle Mitarai smiled and touched his beard, and then told the story of the old school building. Once upon a time there was a blessed who liked humans very much. He came to a village as a human child, but he was locked up in his home by a greedy businessman, to be a blessing for him. With this power, businessmen become richer and richer. But this gradually hated merchants and even humans. Finally, they turned into a monster because of resentment and destroyed the rich man's house. And that house is where the old school building is now. It is said that at night, there are often strange noises coming from the old school building. Kakashi was stunned when he heard the words. He didn't expect this old school building to have such a legend. However, there is indeed a saying that a place where yang is very strong like a school is very suitable for suppressing yin and evil things. Many schools are indeed built above the cemetery. But in Kakashi's view, more reasons should be that the land is cheaper. Miss Hargai, if your students really want to have a courage test here, you still have to be careful. Uncle Mitarai kindly reminded. Thank you, Uncle, for reminding me. I know. Then I will go in and have a look now. Teacher Hargai, be more careful. I still have business, so I won't be with you. Okay. Kakashi walked into the somewhat dilapidated old school building. It's not as old as I imagined, but this breath, Kakashi muttered to himself. He could clearly feel a strong monster atmosphere here. What is more obvious is that there is a strong resentment in this breath. It seems that the legend Mitarai just said is true. Kakashi looked around, but couldn't tell the specific location. It seems that this form is still a little short of the demon power of induction. Kakashi said, raising his left hand, and the white fox mask was put on his face again. That's much clearer. Kakashi looked for a certain direction and walked towards the top floor. The steps were light, but there was still a rattling noise in the quiet old school building. One step, another step. Kang dang, Kakashi pushed open the door. The room is a bit dim, with only one window with faint sunlight. In a corner of the room, a man squatted there. No, to be more precise, it is a monster. Wearing an umbrella-like hat on his head, only one eye was exposed. The whole person exuded a resentment. Who are you? Why are you here? Are you the god? Kakashi asked. The monster stood up slowly, took a look at Kakashi, and whispered, Who are you? I haven't seen you. Hakiki Kakashi, Hammer Kakashi. Don't know. Leave here now. This is not where you should be. This is my place. This is going to be demolished. Why are you still here? Demolition? Ha ha, human beings. Not only did they turn me into such a lowly monster, but they also wanted to deprive me of my residence. Damn it. Because of resenting humans, you have turned from a monster, and now because you have become a monster, you have become even more hateful of humans. Kakashi murmured. I want revenge. I want revenge. I want these humans to show painful expressions too. The monster shouted low. That look seemed to have a tendency to run wild. It's really bad. The mood of this monster is already unstable, and if this continues, I'm afraid it will become an evil monster. It's already miserable to change from a monster, and it will be even worse if you become an evil monster again. I will kill them. As the monster said, he was about to rush out, and Kakashi quickly stood in front of him. What are you doing? Get out of here. Sorry, you look like this. I can't let you go just like that. Caught death. The monster yelled and rushed to Kakashi. The umbrella cap on his head disappeared, revealing the oblique bangs and the handsome face under the bangs. Kakashi stretched out his right hand and lightly placed it on the monster's forehead. Clatter. With a soft sound, the originally irritable monster instantly quieted down. Really, it's like a kid who is tempted. Let me see. What are you thinking? Under the mask, his left eye turned slightly, flashing a scarlet dot. Shiryu, damn. Why did I become a monster? Damn human beings, why do you treat me this way? Shiryu slumped weakly on the ground, his eyes full of despair. He was originally a god, with the belief of many people. He also likes humans, so he comes to the village to play. But I didn't expect that he would be locked up here by greedy people. He was angry and lost his original heart. Therefore, he destroyed this place. At the moment of destruction, he violated the criteria of being a god, fallen into a demon. He hated his appearance, the monster appearance that looked filthy to him. He stayed quietly in place, even if the school building was rebuilt in this place. Even if this school building is ruined again, Shiryu walked aimlessly in this place. If he doesn't want to, no one can see him. Even if he lost his status as a god, he was also a high-level monster, possessing powerful demon power. Advanced means that you can control your body. As long as he wants, he can let mankind see himself. But if you don't want to, humans can't see themselves. Shiryu was a little confused. He didn't know whether he really resented human beings, because he used to like this group very much. It was late at night, and a group of boring middle school students came here again to hold a courage test meeting. Shiryu ignored them or teased them. Soon, they left. But not long after, a little girl with glasses came back. And this little girl is Sasada. Oops, I can't find it everywhere. It should be here. Sasada looked terrified in appearance, but it seemed that what she was looking for was important to her. So she resisted the fear and continued to look for it by the faint light. What is she doing? Shiryu was a little strange. He wanted to get closer, but suddenly thought of something, and stopped. When I became a monster, I am already unclean. If I get close to her, I might stain her too. Shiryu was a little tangled, but he felt relieved looking at the girl who was crying while looking for something. Forget it. Help her find out early and let her get out of here. She is very noisy. Shiryu seemed to have found a reason to convince herself, so she walked to Sasada's side. Hey! What have you been looking for since the beginning? Sasada, who was lying on the ground looking for something, was taken aback and turned to look at Shiryu. Perhaps the fear was gone, and Sasada looked at the strange guy in the umbrella hat without showing any horror. My amulet has fallen. That's a very important thing. Find it and leave here. When Shiryu finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving Sasada with an inexplicable look. Amulet? Shiryu secretly asked, and joined the ranks of finding things. Before long, Shiryu found the amulet somewhere. Found it. It was here. Shiryu looked at the amulet with a smile that he hadn't noticed. He seemed to be worried about something. Instead of picking it up right away, he picked up a branch on the side and picked it up. Give this thing back to that girl and let her leave as soon as possible. Sasada is still searching, but has given up a little. She had searched all the places she could, but she didn't find them. Hey, is it this thing? The sudden sound made Sasada turn his head, and Shiryu was holding the bag of the amulet with a branch. Sasada was overjoyed and quickly held the amulet in his hand. Yes, that's it. Great. I'm almost desperate. This is my mother's relic, which is very important to me. Hey, what's the situation with this branch? Sasada puzzled. An unclean existence like me cannot directly touch someone who is pure. Are you okay? Leave now. Not clean? What is that? Sasada said suspiciously. But in a blink of an eye, Shiryu had disappeared. Wait a minute. I haven't thanked you yet. But no matter how Sasada yelled, Shiryu never appeared again. Later, Sasada came many times, but Shiryu did not show up. It's just a little help. Do you have to thank you in person? Really weird. Shiryu looked at Sasada quietly by the window, not knowing why. There was a little bit of joy in his heart. But if I touch her, if I am unclean, I will get her dirty. She laughed at herself, revealing a little low self-esteem. Sasada yelled from the old school building, "Please, come out and let me meet." Even once. Shiyu was taken aback when he heard this, and his right hand clenched his fist. "Is that so? As long as you have seen it once, you will never come again. Then you will never be allowed to see me. This way, I will be able to see you often." This is enough. Under the umbrella cap, those bright eyes slowly shed tears. Strikes across the cheek and falls on the corner of the mouth. It was actually a touch of bitterness. "It turns out that from the bottom of my heart, I still like humans so much." Chapter 844 Heart. This guy is really kid-tempered. Kakashi sighed as his left eye returned to normal. With the power of writing round eyes, Kakashi used illusion to know the past of the monster in front of him. Shigure liked humans very much, but was betrayed and imprisoned by the rich businessman, so he hated humans. In the end he became a monster, an identity he thought was unclean. Shigure was born as a god, which is different from Lucian. Lucian was originally a monster, and he became a with the help of faith. Therefore, Shigure couldn't accept the identity of the monster. In real time, Yu himself did not realize that what he actually hated was not the human being, but the rich businessman at the beginning. As for the resentment towards other people, it is just a kind of spread like a child's temper. If he really hated humans, he wouldn't have helped Sasada in the first place. He was still the kind-hearted Shigure. It just changed from a to a monster. Speaking of it, he is also a poor man. This problem should not be difficult to solve. It can be seen that Shigure has a good impression of Sasada, and Sasada seems to be very grateful to Shigure, and has always wanted to thank Shigure in person. This courage test meeting was promoted by Sasada with all his strength. I'm afraid it was also to find Shigure before the old school building disappeared. After listening to Natsume, Sasada strongly invited him to go. Presumably Sasada has some understanding of Natsume's ability to see monsters. For a time, Kakashi was already analytic. After all, Sasada is a good student, and the proposal of the courage test conference is really not like her style. Since she did this, there must be a reason. In Shigure's memory, I also saw Reiko. It seems that this guy's name was also recorded in the Book of Friends. Reiko is really not letting go. Kakashi smiled helplessly, and became more curious about this magical woman. Let Natsume return the name to this guy at night. Maybe it can bring him a little warmth. Also, Sasada may also want to meet this awkward guy. Night fell. Kakashi stood outside the old school building, welcoming the students. "Miss Flagmu, you came so early," Sasada said in surprise. "The teacher comes to see the situation in advance, so as not to be in danger." Kakashi smiled. Teacher Hamu is really conscientious. Kakashi smiled and said nothing. Before long, Kakashi saw Natsume behind the crowd. He is still the same, used to being alone. "Kakashi-sensei, why are you here too?" Natsume said in surprise. "Sasada asked me to lead the team. This is also a requirement of the school." Kakashi smiled. "That's it." Kakashi looked behind Natsume and smiled. "The little cat is here too." "Kitten?" Natsume was taken aback and turned back quickly. "Nothing else. It is the cat teacher." Natsume caught the cat teacher and whispered, "Why did you follow me?" "What's the matter?" "It looks interesting. Besides, I am your bodyguard now. Of course I have to follow you. There may be monsters here." "That's how it is said. But don't speak in front of everyone." "Hi, I know," Teacher Cat said helplessly. Kakashi on the side saw this and said, "There is indeed a monster here." "Okay." Natsume was startled, but Kakashi would say that it's a monster named Shigure, whose name is also on the account of Friends. Kakashi immediately told Natsume about Shigure. "So, I hope you return your name to Shigure, and he may be able to understand his true thoughts." "I see, Teacher Kakashi, I will." "Well, that's fine. You will come with me later." "It is good." Sasada looked strangely at the way the two met from a distance. Weird, are Hajime-sensei and Natsume very familiar? The purpose of Sasada's organization of the test meeting was to meet Shigure. She heard that Natsume has the ability to see monsters, so she wanted to use Natsume's power to find Shigure. But at this time, seeing Natsume and Kakashi know so well, I felt a little strange. Soon, the courage test conference began. Everyone draws lots to form a team by two. Kakashi used a little trick to join Natsume. Ms. Kakashi, where is that monster? On the top floor. You come with me? Okay. Teacher Cat lay on Natsume's shoulder and kept staring at Kakashi. Kakashi seemed to feel it, turned his head and smiled. Little cat, what are you doing so consistently looking at me? Hey, who is watching you? Teacher Cat turned his head and looked away. With an arrogant look, Kakashi smiled and shook his head. This cat is really not an ordinary arrogant. This character is not simpler than Sasuke. Top floor. Kakashi came here with Natsume. That's it. Kakashi pointed to Shigure who was still unconscious and said, Ms. Kakashi, this is. Seeing Shigure unconscious, Natsume said strangely, it's a little more convenient. Kakashi smiled awkwardly. This monster is not weak. Teacher Cat said, squinting. Don't worry about these details, Natsume, do it. Okay. After a wave of operations, Natsume had already returned his name to Shigure. Shigure has been in this school building for a long time. Recently, this school building seems to be gradually abandoned. The number of people coming has gradually decreased. That's good. I don't have to see those nasty humans anymore. But why do I feel a little empty in my heart? Am I reluctant to bear these humans? Do not make jokes. How can it be? This must be my illusion. Why is there another person here? It was a very dark night. Shigure was sitting in the old school building, not knowing what to think. The sudden female voice came into my ears. Looking back, it was a beautiful girl. It's just that there are bruises on that beautiful face. Seems to be injured by something. You can see me, human. The girl was taken aback for a moment and looked a little lost, but soon returned to normal. Well, you can see it very clearly. Why are you here? I thought there was no one in this school building anymore. The girl in front of her was a little strange. She seemed to be very different from others. I didn't show my figure, but she could see it. Are humans born with demon powers? I don't know if it is sad or lucky. I have been here all the time. Really? My name is Reiko. How about you? I hate humans. And I won't tell humans my name. Reiko was a little surprised when she saw this. She has seen many monsters, but few monsters hate humans so much. Is that so? Let's try it. If I win, you tell me your name. If I lose, then you can eat me. Reiko said with a smile, as if she didn't care about life or death at all. Shigure glanced at Reiko and smiled coldly. I'm not interested in you. And I won't compete with you. When Shigure finished speaking, he left. Reiko said, are you scared? Shigure stopped after hearing this, took a look at Reiko, and said, your strength is indeed very strong, but it is not easy to defeat me. I am a god, and I don't have anything to do with cannibalism. Interest. A god, Reiko murmured, remembering the legend she had heard before. It turns out that this is a who has been harmed by humans. If you don't want to eat me, then if I lose, you can make another request. I will definitely do it, Reiko said. Seeing Reiko so persistent, Shigure was a little surprised. But the surface is quiet. Shigure, who hadn't communicated with mankind for a long time, suddenly touched the original hope for mankind in his heart. But soon Shigure shook his head. No, how can you have a good impression on humans? They are all. Shigure's face changed into Reiko's eyes. To this fallen god, Reiko seemed to see something different. How? Accept my challenge? Is Reiko? I know you. You seem to be a student of this school, but your classmates don't seem to be friendly to you. They must have caused the injury on your face, right? Shigure said suddenly. Reiko was taken aback. Her expression turned lost. You hate humans as much as I do. I can see that in your eyes. You hate humans. Do you hate humans? Reiko whispered softly, then smiled freely. No, humans are also cute sometimes. Shigure looked at Reiko blankly, and couldn't figure it out for a while. Why does this girl who has been bullied all the time still have a good impression of humans? Moreover, with such power, she has never retaliated against human beings. Isn't she resentful? You are such a weird person. You are also a strange god. Reiko smiled. Humphrey, get out of here quickly. I want to stay alone. Shiyu issued an eviction order. Leave. Then you have to beat me first. It's really troublesome. Okay. What's the difference? Reiko thought for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up and said, let's play hide and seek. You hide. If I can find you, then I won. How? Reiko said suddenly. Boring fellow, this is my place. You will never find me. Then try it out. Then let you give up. Shiyu hurried away and hid. So you won't find me. Shiyu suddenly felt a sense of excitement in her heart. Are you happy? Shiyu was surprised. How could he be happy because he played hide and seek with humans? No, I cannot. Shiyu was upset. He found that he didn't seem to hate humans as much as before. No, it seems that I have never hated humans. No, it's not like that. Something must be wrong. Shiyu held his head with a look of pain on his face. He originally made up his mind to hate humans, but now it seems that he can't do it. However, how can human beings easily forgive such crimes? No. Absolutely not. Just when you was tangled up, Reiko had already found him. I found you. It seems that you don't know how to play this game. Reiko smiled. Looking at the smiling girl in front of her, the resentment in her heart seemed to be much less. You lost. Tell me your name. Shu. What a beautiful name. Beautiful name? Yes, because this was originally the name of the god. Shigure. Do you really hate humans? Well, they were the only ones who made me like this. I hate them. As Shigure said, the grievances in his heart seemed to come out all of a sudden. Okay. Shiyu was taken aback and put a hand on his head. There seemed to be a different kind of warmth coming from that hand. But Shigure was shocked and quickly avoided. Don't touch me. I am already an unclean thing. I will stain you. Shiyu lowered his head with a look of inferiority. Shigure's strong reaction caught Reiko off guard. But then Reiko also understood something. Shigure, you are not dirty. You are just stuck in your own perception. Monsters can also be beautiful existences. Reiko smiled. Yukai ... Yukai are impure existences. Reiko shook her head, not knowing where she took out a paper umbrella, and put it over Shigure's head. Shigure only felt black in front of him, and then he could only see his left eye. What are you doing? Shigure, you trap yourself in this umbrella-like space, and you see only undecided. One day, you will see a more comprehensive world. At that time, you will understand your true thoughts. After Reiko finished speaking, she turned and left. Shiyu stood there blankly, watching Reiko leave with his left eye exposed. The real idea? Shiyu braved the broken umbrella above his head, puzzled. What is my real idea? Why do I suddenly feel so lonely? Shiyu slowly opened his eyes, and the paper umbrella above his head had disappeared. Woke up? Shigure raised his head and looked at the owner of the voice. The man who knocked himself down. It's you, Shiyu murmured. Have you found your own answer? Kakashi smiled. The answer? Shiyu talked to herself, but didn't know what to say. Isn't it clear? Then. Remember Sasada? Sasada? Shiyu was taken aback. It was the girl's name. Although you have become a monster, you are not unclean. At least, in her eyes, you have saved her. Because of this, she is eager to thank you. If you don't want to believe in humans anymore, then at least believe her right. Shiyu's pupils shrank, and the doubt in his heart seemed to have an answer. A burst of white light emerged from Shigure's body. Thank you, I understand. I want to go back to where I was, Shiyu said with a smile. That smile seemed to have a hint of relief. Don't meet her? Kakashi smiled. Will do. The white light dissipated and she disappeared. At this moment, Sasada, who was still in the old school building, suddenly felt a white light appear in front of her eyes. A warm hand covered her hair. In the ear, the familiar and unfamiliar voice sounded. Thank you, Sasada. Sasada looked up, and in the white light, she seemed to see the figure vaguely again. But it's not true. The white light disappeared, like a dream. Sure enough, I still like humans. Tears. I don't know who's falling from the eyes. A piece of dust was splashed. Chapter 845. Diddy spotting Shigure left, back to where he originally belonged. It's like every child who loses his temper will eventually return home. He let go of his resentment and got something more precious. Maybe so, soon, he will become again. Kakashi Sensei. Where will Shigure go? Go back to where he feels at ease. A place where you feel at ease? Natsume was puzzled. Yeah, the place where you can settle down is where you belong. He already understands it. Kakashi smiled. A place where you feel at ease is your home? Natsume muttered to himself, seeming to understand something for a while. Will the Fujiwara family be his home, or maybe those monsters? Well, the courage test conference is not over yet. Let's go. Okay. Teaching and educating people seems to be an interesting thing for Kakashi. This is different from teaching Naruto, Sasuke and the others in the Naruto world. It's a different feeling. The sound of chalk rubbing on the blackboard, the dust waving, it seems that every rhythm has become very beautiful. Of course, disobedient students are always a bit difficult, but Kakashi always has a way to talk to them. People who become Hokage will basically have no lack of personality charm. After all, this is also a necessary ability to become Hokage. In such a pleasant atmosphere, Kakashi also had a good time. It was also very interesting to meet Natsume when he was okay, and to talk to him about monsters. In Kakashi's eyes, the monsters in this world are much cuter than humans. Kakashi has been busy with another thing recently, that is to find a house. Although the school provides dormitories for teachers, it is somewhat inconvenient for Kakashi. Therefore, he still decided to move out. There was no class today, so he went out to find a house. The house was a bit far away from the school, but it was secluded. Kakashi still liked it. He paid for it and rented it. It's a bit worse than the Flagwood house, but it doesn't matter. I will be able to go back soon. Kakashi looked at the room in front of him and smiled faintly. For a while, he missed that home a bit. Shaking his head, Kakashi didn't think much, just turned and left. It's better to be familiar with the surrounding environment. Only after walking like this, I met acquaintances. Natsume, why are you here? And this little cat. Natsume was also taken aback when he saw Kakashi. Ms. Kakashi, why are you here? I rented a house nearby, so come out and get familiar with it. What about you? You remember that your house seems to be quite far away from here, Kakashi said. That's it. I found a ticket from Moriguchi to Wunuma from my grandmother's belongings. I thought there was something delayed and I didn't go, so I wanted to go and see what was the. Natsume said truthfully. Daily looking for grandma's past journey? Kakashi laughed. Natsume scratched his head in embarrassment. Well, I happen to be free. Let's go together. Maybe I can meet some interesting monsters. Hey, white-haired boy, why do you always follow us? Teacher Cat exclaimed uncomfortably. Teacher Cat. It's too rude to say that. Besides, Teacher Kakashi is not an outsider, Natsume said quickly. Humphrey. Teacher Cat turned his head, showing his arrogance. Kitty seems very opinionated, Kakashi said, pressing one hand to Teacher Cat's big head. Teacher Cat wanted to hide, but an invisible force made him unable to avoid it at all. With his right hand in the middle of the growing head, Kakashi leaned to the front of Teacher Kitty's forehead and said, Kitty, you are not good. Damn it. Teacher Cat growled, her dark eyes turned golden. Ah, are you still angry? Kakashi smiled. Humphrey. Teacher Maumi tilted her head again, and her pupils turned back to black. For some reason, the cat teacher seems to be a little hostile to Kakashi. It may be an exaggeration to say hostility, but it may be more appropriate to call it unhappy. Probably he has never been crushed so badly by a person. Well, I won't tease you anymore. Natsume, let's go. Well, Mrs. Kakashi. The two got on the bus and came to Senku. This site seems to have been abandoned for a long time, with few people smoking. It seems that no one has been here for a long time. After all, Reiko should have happened almost 40 years ago at that time, Kakashi said. Well, it looks like I'm going to the fog marsh. that seems to be the next stop. It's just that there is no car now. It seems that I can only walk by." Natsume sighed and said, "Where are the monsters?" At this time, Teacher Cat suddenly shouted. The two heard the words and looked over, and sure enough, on the chair outside the station, there was a large version of Agumon with a body similar to that of Growing Hair. For the convenience of addressing, just call him ... Maodan. He seemed to be asleep, as if feeling the breath of Kakashi and others. Maodan woke up and his eyes fell on Xium. For a moment, Maodan showed an expression of excitement. "It's Reiko." "Reiko, you are finally here." That Imnotko's grandmother. After hearing the words, Maodan was taken aback, leaned forward and smelled the scent of Xium, and then showed an expression of excitement again, and at the same time jumped around happily. "You really are Reiko." He hugged Natsume while talking. Wait. Natsume was hugged by the hairy egg and tossed, but there was no way to break free. Kakashi smiled upon seeing this. It seems that this monster likes Reiko very much. I didn't expect to be so excited. That fellow Reiko, I don't know how many monsters he provoked. After provoking him, he is not responsible. Teacher Cat vomited. "Oh, it seems that you are also one of the monsters provoked." It seems that the worry was revealed, and Mr. Cat directly exploded his hair. "Nonsense. How could I be like this furry monster?" Kakashi shook his head and said, "Really a dishonest guy." "Teacher Kakashi." "Teacher Cat, stop chatting and let me down quickly." Natsume wailed. Sorry, forgot about this." Kakashi apologized insincerely, and then she flashed and hugged Natsume. Upon seeing this, Maodan looked at the two and the cat strangely. Why? Reiko has been dead for a long time. This is her grandson." Teacher Cat said. "Reiko is dead? I've been waiting for her here." Maodan was a little lost when he heard this. "Are you waiting for Grandma Reiko? Is there any agreement?" Natsume asked. "Yeah, she said she would go with me." "Go to Yuganuma?" Natsume looked at the old ticket in his hand and said, "Well, go to the fog marsh." "What are you going to do in Uzuma?" That's ... Guan Li was very angry and said that she wouldn't forgive me. Then Reiko said, "It can't be like this." "Then just that." Maodan said so well, but Kakashi and Natsume didn't understand it at all. It seems that the expressive ability of this monster is not very good. Kakashi smiled. "What should I do then?" Natsume asked. "The name of this monster should also be in the friend's account. Return its name to get the memory, and you should know what's going on." Teacher Cat said. "It makes sense." "What's your name?" "Me? My name is Sandu." "Sandu." Friend's account is flipped. The protector is famous. The memory appeared in Natsume's mind. It turns out that the three have a friend named Guan Li who lives in Washui. The relationship between the two was originally good, but one day, Guan Li suddenly became very angry and said that he would never see Santo again. The three were very sad and didn't know how to reconcile with Guan Li, so they went to Reiko. Reiko promised to accompany Sandu to Uzuma to find Guan Li and help them resolve their conflicts. Because it was too late, we agreed to go again the next day. But Reiko missed the appointment and never came again, and Sandu has been waiting for Reiko. First wait is 40 years. But this time was so long that he didn't even notice it, because the monster is too insensitive to time. "Is that so?" Grandma Reiko missed an appointment. Natsume murmured. "Sandu, why don't you go find Guan Li by yourself?" Kakashi asked curiously. "This ... because I made an appointment with Reiko," Santo said naturally. Kakashi smiled. "This is really a cute monster." Natsume, what are you going to do? Reiko even bought the ticket, but she didn't come. She must have encountered something urgent the next day, so she didn't come, Kakashi said. Natsume nodded and said, "I plan to accompany Santo to fulfill my grandma's promise." "Really? That's great," Sandu said excitedly. "But today is a bit late. Why don't we go tomorrow?" After Natsume finished speaking, he looked at Sandu. "Tomorrow?" the three whispered. These words seem familiar. Yes, Reiko said the same at the beginning, but she never came again. Natsume probably discovered this too, so he smiled and said, "Well, let's go now." "Okay." Sandu smiled happily. "Idiot. don't agree so easily. Mizumu is not near, and there is no car now. It must have been dark in the past. I still want to eat tempura made from the tower. Teacher Cat said, dissatisfied. I have decided, Teacher Cat. Really? There is no way with you. Teacher Cat said helplessly. Natsume smiled and looked at Kakashi. Ms. Kakashi, or go home first. After all, the fog is a little far away. It's okay. I have nothing to do anyway. But I have a way to go to the foggy marsh before dark. Kakashi smiled. Really? Kakashi-sensei, Natsume said. If you can go home early, it is naturally the best. Natsume doesn't want Aunt Tazi and the others to worry. Yeah? Just find a means of transportation. Kakashi smiled. Transportation? But there is no transportation nearby. Natsume asked in confusion. Who said no? Kakashi smiled and looked at the cat teacher on the side. Teacher Cat instantly straightened his hair. What you up to? Don't be so stingy. Kitty, turn into a real body and take us over. Asshole. Why do you want me to come? You can't fly. I can, but Natsume-san can't. Your body is big enough, just right. Kakashi said with a smile, but Madara felt the treacherousness. When Natsume saw this, he said, yes, Mr. Cat. Trouble you. The big deal is that I will give you all my tempura tonight. Please. Madara, who was originally very resistant, was moved when he heard these words. Really? Your tempura is mine too? Yes. Okay, then it's so happily decided. When Kakashi saw this, he vomited. It's really a fat cat with no morals. What did you say? Nothing is nothing. Then let's go. Kakashi smiled. Whispering sound. Madara said, for the sake of good food, what is the morals? Is it edible? A white light flashed, and Madara revealed his real body, and flew the three of Natsume into the sky. Well, this feels really good. If it can be popularized, it would be better. This is called Dididaban? Well, it's really a good idea. Kakashi secretly said in his heart that the hair beside his ear was blown by the breeze, and soon came to the mist marsh. The speed of the spots is still very fast. After landing, Dan regained his cat's form. Here, Natsume, your tempura is mine. Hey, I see, Teacher Cat. Natsume said helplessly, this guy is really greedy. Something is wrong. The resentment in this place is so heavy. Kakashi frowned. Teacher Cat also increased his vigilance upon hearing this. Yes, this feeling is the spirit of the earth. Earth spirit. Natsume was puzzled, and countless branches suddenly appeared around him. This is. Before reacting, those branches have tied Natsume and Santo. It's interesting. It looks a bit like Mudun, but the power is almost the same. Kakashi smiled, and then made a seal with one hand. Chakra raised it with a mouthful. Art fire escape fireball. Hot flames spurted from Kakashi's mouth, burning all the branches in an instant. Idiot. Will burn to the summer goal. Teacher Cat shouted angrily. Don't worry, I have a sense of measure. The flames burned all the branches, but they didn't hurt Sandu and Natsume at all. This is. Natsume landed, and Kakashi quickly supported him. Are you okay? It's okay, Mr. Kakashi. What was that just now? Natsume asked in surprise. It was the first time he saw Kakashi use his ninjutsu. It's just a little trick. He'll explain it to you later. I can feel that Guanli mentioned by Sandu should be possessed by this kind of earth spirit, and the real body is in the lake in front. Then let's go quickly. Okay. The group of people ran to the lake. Soon, two things like catfish whiskers ran out and shot at Natsume. Teacher Cat instantly transformed and bit the two catfish whiskers. But at this moment, more catfish whiskers appeared, entwining the spots. Damn it! Banlo shouted. At this time, catfish-like creatures emerged from the lake. Natsume Reiko, hurry up and make a friend's account. The catfish creature yelled. Guanli, how did you become like this? Sandu asked in confusion. The catfish creature ignored Sandu and attacked Natsume. Natsume was startled, and quickly backed away. At this moment, Kakashi stood in front of Natsume. Ms. Kakashi. Kakashi stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed the catfish whiskers. It's over. The blue arc bounced, and Kakashi pulled hard. pulling the catfish creature out and landed aside. The catfish whiskers that had bound the spots also disappeared. The catfish creature kept twitching and shrank rapidly, turning into a big tadpole with 4 legs. Guan Li, you have changed back. Upon seeing this, Sandu hurried over and hugged Guan Li in his arms. Sandu, what are you doing? Quickly let me go. Don't be like this, it's disgusting. But Sandu didn't pay attention to Guan Li, but continued to rub around with Guan Li. Kakashi smiled when he saw it, and it seemed that there was no big contradiction between them. Huh? You quarreled because of Reiko? That's right. This idiot actually gave the name to humans. What a big idiot. He still has a face back. That's why I will be angry. This guy has lost his self-esteem as a monster. I want to apologize. I don't know how to come back soon. I just know that there is a days. What a fool. Sorry, Guan Li, I was wrong, fool. Kakashi suddenly felt a little warm watching the two quarreling. Don't quarrel with you two, Natsume said from the side. Natsume, they are not arguing, this is their way of communicating. Their relationship is very good. Huh? Really? Teacher Kakashi? Yeah? Only true friends will be angry for this reason. Guan Li is very worried about Sandu, and the more worried he is, the more angry he is. Now it's okay. Xiumyu heard the words and looked at the two. Although Sandu was scolded, there were happy smiles on their faces. This may be a friend, Natsume murmured. He, who has few friends, still has some difficulty understanding this. But he believes that he will understand it slowly. Kakashi looked at the two, and his heart moved slightly. Such friendship is indeed enviable, because of the so-called good friends. That is probably the case, right? Chapter 846 Close to the Horizon. Huh? Is Natsume not here again today? On the podium, Kakashi looked at the empty seat of Natsume, and said questioningly, Natsume-san seems to be sick, and took sick leave today. Sasada replied, are you sick? Really a fragile guy. Kakashi could not remember that this was the first time he heard that Natsume was sick since he came to this school. Let's take a look after class, Kakashi secretly said in his heart, and then began class. The Fujiwara house. Gizzy, how are you feeling? Aunt Tazi asked concerned. It's okay. I can go to class tomorrow. That's good. It seems that your body needs more exercise. Aunt Tazi smiled. Okay. At this time, the bell outside the door rang. Strange, who will be here at this time? Gizzy, you rest first, I'll go down and take a look. Okay, Aunt Tazi. Natsume replied softly. Aunt Tazi walked to the entrance and pushed the door open. The person who caught your eye made the tower stunned for a moment. You are? Kakashi smiled and said, hello, you are Natsume auntie? Hagai Kakashi, Natsume's Chinese teacher. Natsume took a sick leave today, so I came to see him. Aunt Tazi suddenly said with a smile. It turns out that this is the case. Teacher Flagmu is interested. Coming. Trouble. It's abrupt. This is a bit of fruit, Kakashi said, raising the fruit basket in his hand. Teacher Hagai is too polite. Coming. The tower did not shirk off, took the fruit basket, and welcomed Kakashi in. Bring Kakashi to the living room, the tower said. Teacher Hagai, you sit here for a while, I'll call Gizzy. Sorry to bother you. No trouble. Mr. Hagai made me very happy to be able to come and see Natsume. Please wait a moment. Kakashi nodded slightly, and Aunt Tazi went upstairs and called Natsume. Natsume was sitting in a chair, taking a short break, and heard the tower shout, Natsume, Mr. Hagai came to see you. How do you feel, Ms. Kakashi? Natsume asked in surprise. Yeah, people are already downstairs. If you have no problem, just go down. After all, people come all the way to see you. Aunt Tazi smiled. Well, I'm fine. I will go down now. Natsume put on a piece of clothing and went down. Teacher Cat yawned and whispered, does this guy really have no purpose? Obviously, his suspicion of Kakashi has not been completely eliminated. In the living room, Kakashi is looking at the surrounding furnishings. Although the house looks a bit old, The decoration is very warm. It can be seen that the owner of the house is a very good person. Living with such a person must be very warm. Before I felt the power of an enchantment outside the house. It should have been arranged by the cat to resist the monsters. But that kind of intensity. It seems that even monsters with a little power can enter. Kakashi had some doubts. The power of this enchantment was really not strong. You can ask Natsume later. Ms. Kakashi, it's really you. Kakashi turned around when he heard the words, and saw Natsume Masao looking at herself with joy. It seems that you have almost recovered. Kakashi smiled. Well, it's almost done. I'm sorry to make Kakashi-sensei worry. Natsume whispered. Fool, why bother between you and me? Apologize for this kind of thing. It's not the first day we met. Kakashi rubbed Natsume's hair while talking. It's just that this touch seems to feel a strange place. Natsume was very impressed by Kakashi's actions, but when Kakashi suddenly stopped, he was a little confused. Kakashi frowned, looking a little strange. What's wrong? Teacher Kakashi? Natsume asked in confusion. Kakashi narrowed his expression and smiled. It's nothing, Natsume. I want to visit your room. Can you think it's okay? Kakashi suddenly made a strange request. Natsume was a little strange, but did not refuse. Okay, Teacher Kakashi, come with me. Okay. When the two were about to go upstairs, Aunt Tazi called out, Gizzy, you want to go upstairs? Yeah, Aunt Tazi, Mr. Hagai wants to see my room. Natsume said. So that's the case. I will prepare desserts for you, and I will deliver them to you later. Thank you, Aunt Tazi. Hee, nothing. You guys have a good chat, Aunt Tazi said, walking into the kitchen again. The two of them walked into Natsume's room. Kakashi closed the door and saw a fat cat sleeping on the ground. Kitty is really laid back. Kakashi smiled. Teacher Cat turned his head and ignored Kakashi. The arrogant look made Kakashi want to him even more. So Kakashi walked to the cat teacher's side, grabbed him, and rubbed his head. Asshole! What are you doing? Teacher Cat said angrily. Looking at you so cute, I can't help but want to molest it. Hee, asshole. Let go of me. Teacher Cat struggles desperately, but how can he escape Kakashi's clutches? Mr. Kakashi, don't tease Mr. Kitty anymore. It won't be good for Aunt Tower to see it later. Natsume worried. Well, let this little cat go. Kakashi said, letting go, and Teacher Cat quickly jumped to the desk, looking at Kakashi with a depressed expression. Kakashi-sensei, did you come to see me for something? Natsume asked. It didn't happen at all. Just come over and see how your recovery is. But after you came, you found the problem. Huh? What's the problem? Natsume asked in confusion. There seems to be something strange on you. Weird stuff? After hearing this, Teacher Cat also looked at Natsume's body. His nose moved, and said, it seems a bit strange. Didn't the kitten notice it before? Kakashi smiled. I didn't see it just for a moment. Teacher Cat called. It's really not straightforward. Humphrey. Kakashi-sensei, what is it? Natsume asked nervously. I just can feel something on your back. If you want to see clearly, Kakashi said, with a faint red light from his left eye. Right round eyes. Teacher Cat was surprised when he saw this. What a strange power. And so powerful. The three Gajade turned, and the things behind Natsume immediately showed its original appearance. That is a banshee with a bird-shaped mask. Damn, it was discovered, but I won't give up. With that, the female monster rushed towards Natsume. Natsume was startled, and threw a punch, hitting the banshee's mask. Boom! With a crisp sound, the mask shattered. Kakashi was a little surprised when he saw this, and said, Natsume's fist is really not easy. I am afraid that it will not be easy for high-level monsters to continue this punch. Sure enough, the powerful demon power is still effective, but Natsume does not seem to understand apply. Otherwise, you don't need a bodyguard at all. Are you right, Kitty? Hey, how can this kid's character learn that kind of hurtful moves? Makes sense. Thinking of Natsume's character, Kakashi said more. However, if you don't want to learn the tricks that hurt others, you can still learn the tricks to protect yourself. Kakashi also has this kind of thing. His gaze shifted to the banshee who was knocked to the ground by Natsume, and there was a piece of white paper hanging on her face with a bird written on it. Sorry to scare you, I didn't mean anything. It's just that I couldn't get out of the dam by myself, so I was attached to you. The banshee apologized immediately. It turned out to be you. No wonder I fainted at that time. I thought it was heat stroke. Natsume said suddenly. I'm sorry, I have someone I want to meet anyway, even if I look at it from a distance. Who do you want to meet? Yes. So, can you help me find him? The banshee said, kneeling down in front of Xium. Her attitude looked very sincere. Natsume was a little embarrassed. He didn't want to get involved in such a troublesome thing. After all, until now, he didn't really agree with monsters. It doesn't seem to be for a friend's account. Teacher Cat said. Seeing Natsume's embarrassment, Kakashi said, Natsume, if it's not convenient for you, let me come. Kakashi-sensei, is it really okay? Wouldn't it bother you? Natsume worried. Don't worry. I'm the only one in my family. I don't have any worries. I know you want to help her too, just for fear of getting into trouble, right? Kakashi smiled. Natsume nodded and said, then trouble Mr. Kakashi. Little things. Bird, what's your name? My name is Yan. Yan, you go back with me first. I will help you find the person you want to find, Kakashi said. Yan's eyes said, really? Thank you Master Kakashi. Okay, Natsume, take a good rest. Remember to come to class tomorrow. Well, I will, Mrs. Kakashi. At this time, Aunt Tazi came over with dessert. Gizzy, Teacher Flagmu, this is a little cake I made. You can try it. After Aunt Tazi put it down, she left again. Kakashi smiled and said, Natsume, Aunt Tazi is very gentle. Yup. Natsume responded with a smile on his face. After eating dessert, Kakashi took Yan back to his home. Yan, where did you live? In a dam. Originally I couldn't get out, but because it hadn't rained recently, the dam was exhausted. So I was able to get out of Natsume-sama. So that's the case. Who are you looking for? I only know that he lived in a village 20 years ago and his name is Danny Ozaki. I don't know the others. 20 years ago? It's really a distant day. And the name of village hasn't been heard before. Maybe it has disappeared. Kakashi said helplessly. Thank you, Lord Kakashi. Seeing Yan's sincere expression, Kakashi smiled and said, don't worry, since I agreed, I will definitely find it for you. Thank you, Lord Kakashi. But why do you want to see that person? Yan showed a look of nostalgia when he heard the words. I was originally a young bird. I fell out of the nest and landed on the ground not long after I was born. Well-intentioned humans put me back in the nest. But my parents hated the human breath that I had on me, so left. Because of their departure, the brothers and sisters who were still in the bird's nest starved to death one after another. In the end, I was the only one left. My heart was sad and finally turned into evil spirits. But starting one day, someone kept bringing me food, probably treating me like a wild cat or something. But it was because of him that I survived. So, I wanted to see him. Kakashi touched his hair when he heard the words, and said, it turns out that it is. But he should be just an ordinary person and can't see you. Even if you thank him, he won't hear it. Yan smiled and said, it doesn't matter, as long as I can see him, I'm very satisfied. Is that so? Well, I understand your intentions. For Yan, seeing that person is enough. The next day, Kakashi inquired about the whereabouts of Dan Ozaki. Don't underestimate the ninja's intelligence-gathering ability. This is not difficult. After obtaining the address, Kakashi took Yan to the vicinity of the man's home. Yan, that's that person's home. He should be back soon. Really? That's great. Thank you, Lord Kakashi. Yan said excitedly. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked slowly from a distance. Yan said excitedly, I feel it. His breath. After Yan finished speaking, he dashed away and ran to the man, chatting non-stop. Kakashi stood there, watching this scene quietly. Tanasaki was walking slowly towards the house, not knowing that there was a monster next to him who was talking to him. He did not respond, nor did he feel anything strange. And Yan kept talking, her face was full of happiness. Seeing this, Kakashi seemed to touch something soft in his heart. Close at hand, but never seen. But even so, did she feel satisfied when she saw it? Yukai, really strange creatures. A gust of wind blew the paper on Yan's face. Kakashi was stunned suddenly. Under the paper, there are actually closed eyes. She can't see. By the way, what she said before was smelling the breath. Was it so? Until the end, she couldn't know what he looked like. And wouldn't he know that such a person has been watching him from a distance? A gratitude not only fails to receive a response, it will never be known. It's really sad. Kakashi sighed, flicked his finger, and the fox mask on his left hand flew out suddenly and attached to Yan's body. For a while, Yan freezes his body, only to feel a powerful demon power rushing into his body. Taniozaki walked slowly, but suddenly heard a voice behind him. In a strange way, Tanao looked back and saw that it was a young girl with a piece of white paper with a bird written on her face. At this time, the girl screamed, seemingly uncomfortable. "Are you okay?" Yan was taken aback, staring at Tanazaki blankly. He saw himself. "I'm fine, Mr. Tanao." "Do you know me?" Tanazaki said strangely. Yan looked at Kakashi in the distance, and saw Kakashi smile slightly. Yan seemed to understand something in her heart, and her face was full of gratitude. "Well, Mr. Tanazaki, long time no see. Thank you." "Thank me? Why?" Tanazaki asked puzzledly. "Because you have appeared before." The wind blew, bending the corner of the girl's mouth. Chapter 847. Domesticate. The charm of Chinese is that it is a language of precise expression, but it is also full of imagination. When the meaning expressed literally is spread out, there will be many different understandings. This is particularly manifested in poetry and poetry, obviously. Okay, that's all for the morning class. Before lunch, it's your free time. At the Yaniu Hot Springs dormitory, Kakashi put down the chalk in his hand and ended the morning lecture. There is a habit of intensive training in Furuuchi High School, and this Yaniu Hot Spring is the one that often visits. Of course, the training camp is not entirely play. The class still has to be attended, but it will be a bit less than usual. At this time, Kakashi ended his course. Hearing that get out of class is over, students all over the world are probably very happy. Great. Get out of class is finally over. "What are we doing now?" Nishimura said excitedly. Kitamura on the side arranged his books and said, "Of course it is a hot spring, Natsume, what do you think?" Natsume said apologetically, "Sorry, I still have something to deal with." "Huh? What's the matter?" Nishimura asked curiously. "When I went out in the morning, uncles asked me to go to a nearby kiln to get a cooked tea bowl." "So that's the case, then let's accompany you," Nishimura said enthusiastically. But Natsume rejected Nishimura's kindness. "Xikan, no need, everyone have fun. Don't ruin everyone's mood in hot springs because of me." "But it's too dangerous for you to go alone. There are forests nearby." Biiban worried. "No problem." Natsume smiled. "This one will accompany Natsume, you guys have fun." At this time, Kakashi appeared in front of the three. "Ms. Hagai, are you going to accompany Natsume?" Nishimura asked in surprise. "Well, it just so happens that I have to go to do something nearby." Kakashi smiled. "That's great. Then trouble Mr. Hagai to take care of Natsume." "No problem." On the way, Kakashi-sensei, what are you going to do? Natsume asked curiously. This mountain used to be the forest of mountain gods. It's been a long time since I went back to see Aryin and Little Fox, so I stopped by. Upon hearing this, Natsume remembered the silver-haired boy who had appeared when he went to look for Kakashi before. But who is the Little Fox? I haven't seen Ayin for a long time. I will be with teacher Kakashi later, Natsume said. It is good. So you used to live in the forest of mountain gods? Why haven't I heard of you as a fellow? Teacher Cat said with his head popping out of Natsume's backpack. That's because you are still sealed. I only came here 7 years ago. Kakashi smiled. 7 years ago? Teacher Cat murmured. When the two walked for a while, Kakashi suddenly said, by the way, I remembered that I was looking for some herbs, which is nearby. Then we will separate here now, the kiln is in front, you two let's go. I'll go to the neighborhood first, and we'll gather later to go to the mountain forest together. Okay, Natsume responded, and Kakashi disappeared. This guy is really mysterious. Natsume, you have to be careful about him, Teacher Cat said. Natsume smiled and said, Teacher Cat, don't worry, Mrs. Kakashi won't do anything to me. He is my first friend and treats me like a brother. I believe him. Hey, I hope he is really a good person. Otherwise, it will be in trouble. Teacher Kitty whispered. If it's not a good person, Teacher Cat says he can't stop it. Natsume didn't have any doubts about Kakashi. After all, that is the person who once let himself out of loneliness. One person and one cat walked a few steps again. And suddenly there was a sound not far away. You trash fox, get out of this forest. I'll be angry when I see you. Ah, no. Hearing this voice, Natsume was a little curious and ran over quickly. The cat teacher on the side sighed helplessly, really a guy who likes to be nosy. The scenery in front of him flashed, and Natsume quickly saw the master of the voice. I saw two monsters bullying the little fox. Natsume frowned and stood in front of the little fox. Stop it to me. What are you doing? You actually bully such a small child. The questioning tone made the two monsters stunned for a while. The little fox suddenly raised his head. Who is this guy? Why is there a familiar feeling? It's like, are you a human? A trivial human dare to look down upon us? As the two monsters spoke, they attacked Natsume. With two screams, Xiaomei's fist had already knocked them down. Surprisingly weak. Are you okay? Natsume looked at the little fox tenderly, eyes full of kindness. No. It's okay. Great. Go home quickly, it's dangerous here. Natsume smiled. Okay. The overthrown monster slowly raised his head and looked at Natsume. I didn't expect humans to be so powerful. No. Are you the Natsume who has a friend's account in the legend? The monster asked in horror. I didn't expect that your story has spread so far. You must be too nosy. The cat teacher on the side vomited. It's really him. It's terrible. The name will be taken away. Run away. The two monsters cried out in horror, and then ran away. Really, such little monsters, even Reiko, are not interested in collecting their names. Teacher Cat said in a low voice. Friend's account? The little fox froze for a moment, and then seemed to think of the legend of the friend's account. In a blink of an eye, Natsume and Teacher Cat have already left. The little fox came back to his senses. Natsume? This name is so familiar, as if I heard it from Kakashi's brother. No matter what, just follow him to see. After the little fox finished speaking, he quietly followed Natsume's back. On the other side, Natsume walked halfway and stopped suddenly. What's the matter? Teacher Cat puzzled. The little fox just now, isn't it the little fox Mr. Kakashi said? Who knows, just ask that guy later. Makes sense. On the other side, Kakashi has found herbs. With these things, it should be enough. I hope I can succeed this time. A yin's body may not be able to support it for long. Kakashi sighed, and was a little worried about our yin's situation. Fortunately, he already has a solution, and the rest is actual operation. Now it's time to go to Natsume. I don't know if he got the tea bowl, Kakashi said, letting go of perception. Huh? It's strange. How did the little fox follow Natsume? Did they know each other? Kakashi felt a little strange, so he left in a flash. Kiln factory. You were called by Fujiwara to get the tea bowl. I'm sorry, because there was a little situation and it hasn't been completed yet. Xiaomu was taken aback when he heard the words, and said, when can it be completed? Tomorrow. Tomorrow? Okay, Then he'll come over again tomorrow. Natsume breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. This was the first time uncles asked him to do something, so he didn't want to mess up. On the way, Teacher Cat glanced at Natsume and said, "You seem to be nervous." Natsume smiled and said, "This is the first time Uncle Shi asked me to do things after I came to Fujiwara's house. I don't want to disappoint them." "You really care about how others feel?" Natsume showed a soft face and whispered, "Because I like them very much. I don't want to cause trouble to them. They don't owe me anything. Raising me is originally a troublesome thing. If you can help them, I will try my best to do it." "Hey, really a stupid guy." As the cat teacher said, he jumped on Natsume's shoulder and lay on it without moving. Natsume touched Mr. Kitty's head lightly. "This kind of life seems to be a bit more hopeful than before. The account of friends seems to make my life different." Suddenly, Natsume seemed to feel something and looked behind him. In the grass on the side, a little fox was secretly looking at Natsume. Seeing Natsume's gaze, the little fox hurriedly hid. "Little fox?" Natsume asked. The little fox did not respond, but turned and ran away. "Huh? Strange. How did it go?" Natsume murmured. "Leave him alone. Go back quickly, lunch is about to begin." Teacher Cat said. "No, we have to wait for Teacher Kakashi." "Really? What can that guy wait for?" "Kitten, this is your fault." As soon as Mr. Cat had finished speaking, Kakashi appeared behind him. "Ms. Kakashi, are you back?" "Yeah." "The herbs are found. Then we are going to the mountain forest now?" Natsume asked. "I won't go for the time being. I didn't expect to find herbs so smoothly. I will go back now. I need to get something. And now it's too late. You still have classes in the afternoon?" "Okay, then let's go back first." "Yeah." "By the way, Natsume, did you see a little fox just now? I just felt his breath near you. Why is it missing?" Kakashi wondered. "Is that little fox?" "He just left." "Teacher Kakashi, is he the little fox you mentioned?" Natsume asked. "It's him. Since his mother died, this child has become a little cowardly. He always thinks he is a useless existence and wants to prove himself. It's just that his body is still small, no matter how hard he tries. He can't become strong immediately." "Get up." Kakashi shook his head and said. "It turned out to be like this. No wonder he has that expression." As Natsume said, for a moment he felt a little similar to the little fox. Isn't he such a self-awareness? Because he knows how weak and special he is, it is difficult for him to deal with many people and things. The only thing you can do is not to trouble others. Every time the family that raised him needed to pay for himself, Xian felt guilty in his heart. In order not to add to their troubles, Natsume even cuts her own hair. The reason was that he couldn't ask these people for money for a haircut. If it is not necessary, never speak easily. In Xiame's heart, is it not full of inferiority? Yanyu Hot Springs. Natsume sat by the tree, not knowing what he was thinking. The cat teacher on the side is even more lazy. Just soaked in the hot springs. No wonder he looks like this. But Kakashi was nestled in the room, seeming to be tinkering with something. Numerous herbs were turned back and forth in Kakashi's hands, ground into powder, and then roasted by the fire. It didn't take long for those herbs to merge into an existence similar to a Bingliang pill. It seems successful. Kakashi looked at the black pill in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. This is what he prepared for Ah Yin. If all goes well, it should be able to treat Ah Yin's physical problems. At that time, he can become a normal person again. Kakashi looked out the window. It was already dark. I didn't expect to be busy all afternoon, but fortunately the results came out. Kakashi left the room, ready to call Natsume to go to the mountain forest with him. Huh? The little fox is here again. It seems that he has a great affection for Natsume. In the woods, Natsume heard a certain call and came here. It turned out to be an old tree whose name was taken away by Reiko. Natsume didn't think much, and directly returned the name to him. Upon seeing this, the little fox on the side wrote his name on the leaves and handed it to Natsume. "There is my name on the leaf. Please accept me as a subordinate. I will definitely help. Please let me follow you." Natsume smiled and said, I don't want it. The little fox was taken aback, and the leaves in his hand fell down. Is it because I am too useless? Is it because I am too weak? No, I just don't want to use this kind of thing to restrain you. We are not in a master-slave relationship. Natsume squatted down and touched the head of the little fox. Really? But you will still leave, just like Kakashi's brother. If you leave, you won't come back again, said the little fox disappointedly. Natsume was taken aback, and sure enough, the little fox knew Kakashi. Ah, little fox, I can't say that I can't come back. Besides, I haven't been away for long, right? A familiar voice rang in the ears of the little fox, causing him to suddenly raise his head and look at the incoming person. Brother Kakashi. The little fox pounced subconsciously and plunged into Kakashi's arms. Brother Kakashi, you are finally back. I miss you so much. Kakashi gently touched the little fox's ears. This little guy was really too soft. Natsume looked at this scene, feeling a bit familiar. When he was young, he seemed to rush into Kakashi's arms like this. Even now, he has such an impulse. It's just that people have grown up, and many things will no longer be done. Fortunately, the warmth in that embrace, Natsume still remembered clearly by this time. It's really a silly fox. If you miss me so much, you can live with me for a few days. Kakashi smiled. Really? Is it really possible? Brother Kakashi? The little fox looked longing. Kakashi squatted down and scraped the little fox's nose with the fingers of his right hand. Of course, but you have to be good. You can't run around. Okay. Chapter 848 Willing Forest of Mountain Gods. Yin, try this. Kakashi explained the reason, and Yin swallowed the pill. The mountain on the side looked at Yin nervously. For Yin, the mountain has always been concerned. At first, I was forced to use that demon method, but now it is almost at an end. Looking at Yin's situation, I am afraid that his body will collapse in a year. And he has nothing to do. At this time, Kakashi was his only hope. When the pill enters the abdomen, there is a warm feeling. Then a demon power spread all over the body. Natsume and the cat teacher both watched this scene in surprise. The little fox is always standing between Kakashi and Natsume. Kakashi's left eye rolled, quietly observing the changes in Yin's body. It seems that the effect is not as perfect as expected. Kakashi sighed, taking it for granted. After all, this world is still different. Yin opened his eyes and squeezed his fists. It seemed to be filled with strength and was no longer as weak as before. This feeling, Yin muttered to himself. He felt the difference, but there seemed to be something wrong. Yin, it seems that this pill does not have the results I imagined, but at least your body has recovered a little, and there will be no weakness for at least 10 years. Sorry, I let you down. Yin showed a gentle smile. Mr. Kakashi, you don't need to apologize. My business has bothered you. It is already very good to have such an effect. In this way, I can accompany Firefly for a few years. I will continue to think of ways. Mr. Kakashi, don't force it. This is my promise. Seeing Kakashi's solemn face, Yin said helplessly, then trouble Mr. Kakashi. Yin, it will take a few months for Hotaru to come here, right? Yeah? There is still some time before summer vacation. How? Are you interested in staying with me in the town for a few days? Kakashi smiled. Go to town? Yin was taken aback. He had been in this forest ever since he was sensible, and he had hardly gone out. It's not that he doesn't want to, but he can't. There are too many humans outside. As long as he is touched a little bit, he will disappear. The risk is too great, so he dare not go out at all. The mountain was even more shocked when he heard the words, and quickly said, Kakashi, this is not possible. It is too dangerous for Yin to leave the mountain forest. Master Shanshan, don't worry, if I say this, there is naturally a solution. Kakashi smiled. Method? What method? The mountain asked in a puzzled way. This is the mask. Kakashi took off the fox mask on his left wrist and said, Mask? Yes, this mask almost condenses all the demon power in me. As long as Yin wears it, he can become a monster temporarily. In that case, He will not be touched by humans, Kakashi explained. Really? The mountain asked suspiciously. Naturally it's true, you'll know if you try, Kakashi said. With a light push with his right hand, the fox mask flew out and landed on Ayin's face. A powerful demon power was released from the mask, covering Ayin's whole body. Before Ayin could react, he felt that his body was protected by a strange force. It doesn't seem to make a difference. Really? It's different. Kakashi walked to the front of Ayin and pushed him to the front of Natsume. What? With a scream, Ain threw down Natsume. Oops. The mountain was shocked and hurried forward, but Kakashi stopped him. Don't worry, it's okay. You don't think it's good. I saw that Ayin actually passed through Xium. Ayin looked at his hands in shock, feeling a burst of incredible. As long as you wear this mask, you can maintain this state. Even humans who can see the monsters can't touch you. However, this mask is a token of me, and it can only be maintained for a week after leaving my body. Will return to my body. How? Do you want to live where I live for a week? Ayin was overjoyed when he heard this. Ayin had an inexplicable desire for the human world, and with such conditions, he would naturally not refuse. So Kakashi came to the mountain forest, and abducted the little fox and Ayin. After the training camp, Kakashi and others went back. Flagwood House. The place where Kakashi rents is not small, a bit similar to the Tostri building of the Fujiwara house. There were a few more rooms originally, which happened to be used for the little fox and Ayin. Little fox, your rooms are on the second floor. You are on the left. Little fox, you are on the right. The two of them had officially moved in at Kakashi's house. The weather today is good, Ayin. Little fox, do you want to go for a walk? Good. The little fox responded enthusiastically. Ayin also had no objection. When he came here, he originally wanted to see the human world. The two hit the road. It turns out that the human town is like this. Ayin was full of curiosity about everything he saw along the way. Kakashi walked aside, watching quietly. The little fox followed. Passers-by looked at Kakashi a little strangely. After all, there were few people who raised foxes. Although the little fox looks like a child in the eyes of a person with demon power, a person without demon power is just a little fox. Riverside. A man was looking at the river in a daze. The Kakashi trio just passed by and stopped. That is, Ayin was a little surprised. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Beside that man, there was a monster. Blonde hair, with a mask on his face. It's just that the man didn't seem to notice it at all. Just when Kakashi wanted to inquire, Natsume also walked over from the other side. Ms. Kakashi? Natsume looked surprised, and didn't expect to meet Kakashi here. Natsume, take your little fat cat out for a walk. Kakashi smiled. The cat teacher glared at Kakashi, but did not speak. It's useless to resist anyway, so let's give up resisting. Yes, Mr. Cat has eaten a little bit lately. Teacher Cat originally wanted to refute, but when she saw other people nearby, she endured it. Kakashi smiled, saying that Mr. Cat seems to have gained a little weight recently. The little fox happily jumped onto Natsume's body. Natsume touched the head of the little fox with a smile on his face. At this time, Natsume also saw the monster next to the man, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Kakashi shook his head and motioned Natsume not to speak out. At this time, the man also noticed Kakashi and Natsume. Are you also here to see the fireflies? The man said. Firefly? Where do the fireflies come in daylight? Kakashi was puzzled, but Natsume said, yes, I heard that the latest season is almost here. But it's still a bit early for now, and there have been fewer fireflies recently. Is it? Kakashi glanced at the monster, then took Natsume and left. Ms. Kakashi, is it really okay to let the monster follow the man? Don't worry, the monster is here. What? Natsume was startled and looked back. Sure enough, the monster followed. You can see me, as he said. He stretched out his hand to touch Natsume's cheek. Natsume wanted to run subconsciously, but Kakashi stood in front of him. Do you have anything? Kakashi said. The banshee looked at Kakashi, and said, it's been a long time since I saw a human who can talk. If you say that, have you ever seen it? The banshee nodded and whispered, Jiangshi was able to see me once, but now. Although wearing a mask, Kakashi seemed to see the sad expression under her mask. It seems that this is still a female monster with a story. Is there such a thing? Natsume was a little surprised. Upon seeing this, Kakashi said, some people will lose their demon power as they grow older, and eventually become an ordinary person. Is that right? Natsume lowered his head, as if thinking about something. Will you lose the ability to see monsters? Then I should be happy. Isn't this what I have always been looking forward to? But why? Why is there a faint sense of loss in my heart? The cat teacher on his shoulder narrowed his eyes, but did not speak. The Zhangshi you were talking about, is that the man just now? Kakashi asked. The banshee nodded and said, yes. He is Jiangshi. We were together for a while. But then one day, he couldn't see me. Recently I heard that he was getting married, so I wanted to come over. Look at how he got married. Yin was stunned when he heard the words, not knowing why. This description gave him a similar feeling. Yeah, isn't this the relationship between him and Hotaru? Used to be together, but in the end there is still the end of separation. Shemals have different ways. Just the lifespan of a human being can't stay together as long as a monster. Are you going to bless him? Yin said suddenly. The banshee looked at Yin and said, well, this may be the only thing I can do now. Really? Is this the only feeling left in the end? Yin murmured. For a while, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Looking at Yin, Kakashi understood that this guy almost always thought of his own situation. But it is true. In his current state, it is impossible to be with Hotaru. Take Kawa. You can't even touch it. Perhaps it was because of a more affinity with this female monster. The female monster followed Kakashi home. Of course, Natsume also went to Kakashi's house with him. Speaking of it, this is the first time Natsume has been to Kakashi's house. On the way, Natsume even named the female monster Huanli. This is the crystal cake I made myself, a kind of Chinese pastry. You can try it. It's exquisite. Natsume looked at the pastry in front of him with some surprise and picked it up, and Teacher Cat is even more polite, and has already finished one. With one bite, the delicacy has overflowed the whole mouth. Delicious. Natsume was surprised and said that Kakashi had such a craft. Teacher Cat has made a big difference to Kakashi. Boy, did you really do this? Why, doesn't it look like? Kakashi smiled. I really didn't expect you to have such a craftsmanship. It is no less inferior to Nanatsuji. That's good. If you do something for me every day, then I won't care about your offense to me before. The teacher said proudly. Kakashi rubbed Mr. Cat's head and smiled. You really dare to say it. At this time, the little fox was also eating the crystal cake in his hand with a face of contentment, and his happiness was beyond words. On the contrary, Yin looked preoccupied. Seeing the little fox and Teacher Cat and Kakashi being intimate, Huanli was a little envious. He and she used to be like this, but now it seems to be close to the horizon, and can no longer look at each other. Not long after, Natsume took Mr. Kitty home. Before leaving, Teacher Cat ransacked all the cakes. Huanli stayed. At night, Yin came to Huanli's room. Huanli hadn't slept yet, but leaned on the window independently, looking at the moon in the sky. Not knowing what he was thinking. Excuse me, Yin said softly, and Huanli also recovered. Something wrong? Being the same monsters, naturally there won't be much rejection. I just don't understand something, so I want to come over and ask you. What's the matter? Huanli was puzzled. Since he can no longer see you, why are you still following him? After hearing this, Huanli was silent for a moment, and then showed a look of nostalgia. Because he and I have had a lot of good memories. At that time, we were together all day long and we talked a lot. Together we saw the stars in the sky and the fireflies flying in the sky. These are even invisible. But that kind of memory will never disappear. Memories. Yin lowered his head, with nostalgia and struggle in his eyes. Huanli slowly approached Yin, stretched out his right hand, and gently stroked Yin's face. Yin was taken aback, and subconsciously wanted to avoid it. Huanli smiled and said, If you can ask such a question, you, like me, have a good impression of human beings. Yin was silent, but that appearance had already betrayed him. Yin, cherish it. After all, humans and monsters are different. Separation is a matter of time, and it may be that in our long lives, only memories are left with us in the end. Are you really happy to guard these memories? No, I'm sorry. Yin was taken aback, but he didn't expect such an answer. Then why? Huanli turned his head and looked out the window, smiling slightly. The sweeter the memory, the more painful it is to think of now. But even the greater the pain, there will be a hint of sweetness in it. For me, memories are it is both arsenic and honey. For this sweetness, no matter how great the pain is, it seems like this. Does it worth? Yin was asking Huan, but he seemed to be asking himself too. Not worth it. But I do. Chapter 849 Fireflies in the Sky. Sunny day. Kakashi walked by the river, and Yin followed behind Kakashi. They are here because of Yin's request. Yesterday's conversation with Huanli made Yin very touched. After learning about Huanli's thoughts, Yin also wanted to know what this human named Zhangxi was thinking, and he has a fiancé. Did he give up this feeling that shouldn't exist in the first place, or was forced to return to reality with helplessness? Yin wants to know the answer. By the river, Mr. Zhangxi is still sitting by the river as he did yesterday. Hello there. Kakashi spoke softly, and Mr. Zhangxi looked back. You are the one from yesterday. My name is Hagai Kakashi. It turned out to be Mr. Hagai. Are you looking for something to do with me? Zhangxi wondered. Actually, I met someone, no, more accurately, a monster. So I want to ask you something. Zhangxi was taken aback, and then said gently, so you met her? There seemed to be a hint of relief and joy in the voice. What? Between you and her? Me and her? Zhangxi murmured, then looked up at the sky, as if thinking about something, or perhaps sorting out the thoughts in my head. After a few minutes, Zhangxi slowly said, since you can also see the monsters, you should be able to understand how I feel. Zhangxi paused, and then said, people who can see monsters are existences that normal people cannot understand. Therefore, we always have unspeakable loneliness, because we are not understood. In the past, I hated monsters until I met her. That was the gloomy period of my life. I think about it now, as if it were a dream. It was a summer night, and I met her. Since then, I and her have crossed, and they are getting closer and closer. Finally, I fell in love with her, but until I lost the ability to see monsters, I didn't tell her. Because I couldn't see her, my contact with her gradually broke. Do you regret it? Kakashi asked. What do you regret? Regret meeting her. Zhangxi shook his head and said, why do you regret it? It was an incredible thing that I could meet her. I come here every day to see if I can see her again. But a month has passed, 1 year has passed, and 7 years have passed, and I still can't see her. Perhaps my fate with her is over. Have you put it down? What is the difference between letting go and not letting go? Does it mean letting go? She will disappear in my heart? No, she will always exist. Maybe one day she will gradually blur, but she will never disappear. Because she existed. Once there will be traces, but how can it easily disappear? Kakashi looked at Zhangxi. His eyes were full of complex emotions. Yin has remained silent all the time. No one could see his expression under the fox mask. I heard that you are getting married, Kakashi said again. Yeah, originally I thought I would never meet someone I like again. Until I met my current fiancée. She is gentle and tolerant. There are 3 days left before my wedding with her. It is also today. I came here for the last time. I should give up that person and those memories. This is also my account of my wife. Zhangxi laughed. Zhangxi smiled very sweetly, that kind of smile, without the slightest pretense. Kakashi knew that he let it go, but he didn't let it go either. However, this may be the best ending today. How can humans and demons be involved casually? Don't get married, it will only increase your troubles. Now this may be the evil result. It's just that some things are like this. Knowingly you can't do it, but you know the taste. The two fell silent for a while. At this time, a woman in the distance came over and whispered, "Jiang Shi, it's time to go home." Jiang Shi heard this, stood up, beckoned to the woman, and then said, "Mr. Hagai, it's nice to talk to you. I should go." After taking 2 steps, Jiang Shi turned around and said to Kakashi, "Mr. Hagigi, if you can still see her, thank her for me." After speaking, he left without waiting for Kakashi to reply. Not far away, Jiang Shi took the woman's hand and gradually moved away. Kakashi looked from a distance. The woman was beautiful, and her smile was sweet. At first glance, he knew he was a very gentle person. "Is that Mr. Jiang Shi's bride?" "It really is a very gentle person," Kakashi whispered. A yin on the side watched Jiang Shi leave and said, "It seems that he has made a choice. After all, people will come out of the pain and start a new life. No one will always live in a memory. Yes, no matter how beautiful the memory is, it cannot withstand the erosion of the years. After all, the road of life is still very long." Aryan nodded, as if he had made a certain decision. "What are you thinking about?" Kakashi asked curiously. "Nothing." "Mr. Kakashi, I want to walk alone for a while." "Okay." Upon seeing this, Kakashi did not object, but said, "Okay, but be careful on the way, remember to go back early." "Okay." After Aryan finished speaking, he turned and left. Kakashi stood still and sighed. In life, there are always so many helplessnesses. The night gradually shrouded the world. Kakashi returned home. Huanli is still in the room. She is standing by the window, quietly looking into the distance. Her body emits a faint fluorescence. Hearing the movement behind him, Huanli slowly turned his head back. "Mr. Kakashi, you are back." "Well, Huanli, didn't you go out today?" Huanli shook his head, looking a little silent. Unlike yesterday, today's Huanli is more deadly still. Kakashi also seemed to have a bad premonition in his heart. "What's happening?" "Mr. Kakashi, my body is a firefly. Although there is no entity, it can become a firefly once." Kakashi was taken aback, and the ominous premonition in his heart became stronger. "What do you want to do?" "If you do that, you will lose your status as a monster, become an ordinary firefly, and die soon." "I know, even so I don't care. Because even without me, he can always keep smiling. Then, even if only once, even in the shape of a firefly, I want to see him." As he said, Huanli's mask slowly fell off, glowing, and a beautiful face appeared in front of Kakashi. Kakashi's pupils shrank and he seemed to see something amazing. That face, like her. "Mr. Kakashi, thank you for your care for these 2 days." A gust of wind blew, Huanli's figure disappeared without a trace, only a little fluorescent, flying towards the distance. "Wait a minute." Huanli. Kakashi wanted to stop, but it was too late. "Damn it, why did you choose this way? There are obviously other ways." Kakashi whispered, but it was too late. Huanli abandoned the monster's body and changed to the original appearance. Even Kakashi could do nothing. "Up until now, I can only you to see Mr. Jiang Shi," Kakashi secretly said in his heart, and then followed the fluorescent figure. Somewhere, Jiang Shi and her fiancé are walking by the river. The two talked and laughed, and seemed to be talking about something happy. A firefly flew slowly to the two of them. Jiang Shi was taken aback and stopped. The right hand stretched out subconsciously, and the firefly stopped on it. "The faint fluorescence illuminates his eyes." "So beautiful," the fiancé said in surprise. Jiang Shi smiled upon hearing this, and said, "Yes, it's so beautiful, it's like..." As if thinking of something, Jiang Shi was suddenly startled. At this time, the fireflies also flew from Jiang Shi's hands. "Goodbye, Jiang Shi." The whispers sounded in his ears. But in a blink of an eye, it seemed to be an illusion again. "Wait." Jiang Shi couldn't help shouting. Jiang Shi wanted to chase the firefly, but at this moment, a gust of wind blew. On the side of the tree, countless fireflies flew out. For a time, the sky was filled with fireflies. The breeze moved the ends of the hair and seemed to have blown away the ripples. "I am a monster of fireflies. I don't have a name, but one day, I met someone. He is called Jiangshi. He is a human. A human who can see monsters. He is very gentle, but he hates monsters. It's no wonder that I once saw him with my own eyes because of seeing monsters, being isolated by others. That kind of feeling is very uncomfortable. Do not know why. I became curious about him. Can't help but want to get close to him. But I have been restraining, because I know that people and monsters can't get together casually. Only one day, he cried and came to the river. I did not hold back. So I met him. At the beginning, he was very cold. No, or it's not an exaggeration to say it's arrogant. Although he appeared to hate me, he still talked to me. This is true for one day, and it is true for 2 days. We just got along for a year. It was a very happy day. But one day, all this changed, because he lost the ability to see monsters and became an ordinary person. Yes, human beings with weak demon power will come to this point sooner or later. I should have thought of it, but why is it still so uncomfortable when this day comes? Sure enough, monsters and people can't get together casually. It's just that love, I haven't had time to say it. Is there never a chance to tell him? After that, he would come to the river every day. That's where we used to date. He would yell the name he gave me and cry. I am sad. I want to be with him. But even if I hold him, he can't make him feel my existence. He and I are close to each other, but like the end of the world. I'm sorry for his lost look. The way he talks to himself makes me feel distressed. Time passed bit by bit. I don't know how many years passed. He finally met the girl who could make him smile again. That girl is beautiful and gentle. He accepted her. My heart was relieved, and gradually felt relieved. Of course, there is also a feeling like a needle stick. However, this is not important. The important thing is that he has got happiness. It's just that I haven't figured out what gift to give him yet. By the way, I think about it. I had promised him before to show him the fireflies in the sky, because it is the most beautiful scenery in my opinion. That is probably the last thing I can do. Jiangshi, I hope you will always be happy. I am Jiangshi. I have been able to see monsters since I was a child. That is not a pleasant thing, because it makes me feel lonely. But then, I fell in love with this ability again, because I met her. During that lonely time, she was always with me. She is a monster, but I still fall in love with her without hesitation. But I will never see her again. I lost the ability to see monsters, that ability that I hated. But I still want to see her, even once. But 7 years. I waited for 7 full years. One day, I met a girl. She is very similar to her, whether it is appearance or character. For a while, I even thought she had returned to me. But I know that she is not her. She is a human being, not a monster. She is a monster, not a human. And I am a human being, not a monster. It's just that they seem to. What a terrible poison time is. I like her. Everything seems to be so natural. She is a monster. She is a human. Moreover, I will never see her again. Is she a substitute? No, it's not. I know, I love her. Is I too persistent? Should I say goodbye to the past? Memories that should be said goodbye. That paragraph may have been the beginning of the error, but that feeling, looking at the fireflies in the sky, I seemed to see her again. Are you saying goodbye to me, firefly? That belongs to our agreement. That night of fireflies in the sky, I clenched the hand of the person next to me, tears rolling in my eyes. I am sorry. If I can come back again, maybe I will fall in love with you without hesitation. If I can come back, maybe I will tell you earlier, I love you. If I can come back again, maybe I will hold you tightly. If we can come back again, perhaps we will have more fond memories. If I can do it again, maybe I will cherish it even more. If you can do it again, how can time come again? Firefly. Bye now. Jiangshi, what a beautiful firefly. Are they blessing us? I wiped the tears from the corners of my eyes and squeezed a smile. Yeah, that's my friend to bless me again, one of my monster friends. She looked at me suspiciously, seeming a little puzzled, but just smiled and didn't say anything. Kakashi quietly looked at the fireflies in the sky, sighed, and whispered softly, "The green plum is dead, and the bamboo horse is old. From now on, The people I love are like you. The fireflies all over the sky are gradually disappearing, returning to the heaven and earth. No one knows where she went. In the end, she left and never returned. Chapter 850. Natsume Natori. Natsume, I heard that you recently had a good relationship with Danuma from the next class. Danuma? Teacher Kakashi? He can also see a shadow of a monster. Maybe he is the same as me. Oh, if you say that, I've heard that Tanuma's student is somewhat similar to you. Both are so withdrawn. Kakashi smiled. Ms. Kakashi. Seeing Natsume's helpless look, Kakashi smiled and rubbed his head, and said, Natsume, it seems that you have a very good time here. Compared to before, there are more gentle people here who accept you. Natsume nodded. It was indeed very different from before. Of course, the biggest difference is the addition of a friend account and the fat cat. By the way, Mrs. Kakashi, I met someone yesterday. Natsume seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly said, Huh? Who? Kakashi asked curiously. He seems to be able to see the monsters, and he calls himself a demon master. It's called Natori Monday. Natori? Kakashi-sensei knows him? Natsume asked curiously. How should I say, I do know him. That kid is a bit famous in the demon realm now, and he is much better than when I first met him. Kakashi said, remembering the way Natori was when he was young. At that time, he was really similar to Natsume, whether it is character or thought. It's just that Natori today is not as fragile as before. I heard that he has become a big star. Does eliminating Demon Master want to destroy the monsters? Natsume whispered. Well, in the eyes of most Demon Masters, there are only two types of monsters. One can be used to turn them into a Shikigami, and the other can be eliminated. How can this be done? It's too much. How should I say? The existence of the Demon Master is not wrong. Natsume, as you know, there are some evil monsters that will attack humans. At this time, the Demon Master needs to take action. But anyway, hurting the monster is an excessive thing. Natsume was naive, thinking that it would be enough to expel the monsters. But in Kakashi's view, the evil demon being killed is not something incomprehensible. Don't forget, Kakashi came out of the world of ninjas in the Sea of Blood. Natsume, this world is not as beautiful as you think. There is a saying in Chinese that says, people don't hurt the tiger, and the tiger is harmful. There is also a saying that you must not hurt others, and you must prevent others. Before you want to do good things, you must first measure your own strength. Otherwise, it will only make things messy more often. Even so, I don't want to hurt the monster. Kakashi looked at Natsume. This child has a soft heart. This thing really can't be forced. In addition, Madara protects Natsume. Even if he is naive, he won't suffer any harm, and there is no need to rush to change. Didn't the original name change slowly over time? Just follow your heart. Kakashi smiled. Well, thank you, Mrs. Kakashi. What have you been up to lately? Are you still giving back the names of those monsters? Kakashi asked. Well, this news has spread among the monsters. Some monsters came to me and asked for their names. There are indeed a lot of monsters that Grandma Reiko provoked. Natsume smiled. Sometimes Natsume didn't understand why Reiko would meet so many weird monsters. But these monsters seem to be very gentle monsters. You still have to be careful when dealing with monsters. Well, by the way, Mr. Kakashi, I also met a monster with a rope wrapped around her neck yesterday. She seemed to have accepted Mr. Natori's help when he was a child, so she was grateful to Mr. Natori. Just Natori the husband accepted the commission to destroy this monster. Oh, Natori knows that this monster was once rescued by him? I don't know. I plan to ask Mr. Natori after school. He wants me to be his assistant, so he told him whereabouts. Interesting. Natori is not a ruthless demon eliminator. If the monster is harmless, he will not kill him. Really? Kakashi nodded and said, if you don't worry, I will come over and take a look after school. That's great. Natsume smiled. In the jungle near the school, Kakashi was resting on a tree. After a long time, Kakashi slowly opened his eyes and seemed to have a good night's sleep. The weather today is really good. Oh, yes, I promised to see Natori with Natsume. I almost forgot. Kakashi slapped his forehead and jumped down from the tree. Click. There was only a crisp sound, and something seemed to break. Kakashi looked down at his feet curiously. Huh, why is there a rope here? Kakashi picked up the knotted twine, curious. I saw some spells on the hemp rope. Kakashi frowned and said in a low voice, there seems to be a seal on it. Could it be a certain seal? After careful observation, Kakashi discovered that the position of the rope was still concealed. Only when he jumped from the tree would he step on a place where no one would walk at all. At this moment, Kakashi clearly felt that a demon power disappeared rapidly. It seems that it is really a sealed monster. This is troublesome. Isn't it an evil monster? Kakashi scratched his head, then gave up tracking. Forget it. Don't care about that guy. Judging from the demon power, it doesn't seem to be strong. In all likelihood, the seal has not been completely unlocked, but the body is released. And there is no evil heir. It should not be a evil demon. Right now, let's go to Natsume and Natori first. After Kakashi finished speaking, a momentary body disappeared in place. What Kakashi didn't know was that after he left, a small figure emerged from behind the shadow of the tree. A pair of funny eyes showed a thoughtful look. Isn't he human? In a courtyard, Mr. Natori can't. Natsume shouted angrily, and Kakashi, who had just arrived nearby, was startled. Problem occurs. With a move, the speed increased a bit. Human kid, give up. It's useless to struggle. Natori's shaky god Gwaji tied Natsume to the tree with her hair and whispered. But Natsume didn't pay any attention at all, still opening violently. Really stupid, Gwaji whispered. At the door, a monster with a rope around his neck slowly walked over, and in front of him was the thunder formation that Natori had arranged long ago. Come yet? Natori whispered, and then put his hands together and launched a thunder formation. No! Natsume exclaimed. The power of the whole body burst out at this moment. The black hair that had restrained Natsume was instantly broken by him. Stop it! Gwaji angered. But it was too late. Natsume rushed directly into the thunder formation, trying to protect the monster. Natori was shocked when he saw this. Get out of there! I can't stop the lightning strike. At this moment, the cat teacher didn't know where it came from, and turned into the main body to envelop Natsume. Teacher cat, Natsume said in surprise. In Madara's eyes, golden light flowed, with a bit of firmness. The thunder continued to condense, and finally fell from the sky. The silver-white figure appeared on Madara's head in an instant. His right hand was slightly raised, and a faint light of thunder emerged. Chidori. I saw that the thunderbolt that the thunder formation evoked was actually caught by the right hand and could not move. What? Madara's pupils shrank, terrified. Natori also showed horror. Kakashi frowned and squeezed lightly with his right hand. Click. With a crisp sound, the seemingly fierce blue thunder disappeared without a trace in an instant. Gone? Natsume asked in surprise. With a bang, Mr. Cat returned to the original state and hung it on Natsume's shoulder. I said, Natsume, you are really messed up. Such a thunder hits you and you are dead. Even if this cat protects you, you will be injured. Kakashi said helplessly. I'm sorry, Mrs. Kakashi. Natsume lowered his head apologetically. Natori was also relieved to see that Natsume was okay. But Natori was also taken aback when he saw Kakashi. It's you? Kakashi turned his head and smiled. Oh, Natori, long time no see. It turned out to be you, Mr. Hagai. I thought you were missing, but I didn't expect you to come here, Natori said in surprise. Natori and Kakashi met 7 years ago, and have spent some time together since then. Kakashi disappeared only afterwards. Natori also went to Kakashi, but there was no news at all. Unexpectedly, I would actually see Kakashi here. It seems that you have become an excellent demon eliminator. The thunder formation just now has a lot of power. Kakashi smiled. Natori smiled helplessly, and said, Mr. Hagai is the real unfathomable. With such an attack method as Thunder Array, you can actually follow with your bare hands, even if you are a clan. You are not your opponent. You are too rewarding. Kakashi smiled faintly. not entangled too much here. Kakashi touched the cat teacher on Natsume's shoulder and smiled. Little cat, you are not qualified as a bodyguard. You almost hurt yourself. Hey, it's not that this guy always likes to be nosy. Teacher Cat snorted coldly. Natsume said at this time, Mr. Natori, you once rescued this monster when you were a child. In order to repay her, even if you killed her, she didn't complain. She is definitely not an evil monster. Natori was taken aback for a moment, and he carefully looked at the monster in front of him, but he couldn't remember it. It seems you need my help. Kakashi smiled, and then a scarlet color condensed in his left eye. He glanced at Natori first, and then at the monster. For a while, the monster's memory of Natori appeared in Natori's mind. After a while, Natori came back to his senses. It turns out that she is the monster. Natori suddenly, Mr. Natori, now that you understand, don't kill her anymore, Natsume said. Ming laughed and said, I didn't intend to kill her. What? Natsume was puzzled. If this formation is used successfully, there is a half chance of helping her release the rope. Of course, there is also a half chance of failing, and then the monster will die. But I think she is a bound monster. Maybe death is also a relief. It turned out to be so. Natsume whispered. Sorry, Natsume, I didn't want to involve you in this way. Seeing you is like seeing the original self. So, I want to convey something to you. But now, it seems a bit redundant. Ming teased. No, Mr. Natori. I'm very happy to meet you. I also want to communicate well with my peers. The two looked at each other and smiled, as if they were in a tacit understanding. Kakashi looked at Natori and Natsume, and they did have a lot of similarities. But rather than saying that it is similar, Natori is more like another direction of Natsume's growth. Natori has experienced these things. Natori has also experienced them. Therefore, Natori was watching Natsume as a person who came over. For Natsume, perhaps Natori has more nostalgia. That kind of feeling, it's like seeing another self. But now the thunder formation is not working, and the rope can't be untied, Natori said. Rope. After hearing this, Natsume looked at the monster's neck. The rope had bruised her neck. Kakashi-sensei, do you have a way? Natsume asked. Undo this rope, Kakashi murmured, and then walked in front of the monster. The rope does look like a seal, and it is indeed difficult to solve it with ordinary methods. But for Kakashi, this is not a problem at all. Kakashi stretched out his right hand and gently grasped it on the rope. What are you doing? The monster asked in surprise. It's nothing. Bear with me, Kakashi said. A thunder gleamed from his right hand. Tear. In an instant, the rope broke. It. So simple. Natori's worldview seemed to be refreshed again. Hey, the existence of this guy really breaks the rules. Teacher Cat said in a low voice. A farce quietly ended. Mr. Kakashi, that monster girl finally regained her freedom. Why did she voluntarily become the Shikigami of Natori's, and was named Iragi? In the sunset, Natsume embraced Teacher Cat and followed Kakashi on the way home. Well, it's just like this little cat is following you. It's the same reason, Kakashi said with a smile. Okay. Natsume was taken aback and looked at Mr. Cat in her arms. But Teacher Cat jumped up as if she had blown up her hair. Kakashi, what nonsense are you talking about? I came to be this kid's bodyguard for the sake of my friends. So I'm different from that guy. Really? I thought you like Natori just like Iragi. Kakashi smiled. Stupid. How could it be possible?